what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into that gas night. Maybe you can't give the radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're the sea. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're the sea.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, January 27th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life forms, Streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. You love this music? Oh my god, this makes you... It's from... Was it like a certain moment in Final Fantasy VII? It's kind of epic. Someday, chat. Someday I'll get to play this game. I've downloaded it.
Yes, Troy super chatted $5. Yes, I've been under a rock. It's been work, 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 scream into the void, work, work, work. But is this real life? Fuentes.
Fuentes. Wait, is the relationship... Are you asking me to confirm the relationship between Steven and Nick? don't know. That's one. Look, what I can confirm, all right, if you have indeed been under a rock, is that there have been videos released showing Steven in intimate affairs, intimate activities with a number of people, both guys and girls. The source of these videos is supposedly the hacking of a person that Steven showed them to while trying to impress them. Essentially, Steven recorded a bunch of people, some who say that they knew about it, some who say they did not know they were being recorded, and used it as a type of sexime, if you will, like a resume for sex, right? Which is a wild way to riz people. Wait, what do I think about your cat? I mean, look, I'm positively disposed to cats in general, but I don't know your cat. But thank you. Yes, I'm Troy. Thank you for the super chat. Wait, is this working yet? Yeah, there it is. Unplug me already and beam me up. Wait, it makes me feel... Wait, what is that emoji? I wish when you hovered over emojis, it would tell you what they are. But yeah, so one of these videos was taken from the perspective of the recipient of a certain job.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. That's some Jonas Venture shush tea.
Wait, what's some Jonas Venture shit? I haven't seen the Venture Brothers. I know that's a character, and I know some of the characters from Venture Brothers because my ex was into it. But that's another thing I need to, like, cultural, you know, touchstone that I need to catch up with. What an impossibly broken human being. So anyway, the whole deal is this, right? There's a video of Steven going down on someone that you can't see. You only see the part of them that Steven is going down on, and not particularly well. Like, I haven't seen it, but that's what I've heard. It wasn't a great job that he was doing, let's just say. And people are speculating that that's Nick Fuentes. Why are they speculating that? Because of some texts that were released, some texts that were leaked, I think it was Discord conversations, and Steven's talking about doing that to a guy for the first time, and it happens to be right around the same time that he had Nick Fuentes on his show to debate, to talk to, and to eat chicken and waffles with. Yeah, that's right. So we can confirm that they hung out. We can confirm that they ate chicken and waffles. We cannot confirm that, like, Nick Fuentes was Steven's first experience with a guy, and for fuck's sake, I hope not. I mean, like, God, Steven, you could do better. Nick Fuentes? Really? Really? Why does it feel weird to hear Destiny being referred to by his first name? I hear Steven, and I think about the doofus white guy, not a predator. Oh no. You know, it's even weirder for me, right? Because the reason I met Steven... Okay, so this is embarrassing, right? To me. Way back in the day, I was friends with a certain Merrick DeVille. Right? That is no longer somebody I call a friend for a variety of reasons. But I had Merrick on my stream. I was talking to, I think, Merrick and somebody called the Scrub King. And Steven wanted in on the conversation. And so I was like, big streamer wants to come on my stream? Okay, I guess so. And I talked to Destiny for a little bit. I never really did get through to him in any sort of way. I you know, had some real reservations about what he said when he comes on my stream and he starts talking about how it's okay to call people subhuman because it's such an abstract insult. He's complaining about how you can't call people fat, you can't call them ugly, you can't call them stupid. You know, there's all these rules, but it's still okay you know, if subhuman is okay. And I didn't mention the obvious that, like, Steven, that's like Hitler's favorite insult. Like, right? That's literally something that the Nazis really love to call people to. But anyway, yeah, he had he was in the middle of a fight with Demon Mama, and I think he was calling her subhuman, and you know, talking about how he wanted to run her off the internet. So that was my introduction to Steven. And the reason that I sometimes call him Steven is because Merrick would always call him Steven. So I don't know how close they were, but my boyfriend agrees that Destiny is terrible at the suck. He's not a proficient. He needs to level up. He needs more XP, maybe. I don't know. We can get him some more Nazis to practice on, I guess. Although, again, chat, we don't know if that was Nick Fuentes. That's just a speculation. Obviously, Destiny denies it, and Nick denies it. He did have a relationship with Lauren Southern. A relationship that was apparently so impactful on Destiny that he considered ending his current relationship to make the Lauren Southern thing more official. I met Merrick at a protest in Louisville. I was tasked with protecting all the armed leftist firearms inside the church. We had a sanctuary, and she wanted us to let her hide in that room. Yeah, I've heard some strange stuff about her activities at protests. Like, I mean, she was heavily involved in that movement, right? But I think there was some questions about, you know, her signing up to be like a street medic or something, and just not really being ready to actually do the job. So I don't know. Demons are superhuman, ironically. Wait. Like, in order to be ironic, Narwhal? Thank you, Davy, for the super chat.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Fatty Fort Merrick.
What if old Merrick? Oh my god, wait, are you saying what if Merrick and Rudyard were a couple? Did you just benefer Merrick and Rudyard? Oh my god, you blew my mind. But thank you once again for the super chat. And also, anyone else notice the super chat has a different voice now? It's got I don't know what's up with this voice. It's still British. It's still at least slightly sassy. It's on the sassy side. I like to stay on the sassy side. Always on the sassy side. Do I need more light? No. Oh, Demon Mama can't be subhuman if she's in fact a demon. That's true. That is true. Yeah, they are generally portrayed that way, at least in Buffy the Vampire. Why did they call her the Vampire Hunter and not the Vampire Huntress? I'm not big on the gendered occupations, you know, but I do. If I hunted, I would want to be a huntress, right? I think I like the new voice. I'm strangely okay with it too. Yeah, Rudyard is always talking about Merrick. Are you serious? Is that real? You could be lying to me and I wouldn't know. I mean, I've just never seen him do that, but that doesn't mean he doesn't do that. We need Microsoft Sam. Well, you know what we got today, chat? We got Deepseek. Anybody messing around with Deepseek yet? Look, there's a new cyber brain on the market, okay? There's a new cyber brain. Oh, Buffy was more of a slayer or slayeress, a slayeress. She does slay. She definitely does slay. Yeah, it was such a weird situation too, because like I've done a decent amount of content with Demon Mama. We weren't close. All right, she will back me up on this. We were never like friends or anything like that, right? We never hung out, but we did a decent amount of content together. And although I had my reservations about her as well, she always kind of rubbed me the wrong way. You know, she was much like Vosh in Destiny. She was just like an out of control ego, and it was like anytime I had her on a panel show, it was like, okay, it's the, you know, to her, it's the Demon Mama show, right? It's like she doesn't care about the other guests or anything, but whatever. It, like, she's not, the whole thing about Demon Mama was that even though she rubbed me the wrong way, she wasn't any worse, you know, than any of the guy streamers and debate bros that hated her guts. Like, I was like, okay, so, but like, you know, you're complaining about her, and I'm given to agree with some of your complaints, but how is she worse than Destiny? How is she worse than Vosh? She's not. She's very, you know, this is just like a woman does what these guys do, and all of a sudden she's a villainess. She's bad. Deepseek is like the best argument against capitalism fuels innovation. Communist China has no innovation. Like, ironically enough, Jen, it was the limitations put on, it was the on the kind of technology that China could access that caused Deepseek to be invented and causes it to be so innovative, right? It was forced to try to do the same stuff that things like ChatGPT were doing. What is that? What I need to learn this, chat. R1 is Deepseek. Is O1 open chat GPT? There's O1 and there's O3. I don't know anything about this stuff. I've never really used, the only thing I've ever tried to use AI for was to ask it to give me challenging things that I could do in a Minecraft Let's Play. Right? That's the only time I've ever used it, was like to ask it questions about Minecraft. The burden that poor white guy has to suffer the unbearable weight of the lowest bars of expectation around basic human decency. How he manages, I'll never know. Super Slayin. Buffy the Vampire Slayette. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Put some respect on her fictional name. What's wrong with the Slayeress? I feel like there should be Slayeresses.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Huntress always makes me think of the Catalic lady calling herself the Pink Huntress and battling the Sun people. She was really crazy.
Wait, who's the Catalic lady? Do I have to look this up? What is the Catalic lady? Wait, I can't find this. Catolica? Craziest Kickstarter in history? It's a board game? Are you fucking kidding me? Catolica is a strategy game for 1 to 4 players that focuses on building successful stellar culture that spans across the galaxy. Sounds like fun. 85 backers pledged $7,840 to bring this project to life. Story. There's nothing wholly unknowable, nothing imagined that can... am I on the right thing? Yeah, this is a Kickstarter. Oh my god, chat. Wow. I don't know if I should say this or not. Tell me more about Catalika, okay? Why is it so famous? Or why is it the weirdest? Why is it the craziest Kickstarter? What went wrong? What went weird with the Kickstarter? People were backing the developer, I guess you would call her, of this game at levels of like 200, 125, 100. I mean, it doesn't look like was there, like, it got funded a lot. Look into the lady who made it a bit more. Do I really want to? Do I want to do that, chat? Like, as in search her name?
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. The look into the lady who was making it.
Chat, I'm afraid that if I stare into the void will stare straight back at me. And I have such a good life now. I don't need that void. I don't need that void. Sun terrorism was a factor? Wait, what sun terrorism? Are we talking about, like, what are we dealing with here, chat? This actually sounds like an interesting rabbit hole for sure. So are you telling me to Google the name of the designer of this game? Is that what, chat? Oh my god, chat. I can't spend too much time on this, but last updated November 3rd, 2023. Wait, it got funded up to like almost $8,000. 85 backers. Did it not get made? That person to pledge average is wild. Wait, person to pledge average? Where does it say that? Oh my god, there's a lot of information about this. Funding period July 4th, 2011 to August? Wait, they got funded $8,000 in the space of 45 days? I mean, the art does look pretty good. You know, it like, I can imagine this being a pretty fun game to play. I'm just like, that just seems like such a fat, like, July 4th to August, like, almost, like, a little bit more than a month. That's a small number of backers with big pledges. What does that mean? Just math it. Okay, I should math it. I'm not good at mathing things, though. Let's see, calculator. What do we got? We got $7,840 divided by 85. No, not 58. 85. Wait, so it's an average of... Is that right? 92? Is that like a big number? Nearly 100 per backer? That's a lot. The lady who made it was very scared of people who have a more natural resistance to the sun because they are plant people. I'm a fair white skin folk, so there's something about the sun terrorism. Wait. Are we... Just read anything about the creator? Is this creator, like, notorious? So if you're resistant to the sun, then she says you're a plant person? Is there like some kind of skin color thing going on here? Is it like... Oh no, if any... Yeah, it gets racist. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's what it sounded like you were saying. Ah. Oh no. Okay, what is this? The final Catalika update is wild. Okay, so here's what I'm getting. The person who created it was suffering from a mental illness. There were delays. There was an explanation about the delays. She's talking about the sun in the sky. Oh, the son contacted her about the board game. She eventually came up with a new theory. Oh my god. Chat, I feel like I shouldn't be reading this. I feel like I shouldn't be, like... Oh no, she was like a femme Rudyard with... who liked science fiction instead of fantasy. You're sorry you're late to the stream? Oh my god, Clay, you're good. You're good. I'm sorry I'm I don't know, chat. I'm like, I kind of want to look more into this, but I know I got to get the streams started, like, because not everybody came here to learn about the rabbit hole of board games, science fiction, and racism, the overlap between those things, which apparently we have found the nexus. I promise you, though, I will read up on this, and maybe if I decide it's safe, I'll tell you about the other... Alright, I'm gonna say it, alright? We're gonna move on. We're gonna talk about Destiny. He's come back to streaming. He had a little bit... He said that he didn't have anything to say, and then he went on to talk for like 20 minutes. So we'll watch those 20 minutes of Destiny talking. We will look at what Deepseek is doing potentially to the tech bros that's making them cry. And we'll watch Cenk Uygur lose it on Don Lemon. Alright? The reason that I'm switching subjects, despite the fact that there does seem to be a decent amount of interest in this from chat, let's just say this might hit too close to home, alright? Like, one of the people involved sounds like somebody I used to know, so let's just leave it at that, alright? Because I don't want to have to deal with any of that nonsense ever again. Yeah, we gotta talk about Destiny. And why did he come back to streaming? He memed through it. He posted his Dr. Disrespect memes. He's doing like a Trump. Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do. I think Destiny is trying to do a Trump. He's trying to beat the charges from... Yeah, the Tech Bro Cope has been incredible. And especially given, like, we're talking about, like, national policy. Like, we're talking about the government getting invested in this. Parthenon, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sorry to sidetrack you. No, I'm glad you did, Davy. I'm glad you did. I really do need to look into this. And I'll report to you with my findings, maybe. I just, I'm just a little bit nervous about, talking about, events related to what seems like somebody's mental illness here. But yeah, it does sound quite wild. Parthenon, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Creflo Dollar, you just got weaseled. Crackle Bearer. Oh, I see what you did there, Crackle Bearer. And I approve. You just got weaseled. Bildo Myers. Bildo? Is that like a combination of Bilbo and some other words? I don't know. Maybe you just like to build, but either way, you just got weaseled. Jana Luca? Oh my gosh, my German pronunciation is so bad. Jana Luca, you just got weaseled. There we go. That's how you pronounce German stuff. And Oscar Perez, you just got weaseled as well. Get weaseled. Short Nvidia. Hey, I can't give you any investing advice here. Destiny can't quit the mic. He's drawn to the He's drawn to it like chicken and waffles with fascists. Oh my god. Chud Logic came back to the streaming today, as well as reacting to the whole Destiny situation after being on break. I saw the weirdest thing, chat. I saw the weirdest thing. So I looked at Chud Logic's stream. He had over 5,000 in his chat, which I think is maybe a record for him. I don't know. I'm not the world's biggest Chud Logic expert. Okay, I don't know why people think I would be. I know a lot about Chud Logic. How can you get weaseled? It's I think, okay, wait a minute. One is like how much you talk in chat. I think that, yeah, I think how much you talk in chat plays into it. And I think the other thing that plays into it is if you allow gifted memberships. Anybody know where that is? There's a place where you can select on your YouTube account that you're willing to receive gifted memberships. I don't know why the default is to not let you receive them, because it seems ridiculous, but that's how that works. As far as I know, that's as much as I know. The AI bubble is bursting. Yeah. Look, the United States and the tech bros and Donald Trump were counting on AI conferring a massive advantage on the US economy. They were counting on it because of some, export controls that they had done. They had done everything they could to try to keep China from getting the resources, keep Chinese companies from getting the resources they needed to really compete in this market. And they thought that they had done it. And all they did, I don't want to say like nature finds a way, but they put the Chinese companies in a situation where they were forced to do more with less. And they rose to the occasion. They rose to the occasion, developing an AI which is open source, which has no paywall or anything like that. So in other words, it's now a free resource that is either as good or better than ChatGPT or any other AI, assistant tool that you might use. The Nasdaq and the markets here are just crashing and burning. Isn't Chud Logic transphobic because he was a chaser who got rejected? What makes you think I would know about that? Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not far off, Davy. You're not far off. Chat, I feel like I'm just like, I don't like to be too close to the story. Let's just put it that way. Today was an overaction. It'll bounce back. I bought 100. Yeah, I mean, that's probably smart. I don't know. There is hype, but I own a consultancy firm that researches this stuff. AI bubble is not bursting today. It was China, because China developed a new AI. There was a lot of panic, though. You have gifts allowed. Okay, well, yeah, infinitely more likely than that you'll be weaseled. Oh yeah, what's the deal? Some accounts are not eligible. Oh no, yours is not eligible, BCatK. Oh. The market is irrational. I guess so. That sounds pretty irrational. If that was an overreaction, right? Because it was a huge reaction. I mean, this was like national. This had like national implications, right? The way that people were treating it. Is this Final Fantasy VII music? Yes, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anyway, I should probably get moving. I just like, wow, chat. I gotta say, okay. I love when I can share useful information to you. All right, that's awesome. I love when I can entertain you. I love when I can take you through a story that maybe you wouldn't have been able to get through by yourself. You know, we cover a lot of stuff that's like kind of like, do I really want to watch that? No, I'll watch it with Irene. So I'm glad I am glad that you appreciate me, but I also wanted to say that I appreciate you and the information that some of you bring into here, right? It is like mind-blowing. Right? That I've got people that actually know about, you know, not just AI and the technology, but the market, the stonks. This is just stuff that I don't know about. Great title. Oh, thank you. So, I mean, we'll see how destroyed the Broligarchy really is, but we got some people in chat saying that the rumors of its demise may be slightly exaggerated. Yeah, cringing with something. Exactly, Sam Goldstein. Sometimes you need to cringe with somebody. Wait until the US has their Stargate. What is Stargate? Can somebody explain that to me? I feel like I need to, like, get really educated really quick about tech. Because I just don't... Yeah, stonks. All I know about stonks is diamond hands, right? You gotta have the diamond hands. Hold on to that meme stonk. Use Robinhood to buy it or something. I don't know. Hot Ham Radio says, I, for one, am value-tained. I'm glad to hear that. Oh my god, chat, you blew my mind today. See, like, stories that I never would have, like, looked up by myself, and now I'm like, and now I gotta know more about this, apparently unique kickstarting campaign for a board game. I mean, it's definitely in the right place at the right time, though. That was right at the height of when board games were getting big. And yeah, the art did look pretty amazing. Stargate does seem to be an epic deal between OpenAI and Oracle. Isn't the guy that runs... Okay, so the guy... OpenAI is Sam Altman, right? And then Oracle is... Isn't he kind of a right-wing weirdo that owns Oracle? As somebody who creates legal contracts for these companies who buy these companies, they're all going back out as soon as one trip up? Wait, what? For Stargate? What is Stargate? It's a device that lets you travel through wormholes to other planets. Oh, I want it to be. I desperately want it to be. Something weird is going on. Let's see if I can fix it. Also, I gotta say that Destiny is one guy that looks very different under different lighting conditions. It's kind of strange. There it is. All right, so what do we have? We have our little gnome dude on a vacation. On a vacation from reality. He's become divorced from reality. Hanging out with the mushrooms. We've also got the possibility of bonus content tonight. The very, very likely possibility of bonus content tonight. Right now, with 67 of you having voted, in the poll on YouTube, Francesca Onzateo is in the lead at 46%. Emma versus the Vanguard on AOC is in second place with 30%. Finishing What If Alt Hissed, yes, we do have a little bit more of that I didn't quite get to the end of that rabbit hole, so if you want to go further down that rabbit hole, that's at 15%. New Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studio Video at 9%. Oh my god. What is going on here, even? I need to catch up with chat here. 60%? We're at 60% already. We are at 60% of the dono goal already. If we make up the rest of the 40%, we'll see some extra content. I'll stay on a little later than I normally would and cover one more topic with you. Which topic? One of these. The topic that you're voting for, and also the topic that you name when you donate. Because when you donate, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is by telling me which of these topics right up here, which of these topics that you favor, and I'll be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, thus giving it a few extra points and maybe putting it over the top. And that goes for, yeah, the dono goal goes forward whenever you do a super chat, whenever you do a super sticker, whenever you get yourself a membership, or you gift a membership to others, whenever you support me on Throne, or, is that even the right link? Anyway, I'm so confused, chat. Everything is weird. My OBS has changed. YouTube makes it hard to get gifted. It's weird. It is weird. Twitch makes it easy. YouTube makes it hard. You're right about that. You're right about that, Ducky. Shakespeare in with a super chat. The Grill in Sicilian. And thank you for helping me show how this works. So look at this. Shakespeare donated a super chat. So
Yes, Troy super chatted $5.
Spankology? I mean, that's not on. Oh my god, I hate to say it, but we did Spankology. It wasn't last night, but it was like, I think the night before. The night before last night, Spankology actually won. So I've covered Spankology. Oh yeah, so I was going to show you how this works. So Shakespeare said the Grill in Sicilian. Now, most people that might not mean much to, but I know that when Shakespeare says the Grill in Sicilian, she means what if alt hist. So I add a 2 right there on what if alt hist. And I can add your dono as well if you just let me know either in the super chat or in chat, you know, which of these topics you want to see me cover, and it'll make it more likely for it to win. It goes to the Rudyard Fund, says Shakespeare. I know, I'm mad. Oh, I mean, it was a good segment. It was a really good segment. It was last night because I remember coming in for like 5 minutes. It wasn't last night. It was definitely not last night. I think it was Saturday night, Davi. Yeah, that might have been the last stream you watched, but there isn't a separate video. NCC needs an editor if anyone would like to help her. Yeah, we talked about doing an NCC industrial complex, kind of like what Hassan does. And then that could be like the farm team, right? That's my idea. It's like, okay, so here's the idea, right? Any of you, if you want to, you can make a channel on YouTube. You can edit my videos and you can put them up. And from those people that are doing that, I'll like look at your work and use that pool of people as a pool to hire an editor for when I do, like when I'm able to. Because right now, we looked at some of my latest videos and they were making anywhere from like $10 on ad. Well, I mean, probably even less than that in some cases. But it depends on how the video does, right? So last thing I want to do is like give somebody a job, be like, you're an editor, but the deal is you're making a percentage of the ad revenue, and then that not be very much money, because you know what? Editing is hard work. Editing is, I should know, editing is very hard work. It's very time intensive, and I would hate for somebody to do a lot of work, and then, you know, if the video gets 2,000 views, you know, that's like $10 maybe. It's just not, it just doesn't seem like, and that's like you getting all the ad revenue. Editor tryouts. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do editor tryouts, right? And you know, at the very least, it'll get my videos out there to more people. It works for Hassan, so we'll try it here. See how it works. Editor gets a percentage. See that this is the thing I don't like, Redmond, Barry, and this is why I haven't hired an editor, is that like giving somebody a percentage of what is likely to not be very much money. It's just like, I don't, you know what I mean? If I have an editor, I want to be able to make sure that they're taken care of. That at the very least, they're getting, you know, they're getting money for the time that they put into it. And I feel like, you know, unless an editor comes along and just somehow does the epic edit, makes the epic thumbnail, chooses the epic title, right? I don't know if that's likely to be much. Davy Cliff says, Odin speaks in me and I'm summoning Angra Manu right now to contact Rudyard. Wait, what was Angra Manu again? Or how much do Twitch editors earn? Well, wait, now on Twitch, I think editor is like it's like a role, right? So it's like, you know, how I have Twitch mods, you know, Twitch allows me to select an editor, and I think what that does is it gives them access to my videos. But I haven't had one. Stop sunlocking. It's CC, she's working. I don't know. It's my fault if I got stunlocked, but thank you, Narwhal. I'm going to comment saying I'm not qualified, but topic specific is needed. Also, I definitely couldn't do it consistently. That's perfect, right? Because I don't have the ability to like bring somebody on full time. Certainly not like as a full time job, and yeah, it would be very limited. Zoroastrian Satan is the best way of describing Angra Manu. I've got a lot of research to do, chat. Apparently, I haven't read enough Nietzsche to have encountered some of this stuff. There will be a good project for someone who is learning or wants to get better at editing. That's true. Have I ever tried using Premiere? So you're talking about Premiere Pro, right, Clay? I don't use Premiere Pro because it's a paid for like I think you pay for it either by the month or by the year, and I don't have money to pay for editing software, so I use DaVinci. DaVinci has a free version, and it's not bad. It's not bad. It would be better if I could afford the full version, but the free I do okay with the free version. What I don't have is time, right? Because I spend so much time on stream, I don't have the time that I would to edit. And I've thought of various ways to get around that, like maybe editing on stream. I've done that before, but I feel like it's only really interesting to edit a video on stream when it is like a highly anticipated. So the example I can think of a video that I edited on stream and had a decent viewership for would be like the Demon Mama versus Riley Grace Rochong debate back in the day, right? Everyone was really interested in that debate, and I had like the best version of it because I was able to take both of their videos and stitch them together so that they're both on the screen at the same time. I need a gluten LA style vegan love pizza. What's a love pizza? Does the editing need any fancy stuff or just clips? I mean, it's mainly clips. I honestly should write a style guide. I'll try to see if I can do that. Anyway, chat, I am getting stun locked. Narwhal is right. I must proceed. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to proceed to do is to thank my Patreon, because honestly, I don't know what I would do without you, Patreon, and I appreciate the support from you. Everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get the access to the videos, sometimes uncensored, sometimes like with no, no naughty words cut out of them, and you get them before anybody else does. So that's kind of cool, and that's at any level and every level, right? At the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me read those to you right now. So shouts out to Orel Ellipsis, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe Noape, shouts out to Magoggles, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, there we go. You get access to premium streams. You get access to also we've just set up I've just set up a new Discord, and I'm bringing in members, Twitch subs, and Patreons first to get those roles figured out. And eventually I'm going to bring everybody onto it, and we'll have a streamlined, leaner, meaner Discord is the idea. But at the moment, I'm just getting it set up. So yeah, if you have any kind of membership, you can sign up for the Weasel Cord. And when you do, I'd love to hear from you what ideas you would have for channels that we should have. What should the Discord look like? What would you like in a Discord? What kind of channels? So be on the lookout for that. As far as the premium streamium, those right now are kind of coming along with everything else. At this moment, I haven't really paywalled anything. But yeah, we should eventually do some members only content. I've just been a little overly generous recently. Vegan love means vegan cheese, tempeh Italian sausage. Sometimes it's called vegan amor. Oh, I've never had it, but it's LA sauce. Oh my god. Wait, so are you telling me it's like a New York pizza, but like more so? Crispy crust. That's my favorite thing. Oh my god, Discord is a nightmare sometimes. Jeez, I'm sorry, Clay. That sucks. I've had some weird experiences on Discord. Twitch editors are employed by Twitch, not by the streamer. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, you might be talking about something I don't know. I do know that there's a role on Twitch, just like there's a role for VIPs and a role for mods. There's a role for editor, and those editors would be people that I guess would be cutting highlights for streamers. I think that's what anybody. I mean, anybody on Twitch? No. I haven't ever used one, but we do have to get to where we're going. And where are we going? We're going to Destiny. We're going to Destinyville. Going down to Destinyville. Look at this little gnome. See, he's trying to meme his way through a scandal. And it's not like a scandal that's just like, you know, you were... It's not like you did something goofy. It's not like you were wrong about JDAMs. I mean, this is a scandal about betraying the trust of people you were very close to, right? Betraying the trust of people that you were intimate with in the worst way. So Destiny is going to try to turn this all into a joke, and that's how he started out handling it. Remember, when these revelations came out and Destiny came on stream for the first time, all he said was like, "What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? Sometimes you got to roll with the memes." So that's what he's been doing. He's been rolling with the memes, and it's just not very funny. Like, it's a very hard to make sharing nudes of people without their consent. It's hard to make that funny. Editor is a super mod that can set raids. Oh, okay. Huh. I think they can also edit highlights, but yeah, I guess that's a more that could be useful. Anyway, let's get to Destiny chat. My mind is all over the place. Did I tell you I have ADHD? Oh, you can probably tell. You probably know that I've got ADHD. I should probably get on some Vyvanse too. What's going on? Look at this gnome. So yeah, he's trying to retreat into DGG lore here, right? The gnome is there because there was a... Oh no, it's Dan. Wait, did you see that? Landlord Dan. There he is. There he is. He doesn't like Pepe. Anyway, there's you know how the poop sock is Hassan's always getting poop socked? Like, people will send him, like, be like, "Hassan, you gotta look at this video," and he looks at it and it's like, "Mom found the poop sock." And it's this, like, this certain video. Destiny had the gnome. And it's just this, like... Here, I'll find it. It's called "You've Been Gnomed." Technically, chat, this is like me gnoming myself.
Hello, my old chum. I'm not a elf. I'm not a goblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been gnomed.
So the gnome comes by and gnomes you. That's why Destiny's a gnome. What's up with the fish? I'm trying to remember what the fish is. I don't know what the jump rope girl is either. Alright, here we go. Destiny, what possibly could you say at this point, Destiny?
Why move rooms? I mean, I can close that door in the background so nobody can see anything, anybody walking in or out. And then I think it'll help with the AC and the heating if I'm in this room for reasons having to do with my duct work.
Is that what white culture is? I think we finally found it, Davy. I think we finally found an example of white culture. Oh, was he listen? Yeah, he started off with Dr. Disrespect's music in the background. The reason he's doing that, right, is that like that was one of the memes that he posted on Twitter. So he didn't say anything. He gave a response, let's see, on he did an effort post on Reddit to try to explain his side of the story on the Pixie thing. He didn't have any answer for the Cherry thing, right? But the Cherry thing is more egregious in that Cherry claims to have not been aware that she was even being recorded. So Cherry, that's the where potentially criminal charges could apply. He did not respond to that. What he did though was he went kind of buck wild um on his site chat. How do I explain site chat? He's got a website that he, just like Vosh has VGG or Vosh.gg, Destiny has DGG, which is the website, right? So he's streaming on Kick, usually, or would it be Kick and YouTube, I guess? But he's kind of encouraging his viewers to watch him on Destiny.gg because that's he gets all the money for those subs, right? So that's Vosh and Destiny each have a website. So this means that there's a site chat that exists that goes on 24/7, even when he's not streaming, and people hang out in the site chat. People that are fans of Destiny just hang out in the chat and talk, and sometimes he comes in there too. Let me see if I can find a few examples of. Geez, there's a lot, isn't there? All right, here we go. I got an example for you. This is what Destiny had to say about Denims. You remember we watched Denim's video yesterday. Now, Denims had a different story, right? In that Denims wanted to make real clear that, she had never been intimate with Steven, but almost, or she basically says because of that, because she refused his advances, she got, kind of harassment from Destiny and from DGG. Here's Destiny's response in site chat. So you see where it says Destiny GG, right? This is just it's offline chat basically. Destiny lol w. I could just publish it. So remember how Denims was saying that Destiny had some kind of recording on her, not a nude one, not an intimate one, but something recorded that he was holding over her head. He says, I could just publish it. I still have this recording. Actually, oh wait. What even was the date on this? Ripig, what is Ripig? Is that an emote? She was literally on her way back to the airport, begging me to come back and meet her halfway to F because she was so dead. That's not what she said. The only thing I wanted was for both of them to leave because how insane they were both being. Lol W. What the fuck could I even blackmail Denims for? Aufheben, not even lit. Okay, so he's talking to another chatter there. Denims was forever ass pained because she lost her in her race to the moon against Lily Fox. Oh, Lily Fox must be Little Lee Fox. Little E Fox. I don't know who Destiny's referring to there, and I almost don't want to speculate. You don't think it's Lily Pichu, right? Pepe laugh. No one remembers the true lore. So anyway, yeah, this is what he was doing in his site chat. He wasn't exactly quiet. The other thing that he was doing was memeing on twitter.com. Let's find this. So here's something that he posted. He found a Goon barbecue, a Korean barbecue place. He thinks it's funny because he's a gooner. I guess, I don't know. It seems like kind of a shitty, just not that funny of a joke. Oh, here we go. This was the real meme here. Me getting ready for my return stream. And he's buying basically Dr. Disrespect's outfit. So the joke here is that he didn't do anything with underage people. So therefore, how bad could it be? I don't know. It's his attempt to meme his way through it. It does seem like it might be a good restaurant, Conrad. I've never actually had Korean barbecue.
Camera's too high, in my opinion, and banned for camera advice. I'll probably fuck with it a little bit over the next few days. Man, what a wild ride, guys. You almost didn't get off this one. I had a bunch of stuff I wanted to talk about, but I didn't write anything down because it was too fucking cringe. So I guess we'll just run through. We'll run through a few things. For a lot of you, it's going to be a really disappointing stream, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's going to be disappointing. I wanted to disappoint you. Okay. Fuck, I should have written stuff down, actually. For the juicy stuff, this is what I will say. I'm glad that I've inspired so many people to go the litigation route. However, unfortunately, that severely restricts what would be wise for me or what I am capable of saying publicly about anything. I do look forward to the continuation of and ideally the resolution of that process, hopefully sooner rather than later. But I think my two legal teams now are probably going to hate me for saying anything at all. So I can't really
For saying anything at all right? I mean, that all makes sense. The lawyers don't want you to say anything at all. I mean, you understand this, chat. The lawyers don't want you to say anything at all, but they didn't say anything about singing.
It's been a while since I saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that are quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though. Just as long as it's entertaining to you. Right? You guys having fun?
Oh, well, that's the Ethan Klein one. Unfortunately, we don't have there's no Destiny one. Why did nobody make a Destiny one?
say much insofar as that goes, unfortunately.
I mean, the dude can play the piano. I was hoping that when he said, my lawyer said I can't say anything, I was hoping he was going to sing it. What is Destiny's eye color normally? Narwhal, I noticed that too. He looks so different. And I mean, like, obviously he's been through a lot of stress. Maybe he's not sleeping, you know? I mean, you got that going on, but yeah, his eye color looks a lot different, and a lot about him looks different. And as I was looking through pictures of Destiny, I noticed this guy looks like a different dude, almost like depending on the lighting. He has very different looks.
Fuck, I should have written down what I wanted to say. Here are a couple of
All aboard?
things that I'll say that that have been kind of like bouncing around in my brain. The first thing is
no, I think what it is, Narwhal, I think what the eye thing is that we're seeing this looks like natural lighting. This looks like the sun's actually coming in the window, and most of the lighting is natural.
The first thing I will say, well, I'll say the most important thing, okay? Regardless of what you've heard online, or regardless of your desire to simp for me, or shit on me, or simp for anybody else or whatever, obviously, taking any things or sharing any things non-consensually is never good. Don't ever do that. Don't defend that. Don't be that guy. I only say that because I saw some people were typing shit over the past week who were like, oh, like, this doesn't matter. Who cares? Even if this did happen or whatever.
Chat.
That's not cool, okay? So, number one, don't be that guy, okay?
Chat, they were literally in my chat saying this shit. They were literally in my comment section saying it's 2025, the president is a rapist. Destiny's indiscretions don't matter because Trump got away with all of it. And I was like, I'm sorry, but your guy's not Trump. And I'm not the Republican Party. I'm not MAGA, right? The kind of charitability that MAGA has got for Trump is not something that really exists elsewhere. Hector Gaming says contact lenses. I didn't think about that, Hector, but I guess it's a possibility. He does look. He looks way different. Yeah, that's why I'm like wondering. I'm thinking it's just the lighting though. Only ever see Epstein in clips, but I feel like his eyes have never been this blue.
Number one, who's defending anything like that, okay? Don't do that. Number one. Number two.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Yeah, he's telling his audience not to be that guy that defends that stuff, while he's the guy that did that stuff. Defending it is bad, don't get me wrong, but doing it...
There are a lot of communities that are preying on my downfall, okay? Because all of this is now super public, but because it's also coupled with litigation or threats of litigation, it kind of restricts the public movements that I can make. That was my third legal team. What? The door's not even closed. What's your problem? I can't close the door to this room with the cat here because he freaks the fuck out. Yeah, I will say that it is what? Hi. In some ways it's surprising just how crazy so many other people are. In other ways, I guess it's not surprising
Dabby
at all.
Cliff super chatted
But,
$9.99.
there's a lot of, like...
Destiny is not enough of a zesty New Yorker to pull a Trump deflect.
He's not Zestiny, that's true. He's a lot less Zestiny. And I don't think he's got a YMCA dance. He's got to figure out his YMCA dance first.
Insane things that are being said right now, and I don't know... I just shouldn't say anything with specificity to anything. There's nothing in there, and there's nobody in there. There's literally nothing in there. I'm going to open the door, and you're going to look in.
Dr. Disrespect moment? Does chat think that's a child? I mean, he does have a kid, but his kid is kind of grown up. That's a cat, I think. Yeah, he's talking to his cat.
And then you're going to leave immediately. He's like the fucking door patrol.
I mean, he does have a child, but I think his child's like 14.
Do you want me to open it? Yeah?
Oh, the cat's kind of cute.
Okay. Yeah. Crazy that some people have been waiting with a knife behind their back, waiting to strike. Well, all I'll say is that fuck.
That's such bullshit. There were so many people that were sweeping for this guy, either because they were afraid, they didn't want to be the first one to come out with it, they didn't want to get like the ire of the entire community on them, or because they were benefiting from their association with Destiny. There were people, you had to peel them off of Destiny, right? I feel like J-Stalk only turned on Destiny because, one of Destiny's victims was Cherry. Like it's
Me, I should have written down a speech or something. I fucked myself.
like I don't know, it's his chat talking to him, and they're like, yeah, all these people with knives just waiting for your downfall. That's not what went on, right?
There's a lot of weird like people talking together and doing really weird things.
I mean, yeah, the enemies definitely, but I mean, you expect that, like, and especially considering like how many lives Destiny has probably destroyed, right? How hard he goes on people, nuking them from orbit when he gets into a drama with somebody. Considering that, like, yeah, his enemies like being excited for his downfall. That's no surprise.
I don't know why. I mean, I guess I kind of know why, but I really am looking forward to the litigation process. Depending on how far it goes or whatever, I'm really looking forward to that being finished, so that I can speak a little bit more about this, although I won't as much. I will say that hold on, I can't mention any particular thing. I can't mention anything with any specificity. Yeah, fuck. I think I just have to wait for things. Yeah, that's all I can say. One thing I will say, one thing that sucks, I don't know if this should be considered signal to noise, but when I'm speaking to my community or my fan base, there's like a lot of other people that are out there and who are not looking for anything good whatsoever. Don't mind fuck yourself paying attention to the haters that we're always going to hate no matter what. There are people out there who are like fucking frothing at the mouth to bring on highly questionable people who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say stupid shit, who think that like now all of a sudden these people have like keen insight, and they absolutely do not.
Hey, I'm Dave. Welcome to my
I will
shop.
say that over the past year,
I'm Dave Plummer,
like
a retired software engineer from
2024,
Microsoft,
I've
going
kind of
back
like
to the MS-DOS
distanced myself
in
from like a lot of these
95
communities, and now 2025, obviously we've had the master distancing for a ton of people. So hopefully we
Right,
can
chat.
move in that direction. Or not actually, no, we don't move in that direction. I will say that over the past year, like 2024, I've kind of like distanced myself from like a lot of these communities, and they absolutely do not. People who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say that we're always going to hate no matter what, and who are not looking for anything. But when I'm speaking to my community,
All right, here we go. There we go. This is the proper.
one thing I will say, one thing that sucks, I don't know if this should be considered signal to noise, but when I'm speaking to my community or my fan base, there's like a lot of other people that are out there and who are not looking for anything good whatsoever. Don't mind fuck yourself paying attention to the haters that we're always going to hate no matter what. There are people out there who are like fucking frothing at the mouth to bring on highly questionable people who've said stupid shit in the past and who continue to say stupid shit, who think that like now all of a sudden these people have like keen insight, and they absolutely do not.
So he is 100% referring to Mr. Girl there, right? Mr. Girl had made some allegations about Destiny, maybe right after he washed out of the community. I don't remember what the reason for that was, but haters are going to hate is something every white man says before their great fall. That's true. That is true. Shake it off. Shake it off. But yeah, no, he's talking about Mr. Girl there, right? So Mr. Girl came out with allegations, I think connected to Lavloon, about, Destiny sort of preying on his orbiters. And I was never quite like, again, Mr. Girl's gross. I avoided this stuff, but supposedly he tried to expose Destiny and just got kind of embarrassed. Like, it didn't work. But because he tried to expose Destiny over some similar stuff, people are giving Mr. Girl credit. Mr. Girl is having his moment in the sun. People that normally wouldn't have brought on a guy like this are bringing him on, to say that he was right about Destiny. It's just weird because, like, here's the thing. Like, remember how Destiny's gambit is to try to bring, or Dan's gambit was to bring up something Hassan did. Destiny's fans trying to bring up what Trump did. They're all trying to. The only defense they have is like other people also did bad shit. Maybe some of that shit was worse, right? And this idea of kind of bringing on Mr. Girl and apologizing to him, like I guess Sunday did. We didn't get to that, chat, but Sunday apologizes to Mr. Girl. You literally do not have to hand it to him, all right? And yes, because Destiny did something maybe worse than, arguably worse than Mr. Girl, does not mean, that does not rehabilitate. I mean, that's not how this works.
I will say that over the past year, like 2024, I've kind of like distanced myself from like a lot of these communities. And now 2025, obviously we've had the master distancing for a ton of people. So hopefully we continue to move in that direction. Or not actually, no, we don't move in that direction anymore. That's done. Now we're like hardcore fucking separated. Can you blacklist some of these people? Yeah, there's a lot of these people I'm probably just never talking.
Again, hardcore separated. The only thing I can think of there is the fact that he banned Cherry. That was another thing that he did during this whole thing. Instead of answering anything that Cherry had to say, he banned her. Now, in the past, I think that Cherry was kind of pushed to the outsides of the community and had been maybe like people would talk about Cherry with mental illness listed as a disqualifying factor, right? There was some kind of conflict between I don't know if it was Cherry and Destiny or Cherry and other members of the community, but the story within DGG was that Cherry's fucked up. So don't listen to anything that Cherry says. So they've already kind of got Cherry pushed to the outside of the community. There's already like sort of a precedent for not listening to what she said. But I mean, after coming out with a story even worse than Pixie's story, in terms of Cherry maybe being filmed without her consent, I don't think people are, sympathetic to that line of attack. And this is essentially what he does. Like, this is how he survived scandal after scandal after scandal. You disqualify your accusers. You meme your way through it. Or you find like one little piece of information out of order.
To ever again. I did say I want to write up a list of all the people. Actually, hold on, because there were some people that messaged me to like figure out like what was actually going on before they kind of decided to do all this like crazy public stuff about it. I just want to read off a list of those people. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, and that's all of them. That was a little bit shocking as well, but okay. What do you want? But yeah, that's basically, that's truly a lot of vulture culture streams tonight. A lot of clout hungry people that wanted to spend 12 hours reacting to this are going to be very disappointed, and I'm sure they'll have their own conspiratorial reasons for why I'm saying what I am saying. I do think it is kind of funny how crazy the conspiracy spin around me, but yeah, I think that's about all I can say. Yeah.
I mean, look, this could have been true if you had followed your lawyer's advice. Unfortunately, dude comes in, says that he's not going to say anything, and then proceeds to yap for 20 minutes.
Give us an ETA on when this is all done. I don't really think I can do that. I don't know if that's even possible. But I mean, if stuff starts getting filed, obviously. What's the name of that one guy who did the... what's the name of that one guy? Henry?
1 HP voice, yeah.
Henry Resilient? Maybe he'll go on and he'll start reviewing everything.
Yeah, right. He's not Trump, right?
Has anyone covered it fairly, or should they not have covered it at all? I mean, I can't really say anything in regards to any of that for obvious reasons. Can you talk about the media projects? Are they canceled essentially? I think I'm shutting down Bridges.
Can you imagine being not so erudite right now and hearing that? Especially if this is especially if this is where you hear it from. Right? You did so much work. You put yourself in the line of fire after being compared to Ghislaine Maxwell. And you went on Turkey Tom to defend Destiny. And you don't even you're not gonna keep Bridges.
But I think we're not shutting it down, but selling it basically. Fuck, I'm not trying to sound mean or anything. A lot of stuff is working really well with that, but now basically I just have that studio downstairs to shoot, I guess, what I want. So what happens to the studio? I mean, I'll still be using it for stuff. I recorded an interview with Evil Mike, I think like 5 days ago. But I think August is having to chew through those B-raw files, so. And apparently they're really difficult to work with, so. What about anything else? I think that's still going on. Do your lawyers think you will win or lose the case as a vibe check? I want to say like cutesy stuff, but I really can't say anything. I look forward to like all of that working itself out though, like a lot. That's all I'll say for that. Yeah. Why shut down Bridges? I think people you invite there wouldn't even know about this drama if you resume it in a few months or so. It's more just like, I'm basically like absorbing all that studio and all the assets. I'm absorbing it into my business proper. So if I want to have anybody down there to like invite for a show or whatever, I'll just like basically manage it for my business going forward. Why didn't you stream through it like you advise other streamers who've had scandals like this? I'm trying to think. I think I said some stuff. I'll just reiterate what I've said in my chat before, that I've been streaming through it for like 2 months because there's just been a lot of stuff working through the background. That's been a lot of, but there's a lot of communities that are like moving in tandem with a bunch of things, which is like very weird and very annoying. But have you seen any of the stock market stuff? I saw somebody meme in chat, and then I looked up my Nvidia stock, and I think
oh no, chat, he had Nvidia stock? Oh no.
my Nvidia gains, I think, have been completely wiped out. Canceled my membership to make moral arguments while living your personal life the way you do. I can't justify supporting you. Disappointing. Hey, listen. If you want to leave, or if you're upset about whatever you think has happened or whatever you've heard, you're always welcome to do what you wish. I just want to do politics here. That's how I felt for the past year, at least. Whatever happens in the background where all of this stuff is going through. But, hey, listen. That's all I can say right now. Sorry. Did you get plastic surgery?
Yeah, Simone, he's like he's compulsively posting in his offline chat. But I mean, it's not the first time. It's not the first time we've seen him post weird stuff in DGG's offline chat. People are asking him, did he get plastic surgery? He does look way different. He looks way different. he's going to do a Vosh Fortress arc. I think he's going to try. But again, reality may assert itself. Really simple trick. If you don't want to commit crime, don't record it. And don't make public statements constantly. Yeah, his lawyers have got to be hating this right now.
Yes. Why did you move rooms? Setting up in the last room meant that you had like a camera shot in my living room, which wasn't good for a variety of reasons, and it always covered the door going in and out of my apartment, which was annoying. Basically, one of the things I've had to kind of like come to grips with over the past year, and I'll be speaking less and less about this because it's obviously this is not relatable at all, but is trying to live my life as more of like an actual celebrity instead of like an e-celeb, because there's a lot of like weird shit that like people are doing that I haven't been used to in the past. So I'm kind of like trying to move my life, I guess, more in that direction. But yeah. Also, a nice thing about this room too is that when my girlfriend is here, if she streams in this room, this sounds stupid, but it's the most annoying thing ever. The thermostat is out there, and I think the main AC pump vent is in here. So if I'm streaming out there and I turn the AC on in here, people in this room are fucking freezing to death. And then in that room, I'm still hot. So hopefully this balances out the stuff a little bit more. But those are the two big reasons. Chipotle Mexican Grill donated $50. Court litigation can be tough. Feel up on a delicious steak burrito. I'm going to be honest. The steak at Chipotle is way too much of a gamble. So I'm going to say no.
Steak at Chipotle?
Can you say anything about the Erudite Bridge before we move on to politics? So I don't want to say anything.
What's a Vosh Fortress arc? He's really careful about who he talks to. This is something that Vosh engaged in after, let's see, it started off with like the J.K. Rowling thing. He like responds to J.K. Rowling, who's being transphobic, with literal misogyny, thus giving the TERF exactly what she wants, which is an example of a person advocating trans rights and being misogynistic. This is always what TERFs want to prove, so he does that for her, guaranteeing that he'll be, quote, retweeted. He expects to be able to kind of, use the clout from J.K. Rowling going at him, but like everybody's like, no, you just gave her a layup. Why did you do that, right? So, it starts off with that. Then there's some accusations. I feel like, Cat Black wanted to talk about it on stream. Vosh jumps into Cat Black's DMs, tries to argue her out of it. They end up going back and forth. Vosh accuses Cat Black of sexual harassment after he's already been, really inappropriate to her. And I don't remember, ContraPoints at some point jumps in. And like ContraPoints had been friendly with Vosh up until then. And I don't know what else happened, right? But, he's just getting cooked, right? And usually for Vosh, drama is good. Drama had been really good. Every time he'd gotten into drama, it had been like a DJ Mule situation, right? Where somebody says something about him, and then he goes and laughs at this person, and he turns it into a clout opportunity for himself. So that's what the Fortress arc was. Vosh like not talking to anybody outside of the community, not pursuing any sort of drama, just basically minimizing his exposure. He does this after the Cat Black thing, and then he really does this after Ethan Klein et al. Exposed him for the lolicon thing. Didn't FD Signifier go after Vosh back then? I don't know. Surprised he didn't make an emote about it.
Think about any individual for a variety of reasons. I'll just say I will give them the flexibility to say or do what they want or maneuver how they want. Yeah. Is your GF aware of all the allegations made against you? No. Anytime she opens her phone, I just swat it out of her hand, and then I throw one of those little like cat toys into the corner of the room, and she usually runs and chases it.
How did Vosh get his undergrad degree? This is an interesting story, right? He went to a school that is famous, I think, for its criminology department. His degree is in sociology, right? But there is I don't even know. like, so when we think about when you and I think about sociology, we're generally thinking about sociology that concentrates around conflict theory, right? That's generally what we're talking about. Apparently there's another kind of sociology that has more to do with criminology. So some people think that Vosh graduated from some kind of a cop sociology program, some kind of a criminology oriented sociology program. I can neither confirm nor deny, but there's some interesting stuff around Vosh's college degree. In FD's Break Bread video, he criticized Vosh, among others, as being an example of toxic debate bro culture.
Can you react to the outro of Lex Friedman calling us Ukrainian bot farms? Don't take that away from me, please. Yeah, we'll probably go over that.
Did Stream Elements yoink your comment?
New stream overlay for anything else soon. You mean intro video? Maybe, I don't know. Would you become an ironic right-wing streamer as a massive parody? Fuck no. I almost I'm gonna be honest, I was eyeing that retirement account a week ago. I was like, you know what? I could live off those pretty easily. Can you give us your unfiltered take on the Marianne Williamson convo? Well, my goal with that series of conversations was just to talk to all the people that were running for the DNC chair. And I didn't want to do like hardcore debate bro stuff for any of them. She's obviously way too wishy-washy on some things. However, maybe that narrativizing is important for some people. I'm not sure. I've been unplugged from most stuff for like the past week, so I don't fucking kill myself. What stopped you from going?
Jeez.
Davy Cliff super chatted $19.99. My professor opinion is that he's going try to fight a war of attrition with this case, but if the accuser's lawyers are smart, they will put a bit more skin in the game because they will be able to take everything from Mr. D.
Wait, a battle of attrition here? In terms of the legal cases? So my understanding, the two legal cases that I know about that are going forward are a civil case with Pixie and maybe a criminal case involving Cherry. I think we're up to like 5 victims at this point.
To retirement. I'm going to sound self-aggrandizing, but I don't give a fuck. I really don't anymore. I don't want to stop caring about that. I'm on my hubris arc.
Everything's your arc. Why is everything your hubris arc? It's like...
I think the thing that bothered me the most, I felt like it was kind of like...
It's a new TTS. Yeah, it sounds different. I don't know what happened.
Wasted potential. I feel like there's a lot of unique stuff that I...
Can you imagine chat being a TTS voice and someday they just like reformat you? They change your personality? Lawyers are going to rinse out his pockets.
Offer to the internet. And I think of all the messages I got, hate ones, which I love y'all so much, and nice ones, which I actually did appreciate a lot, as weird as that is to say. Yeah, I feel like I'm relatively unique on the internet, and what I offer is relatively unique.
The new TTS is 007. Are you saying it sounds like Moneypenny?
And it seems dumb to let that, I guess, like, go to waste. But, yeah. Can you tell us who is still absolutely on board? Absolutely on board.
With you. The people that still support you.
I can't And I'm happy that I can't say that, because most of those friends that I've made and those people have all been like offline or not like talent, not on stream over the past year. So
Whoa. Did you get what admission that we just heard there? Did you catch that, chat? The true friends, the true ride or dies, the people that are still on board are not content creators? Is he saying that he's not, like, he doesn't consider anyone? Like, nobody had his back appropriately? Like, including Erudite and Dan? I mean, because, like, what they did is they kind of performatively, like, they took out a wet noodle and whipped him with it. They were like, bad Destiny, you should not share those things. And I know it was because it was before you got on Vyvanse, and it was ADHD Destiny, but that was still very bad boy, right? That was too much for him, apparently.
I can't actually, because you wouldn't even know any of the names, which is actually...
That's who he feels like is still, on board with him. Chat, I'm feeling 1 HP right now. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm gonna sit down for this one. 2 nights in a row doing this. Unacceptable level of lack of support. Yeah, he finds your what is the thing that Darth Vader says? Oh my god, gotta turn this, don't I? Alright, that's gonna always listen to your yes man. It's the best ending in Fallout New Vegas.
so good for me. Yeah. Because holy fuck. What would retirement even mean? Would you be a video game streamer again? No, I would just probably just fucking play video games. And goon all day. The drama is overblown. You only lost 6K subs, and there hasn't been any drama video on you from Penguin Z/Mogul Mail. I'm sure they're coming. I'm sure.
Well, same thing with Dexerto. Here, let's take a look at this. Darth Vader says, "Listen to your heart." Wait, no. What's the thing that he says? I find your lack of something disturbing.
Sure, they're in the pipeline. I will reiterate, and I do want to say this just because I saw some of it. I don't think it's a huge deal, but I don't think too many people think it. But just to be clear, regardless of whatever you think I've done or have heard people talk about me, don't assume. Let's assume. Well, let me be very careful here. Even assuming if I did do the worst things possible, and you still wanted to watch my content, in your mind, the process should be like a separate the art from the artist, or it should be a man, he fucked up really bad, if those things were true that have been said publicly. But don't ever lock yourself in the trap of the person that I like did a thing, so now I'm going to justify the thing. Those are the only comments that I saw in my community that were worrisome to me. All the other shit from all the other vultures and all the other communities that are like coming in trying to like make drama out of this, that don't give a fuck about any victims or any people involved, which is the majority of people, don't give a fuck about any of that. I don't care about that. But just yeah, just make sure that don't ever fall into that trap. Your desktop capture is the wrong resolution. What? Should be 1080p, no?
Such such a weird overlay to run. Where I mean, he's not the only one that's done this. Like he's just literally got his desktop back there. And look, I mean, I would not want to do this. I've always got my computer always pops up alerts at me, and I'm just like, it'd be so annoying if I ran my. Yeah, he's like literally showing his.
Oh, it's 1440. Oh wait, does it not look 1080p? Chances of getting closer to the DNC, or is that Jover? Let's just put that on ice for a little bit, okay?
Wait, have they ever had Star Wars in Kingdom Hearts? They couldn't they? Right? It could be like any Disney thing. Could appear. They've had what? Lilo and Stitch. And that was like somehow in outer space, but
Yeah, let's just take a deep breath and chillax for
Davy, you're making me want to play Kingdom Hearts.
Dad. I don't think we're out of anything though, for good.
The low energy crash out, yeah.
I would say that. Don't
Well, like, look, check this out. He goes on. He streams for like 5 hours after this.
ever count out. Don't ever count us out.
Yeah, it's a lot more low energy than Dr. Disrespect's defense. But then again, Dr. Disrespect knew enough to at least stay gone for a decent amount of time. Like Destiny, what? He probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, he skipped like 3, 4, 5 streams max.
Fuck, are you really gonna make me look at all this shit? I don't know. NV12? I don't know what these, I don't remember what these mean. I knew at one point in time. NV12 video format. Does that look better? Color space default, color range default. Okay. Nick Mullen retired after your podcast. How dare you? Wait, did he actually? No shot.
Mew, but thank you for the super chat, Davy. Did Nick really? I don't know. Chat, do you know what he's talking about? Nick Mullen? I'm not sure if Nick actually retired. I couldn't tell if he was. I couldn't tell if Nick was joking.
On a lighter note, what do you think about Elon's gestures? Autistic or actual salute? I have no idea what form or what brand of autism you would have, where you are like doing, oh shit, I did the wrong one. Fuck, I'm such a bad, fuck, that's like me trying to say the N-word. I don't practice.
So, yeah.
We want to address the fans.
That's Nick Mullen. Nick Mullen was one of the last people to go on Destiny was it Bridges? What the fuck was he on? Was he on Bridges, chat? He was on some Destiny podcast. And it was just before the scandal dropped. And it's weird, right? Destiny, like Adam challenged Destiny to a debate after hearing about him from Hassan. Adam's a friend. Adam and Nick are kind of friends of Hassan. Adam brought Destiny on and actually did defeat him on the battlefield of logic and reason, and in a way that was pretty embarrassing, right? And then somehow after that, Destiny decides to have Nick Mullen on. This is Nick Mullen. It says Nick Mullen is leaving the Adam Friedland show, but I don't know if this is real. I'm not sure.
This is my final episode.
Is that Ari?
This is Nick's final episode.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Ari Schaefer.
What is going on with this podcast?
What I mean, we've been trying to.
Last time I was here, you weren't here.
We've been trying to stop.
He's been complaining about it for a long time. I thought he was kidding. I thought he was just giving Adam shit.
Podcasting for about 47 years now.
Yeah.
No,
I'm doing it. I'm just gonna.
You're stopping.
I'm hitting the road,
yeah,
and by that
What-
I mean going home.
like in a Jack Kerouac way. Yeah,
You're just done with it?
but he hits the road.
yeah.
Wait.
There's road hitting.
It's called hitting the road. The truth is this: is that the talk show we're going to be in the next 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks, several wolves, because honestly, I think there was potential. I think there was potential for that show, but I mean, I will say that it's been less, entertaining as of late. There were some like high watermarks they hit, like with the when Adam did his rap battle against Chet Hanks, and yeah, the Destiny debate. I feel like that was a high point too. Or the oh my god, what's his name for Barstool Sports? He had the Barstool Sports guy on. That was pretty funny.
It's converting it to a new model where it's going to be a once a week show. So the original objective
Instead
for
of?
Nick, instead of once every 6 months or
So when
yeah.
someone's not in London, someone else is fucking not angry.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's my problem, okay? And this is going to be a controversial take, chat. But they shouldn't have fired Dracula. I know Dracula is famously hard to work with. I know that Dracula, obviously was pretty new to editing, but
No.
Who's in London?
god damn it, did that guy ever put the work in?
Is that an expression?
Was I in London?
And Nick's editing just isn't the same. It's just not like, it's not. It's almost like having to work with Dracula was keeping Adam on his toes in a way that working with Nick is not.
Yeah, I think last time I was here.
No, I was where? No, I was seeing I was taking my father to the hospital. I remember I saw you at the stand. You're like, "How was London?" And I was like, "I was taking my father to the
His dad
hospital."
has diarrhea.
That's like
My
the
dad
farm.
had diarrhea.
His dad
I
has
had to take my dad to a specialist in
Dude had diarrhea.
Scottsdale.
It
Yeah.
didn't go well.
It's pretty
Yeah, yeah.
severe explosive diarrhea,
as
which is
bad as
actually
it
it's a psychological diagnosis.
The truth-
It's a lot of people don't know that it's a mental. It's like asthma. It's they're making it up.
The body's just
yeah. The doctor said it's psychosomatic.
Does that sound
yeah.
believable?
Yeah.
It's just break
Yeah.
shit.
It's
Well,
a-
he'll walk into Best Buy and it'll be like a Galaxy Note tablet, 50% off, and just clean up on
Trigger.
aisle 3.
It really escalated after October 7th.
It's
yeah.
it's deal related
Yeah.
mostly.
I got a new special out.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention in the before
Yes.
the plug section.
Well, before you can no longer do plugs. What are you going to do with your...
So anyway, what do you think, Chad? Is Nick really leaving? Like, I mean, you're right about the numbers trailing off, and maybe even the quality of the show too.
Practice enough. Not that. I'm sorry. Whatever the thing is. This one. Doing that twice.
The new Castlevania is out. Anti-corporatist. I no longer have Netflix. Damn it. Damn it. I was waiting on that one. Adam looks like the only white member of the Nation of Islam.
That was so fucking weird. The problem is there's like three explanations. Either one, he's an actual Nazi signaling other Nazis, which I hate to say this, I don't think is the case. Two, he has autism and did that, which is definitely not the case. I've seen so many autistic people in my life and I've never seen them make Nazi salutes. Or three, he knows what it is and he's doing it to troll the media while also signaling to far-right people that they're chill. It's because he's like backing out, or he's backing up like all the crazy fucking far-right parties in all of Europe, which is really weird too. I think it's that one, which is almost as bad, I think, as him being a Nazi. But I guess just as a quick, I should have said, I haven't, bro, this has been a wild week.
Yeah, I've had trouble explaining my theory about Elon, but it's pretty close to that.
Okay, like give me some slack, give me some grace. People have been posting screenshots. Fuck, if I had the videos, this is what I would show you. People have been posting screenshots of like AOC and Nancy Pelosi like doing this, but like when you watch the whole video, they're like, like this. There is not a single video.
Okay, I think that's it. I think that's all he's gonna say about. Like, he should have done the Forrest Gump thing where he's like, and that's all I've got to say about that. Adam Friedland show has a massive overhead. It's no longer three guys in an apartment with a digital recorder. Now they have a commercial recording space in Manhattan. So the trailing, yeah, you're right. You're right. I loved it that he was doing like the Dick Cavett / Charlie Rose show. Like, that was awesome. Destiny loves to defend Nazis. I guess Elon's a bridge too far, though. All right, chat. Now, we've already... we're already through one dono goal and working on a second one. If we get to 200, I will do 2 pieces of content. What are we on for right now? It looks like Francesca on Zateo is winning. Emma versus the Vanguard on AOC is in 2nd place. Finish What If Alt Hist in 3rd place. And New Philosophy Tube / Innuendo Studios in 4th place. Make sure to let me know when you donate which of these topics you want to put your money behind. I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, if you so choose. I agree with Felix Biederman. Elon has no actual control over his body from never working out and drug abuse. I thought it was a Dr. Strangelove thing, maybe. No, I mean, realistically, though, I thought he was memeing, but in a Schrodinger's douchebag way, where not even he knows. Advances in spankometry. That's right. We need to get back to that Silver Lake spankologist. Wait, is spanktometry? Is that what Not So Erudite does? Like, she's not a spankologist, but she's a spanktometrist? Moving through the night so quickly, yeah. But yeah, the 13 of you have voted so far. But yeah, make sure to let me know if you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you contribute to my throne, or you sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly, because Dan Saltman, Ethan Klein, and Destiny are trying to do their darndest to keep us small political streamers demonetized on Twitch. So it's the only way I got paid is if you support me. It's the only way I got paid on Twitch is if you support me on Twitch. So thank you to those of you who do. I appreciate it greatly. It was very Doctor Strangelove. It kind of was. It was very it was like he couldn't control it. But no, I think he did control it. I think he very much controlled it. I think he wanted the reaction that he got, and he was probably trying to take attention off of the fact that, you know, the whole fake gamer drama and the H1B, like, right, he had pissed off the far right, he had pissed off gamers, and he needed something to get them back on his side. So that's my explanation for Elon Musk. Anyway, chat, we've got some shaky Gurga. Can I get some shaky Gurgas in chat? Wait, when was Brace on? Shaky, shaky Gurga. Candidate and attorney, born in 1970, is shaky, shaky Gurga. I gotta make up more lyrics for that, but I'm working on that one. Sasha G, thank you for the super sticker. With the wait, does it say what this is? Hippo character going really fast in his chair, propelling the chair across the room. It's almost like a Mario Kart chair. Wouldn't that be cool to play Mario Karts in like office chairs? I would be down for that. Shaky, shaky Gurga. Anyway, Let's watch some Shaky Gurga. He went on Don Lemon recently. And, I mean, these are two kind of cringe guys.
The good brown.
Don Lemon's weird because he's sometimes cringe and he's sometimes kind of based. But I feel like mostly cringe. If anybody should understand Shaky Gurga here. Oh, I love that. Still. Chat, they meditated. Before the debate. They took a moment. They lit the incest. Why did I say lit the incest? Oh my god, chat, do I not know the difference between incest and incense? No, I should. I do. I know the difference. How did I say incest? They lit the incest. Yes. Oh my god, what is wrong with me? Chat, I don't know what's wrong with me today. Oh my god. But yeah, look at that. Look at that. They're ready. They're getting on their game face. This is beautiful. I know, what the fuck? What the fuck, Edwin? How did that come how did that word come out of me? They lit the incest. Why do I just have incest on the brain? Is it because we just watched Destiny? And I remember that spicy take that he had about how incest is totally good and based. Where did that come from? I don't know, chat. This is what we say now with CEOs. We have to beat them at Mario Kart. There's nothing to us about that. That's true. Yeah, we just hope that they slip on a banana peel in Mario Kart. In Mario Kart, of course. I saw a clip of him what, Don Lemon defending Hassan.
Narwhal_by super chatted $10. Can't wait to go on a fantastic voyage into Rudyard's executive functioning.
Into Rudyard's executive functioning. That is, I'm gonna take that as a vote for Rudyard, Narwhal by nature. Shaky, Shaky Gurga. Look at that. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see if I can Let's see if I can lock in and concentrate.
Maybe we shouldn't hate each other. People go, wait a minute. Are you selling out? Are you a bad guy? Are you going to their camp? But
yeah, what was Don Lemon's deal? Like, he kissed Elon Musk. He kissed Elon Musk's ass, and then he got an interview with Elon Musk, and then he asked like 1 or 2 difficult questions. Not even that difficult of questions, but Elon, yeah, that's right. Elon like was signing him on as like an ex-creator. And then because he asked 2 tough questions of Elon, he lost the gig.
But it is, yes, it is definitely a little bit more ironic for the left to do that because we're supposed to be the open-hearted.
Isn't that legit to say that? Because especially considering if you were talking about the right, let's just say we were, I mean, even like Bush. Like,
I mean, there's a little bit of a paradox of tolerance here that we might want to discuss if you're going to go there, Cenk.
when the right was, when the real Republicans were really in charge. You would say, okay, all right, so he's listening to the right. What is there to listen to the right now? It's the MAGA party, which doesn't care about, they have no principles, they have no morals, and the only person they listen to is their dear leader. So why engage with them? I saw you with Charlie Kirk. Let me play this with Charlie.
I saw you with Charlie Kirk. You two were getting hot and heavy. And it made me so jealous, Cenk.
Kirk, you were at...
Why are you going to do us like that on the left? You're cheating with us. You're cheating on us with Charlie Kirk.
What is this thing? America First. And I'm like, why on earth?
America Fest, yeah.
America Fest.
America Fash.
Why on earth is Cenk Uygur sitting down with Charlie Kirk? Here it is.
I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
I mean, we've been over this chat, but you know what they hate about Mitch McConnell. The thing they don't like about Mitch McConnell is that he's not always been 100% lockstep with Trump. That's what they don't like about Mitch McConnell. It's kind of the opposite of what somebody on the left wouldn't like about Mitch McConnell. The stuff they don't like about Mitch McConnell. They don't like Mitch McConnell because he doesn't kiss ass enough.
Okay, so then, but why Charlie Kirk? We know who Charlie Kirk is.
Why Charlie Kirk? You're acting like a jealous ex. Oh my God, Don Lemon. It's like, of all the people that you could have cheated on us with, Charlie Kirk. He's not even hot. He's not even.
Yeah.
His face is too small for his head. Why Charlie Kirk?
Let's break this one down. So first off, I think that your fundamental premise is actually wrong. And that is why there's this heated debate, argument, conversation around it. So what I said there is exactly right, in my opinion. And so
Spaceybo09
based on my
super chatted
experience,
$5. At Sashik doesn't know how super chats work. SMH. Too bad. We need better edu in the schools. JK, this is my first attempt IDK how this works either.
I mean, you did a good job, though. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Spasibo. Wait, doesn't your name kind of sound a little bit like... Is that how you say thank you in Russian? Oh, no, that's like spicy ba.
so when I would go on right-wing shows in the past, I'd get a wall of propaganda and talking points. And I knew what the talking points were going to be ahead of time. I could tell you before I went on air, and they would always give you the same predictable Fox News talking points. And it was like talking to a wall. It was totally pointless. Now, I've gone on dozens of right-wing shows, and they all have slightly different opinions. I think today, the right-wing base is in some ways... I get what you're saying about it. In some ways they're worse, but in some ways I think it's better than in the past. And I get that I'm seeing that before others do because I've had that experience of interacting with them so much. And I get that people look at it and go, oh, that can't be right. MAGA's all bad. And if Cenk is telling me that there's parts of where we might agree or parts where they might not be bad, then I guess Cenk must be one of them. And you know the Dave Rubin track, so people get like as soon as
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you. Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah,
and we can talk about Dave Rubin because that is the. Anyways, so let's talk about this. A couple things. You said you think my premise is wrong. You said let's start with that, and then there's another thing of what you said. So how am I wrong?
So in the old days, they were just single-minded to that Mitch McConnell point. If I said Mitch McConnell, Dick Cheney, whoever else, they would have been like, no way, they're the greatest thing on earth.
Spasiba?
Okay, so that's the premise. You stated that. Okay. You said because you think, but then you said they are different than they were before, or better than they were before?
Yeah, I learned about it from Russian Treasure Island. Anybody watch Russian Treasure Island?
In some way.
It's the definitive Treasure Island. It's the best Treasure Island. Like, you couldn't hope for a better Treasure Island than Russian Treasure Island. It is literally a treasure. On an island.
Ways. And so here's why. If I went to go on Fox News 5 years ago, or really any right-wing show, and I said, hey guys, why don't we do paid family leave? They'd be like, boo, get out of here. That's not in favor of corporations. Shut up, or whatever. Now, they wouldn't say that it's not in favor of corporations. They would have been fed a talking point of corporate propaganda about how paid family leave isn't good for moms, even though it's great for moms, right? Now, when I go talk about paid family...
Spasiba.
Spasiba?
Spasiba.
I always pronounced it spicy ba.
Spasiba.
Spasiba.
Family leave. We have a real conversation. Does every show agree? No, but almost. So wait, if the right-wing shows are agreeing on paid family leave, what world are we in? So the one school of thought is, no, Cenk, you're naive. They're all lying in mass, even though they're really not.
Okay, so here's the deal, Cenk. When you bring up paid family leave, especially the conservatives that are grifting as populists, right? They will not disagree with you, right? You've hit them on the family. They love the family, especially white families, right? But let's not get into that, right? They love the idea of the family, and they're pretending to be for workers and be for the family, so you won't get pushback. They're not going to tell you no. But you know what else they won't do? They won't bring it up to Trump. They won't push their congressman to do that. It's not going to happen. They're not interested in pushing forward that policy. So while you don't get pushback, they're not against it. They say, yeah, that sounds like a good idea in theory. They're also not excited about it. Now you could tell them, like, we're going to ban trans people from existing, and they're very excited about that. We're gonna keep the 5 trans athletes in collegiate sports from ever playing, and they'll love that. But they're not really that interested in your paid family leave. You're not gonna get them off their couches for that. Spasiba. Oh yeah, spasiba. It's not spicy ba.
They're known for sharing their opinions, no matter how crazy they are.
I think they're known for lying. But
what's that?
I think they're known for lying.
But that's interesting. I mean, look, one of the principal complaints we had on the left about MAGA was they say crazy things. They say things we don't agree with. They say things that are politically incorrect. So it's not like they're shy about sharing their controversial opinions. So, and remember,
now, look, that's a very Republican thought pattern that he's got there, right? When you ask him about honesty, his idea of honesty here is not like telling the truth. It's that you'll say what's on your mind. And so that's why Trump gets away with being such a liar. Because even though he's a liar, they regard him as an honest liar. He'll say what's on his mind. He'll say what he thinks. I mean, he'll also, he'll lie about facts, and that's somehow less important. It's closer to spiciba. Did I say it right? Spiciba.
Separate out the voters from the leaders. Like Trump, of course, known for lying. Of course, right? As much as anyone is known for lying, Trump is known for it. But and do they believe that too much? Absolutely. But did our side believe in the absolute horse crap that Joe Biden and Democratic leadership have been peddling for the last 20 years? Yeah, we believed it way too much. And to the point where the guy's, brain is falling out of his head, and we could all see it on screen. And our side was like, no, it's not. He's young and dynamic. He always believed Democratic leadership. And my point is, guys, this is a whole new world where there's new media. In the old days, the media drilled the talking points into your head. So if you watched MSNBC or you watched Fox News, you were going to have one way of thinking. Now, since they're watching all different shows, they can say, hey, you know what? I don't want. I want mass deportation of immigrants, and we hate it. There's only 2 genders, and we hate it. The left wing does not agree with those things. But then they'll turn around and say, but we agree with you on war, or we agree with.
I feel like Cenk agrees with that, though. Like, I can't imagine asking Cenk about gender and having him say anything other than there's 2 genders. I wouldn't be surprised if he completely conflates gender with sex.
With you on paid family leave.
Like, I think his acceptance of trans people is just like more of a live and let live thing, but it's not like a trans women or women, trans men or men sort of thing, right? I don't think that's what he believes.
So what I'm trying to get people to see is take the win. Now, if you say, hey, Cenk, they're lying en masse, even though, again, they're not really known for that, and I don't believe you, and it'll never happen, no problem. We're going to find out. Right?
I'm going to have to take notes because there's so much. Look, the thing is that I believe that you should go into the lion's den, right? I truly believe that. But I don't think that you always have to go in certain ways and to certain venues. And if you do go into the lion's den, then I don't think that you go in there now. It feels to me that you are praising your praise of the right outweighs your criticism of the left, and you're on the left, right? So I look, I can see criticizing the left,
right? Wait, right? You are on the left, right? I feel like that was more of a question. That was more of an actual question than a rhetorical question.
I think they're soft. I think, as my producer always says, they're bringing a knife to a bazooka fight, a butter knife to a bazooka fight, and they need to adopt some of how the
Cenk's answer is unilateral disarmament. Now, I'm not sure exactly what Don Lemon is talking about here. Again, he said some pretty cringe stuff himself. He's had some pretty questionable takes himself, right? But I do think that the left, if anything, they need to engage with the right with a little bit less decorum, with a little bit less, like don't treat them like honest actors, because they're not honest actors. And Cenk is like, unilaterally disarm. See what happens. He's the preacher from War of the Worlds that is like, no, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk to the aliens and I'm going to tell them that Jesus loves them. And obviously, and he just gets annihilated, right? It's just like the aliens have no time for Jesus.
right operates, especially politically and with messaging, etc. But I don't believe that you always have to go in there and put yourself in the position for people to make fun of you. You have to understand. You seriously.
Yeah, he does. He has his like hot 5 and he stretches it out over an hour. He says the same thing. You're right. It's almost like a comedian. He's got a set. Like, and whether you see him in Philadelphia, whether you see him in Philly or Chicago or Atlanta or Duluth or Los Angeles, right? It's the same set.
Right, and the left to make fun of you. Those folks.
He needs to hear this. Let me rewind what Don Lemon is saying, because he needs to hear this.
In the position for people to make fun of you. You have to understand seriously that you always have to go in there and put how the right operates, especially politically and with messaging, etc. But I don't believe that you always have to go in there and put yourself in the position for people to make fun of you.
I'm looking into his eyes. There's no recognition. Oh my God, chat. Does he not realize he's getting made fun of?
You have to understand, seriously, for the right and the
Oh, he's crying a little bit. Yeah, there is recognition.
left to make fun of you. Those folks, when you go in there, those folks are going to, as soon as you leave, they're going to make fun of you. They're going to lie about what you said. They're going to put out headlines. Cenk loses his cool, or
he's crying
about such and such. And they're just
no
dishonest brokers that I don't understand sometimes why you engage. And I'll talk about some of the platforms you engage on. I'm not sure why you do it. But I think David Pakman, in his interview with you, really sort of got to the heart of it. I'm just going to play a little bit of it, and then I have a question for you after it. Here it is.
We're worried about the power of the establishment and elites, the recalcitrant centers of power that are corrupt, and we're sick of them and all of that. We would identify the problem with almost the exact same language that the crowd at Amfest would. The problem is when you say, okay, left-wing populist, what's your solution? We talk about social democracy, curbing corporate power, using regulations. They will still say the solution is tax cuts for the rich and corporations and all the same stuff. So my instinct is, and tell me if I'm wrong. I want to hear, I'm open to having my mind change. My thought is, even if we really were in agreement about the problem, once we get to solutions, we're not even at all on the same page.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about Cenk now. Is it bad? I mean, okay. Look, this is my job, and I'm a goddamn professional. But I'm starting to worry about Cenk. Like, I thought none of this shit got through. But I'm looking at him on Pakman, and I'm looking at him on Don Lemon, and I think I think he's aware. And for a guy with an ego like his, this is an unbelievable disgrace. He has legitimately become a lolcow. And he's a lolcow to the max left, and he's a lolcow to the right. This man is alone in clown makeup on the stage of life. In a moment that should be his... You know, he's been at this a long time, chat. And he has been a lot more successful. This is just like, for him, this is not good. I don't think he's taking this good. I now sort of feel bad about making fun of Shaky Gurga. Like, he has become a joke. Cenk is old as fuck and literally has all the access in the world to people like Hassan. It's karma. Oh god, and what he did, yeah, I mean, he's an asshole. I mean, thanks for not, you know, this is in so many ways to so many people, he is an asshole. I shouldn't feel so much empathy for him. Like, me of all people should have no quarter for this clown, but I guess I just really hadn't seen him. I hadn't seen behind the armor yet. Like, this is a sad man. At the nadir of his career, which should be the zenith. Oh no. And if he thought this strategy would work, I mean, can you imagine? You're Cenk Uygur, you have a meeting with Anna. She's like, I want to take the show in another direction. She starts talking about, you know, Eric Weinstein and Jonathan Haidt and all this shit. And you don't know what she's saying, but you know that you need her. And if that's how you keep the show together, you say, okay. And then like, how many years later, 2 years later or whatever, you're here sitting on Don Lemon. He's telling you don't have to be a clown. And you realize that that's what you've been doing. You have been a god. You've made yourself into a clown. Can we all agree to change his name to Shaky Gurga? We'll have to. You know who came up with that? It was the guy that actually he just debated on Pierce. Like, I don't think he even knows this. Wait, no, Hassan showed him.
No,
So-
I think you are wrong.
So this is where I agree with him, especially considering what just happened a couple days ago, recently. And that is the inauguration. And you see, when you said, you know, you talk about corporate power and all of that, you see Donald Trump with the richest people in the world on the front row cozying up to power. And those MAGA folks, the shows that you're going on, they have no problem with it. They love it. They support all the folks who are up there, including their dear leader. So do you feel like, maybe I should change my stance on this, considering, you know, if you just take a look at a photograph from the inauguration?
Nope, not even close. So let's break this down. Look, so I was on Piers Morgan this morning, and I get into it with a very
It's like involved in like a Supreme
fundamentalist
Court
right
decision,
right,
etc.
And
But
he says the bishop
he's
that
like, all right,
called
I'm
out
going to participate in the practice, and
Donald
anybody
Trump
can
on
hit me. He comes
Inauguration
across the
Day is satanic because she's a female bishop. I light into him. We get into this huge fight, right? And then at the end, Piers asks us about oligarchy, and I explain how, hey, whether you're populist right, populist left, watch out for the donor class because they're not on your side. And this guy who we've been yelling at each other for about 40 minutes straight goes, oh yeah, he's right about that.
Chat, let me show you who he's talking about.
Definitions change because people need to justify their insane and degenerate behavior in society. So
This is Andrew Wilson, aka Big Papa Fascist. I don't know if he's trolling with that name, Big Papa Fascist, but he's pretty fucking far right. And he is a fascist, even if he doesn't literally consider himself one. Although, I don't know. Like, it's a little bit of a Schrodinger's douchebag. It's like an Elon Musk thing that just that name. Like, I mean, like, he tries... Like, dude literally called himself Big Papa Fascist. The story behind it is that a website that he was on, he would argue with liberals and that they would call him a fascist. And so that's when he decided to just like, oh, I'm just going to call myself Big Papa Fascist now. Motherfucker came into my Twitch chat, right, with the username Big Papa Fascist, which he was banned for having because, but yeah, he was hanging out in my chat. I later found out what he was doing. He had a debate with Dylan Burns about trans people, and he wanted to prove that trans people got donations from their audience, and they did not immediately take that money and say, I would like, 10% of the surgery right now, please. You know what I mean? I don't know how Dylan lost to this guy, but he got his ass kicked so hard that he had to tag in Rob Knorr. He tagged in another conservative who had a issue with this Big Papa Fascist guy. But this is indeed the same man, this Big Papa Fascist. Same man that called him Shaky Gurga. Same man who created Shaky Gurga.
Middle, and I fucking lay him. A young guy.
You're just based.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
is connected to Cenk Uygur,
a political commentator.
He's connected to Shaky Gurga. That's him.
I've destroyed this.
That's what motherfucker looks like without his beard. That is why, in fact, this man has a beard. He has a beard because he looks like this.
Female, the marketplace of ideas. I love that their position because.
Wait, where is this again?
Proud debater.
There he is. Oh, come on.
A socialist, and he knows the formula of the podcast. I'm not going to go into, you understand.
It's
That's why he has a beard. Do you understand now? This is why this man grows this beard. And that's who he's talking about. Now, look, I was going to give him, not flowers, but I feel like he handled himself better in this debate than in previous debates that I've seen. Like, I don't think that he came off, like, looking bad against Big Papa Fascist necessarily. But he is telling us that at the end of the debate, he, like, agreed. And he was like, oh, yeah, this guy was, like calling Hassan a Nepo baby and him Shaky Gurga. He really thought that Cenk's name was Shaky Gurga.
Possible that because he's such a low-tier, low-brow debater.
He's not a debater, and he's been very clear that he doesn't. He's
well,
not
he
a debate
be
lord.
because he's literally a moron. So it doesn't surprise me he can't
I
debate.
completely
He's
disagree.
literally a moron. He is not intelligent enough to.
Does Cenk know that he was debating the guy that called him Shaky Gurga?
To destroy women in the marketplace of ideas and remind them of their position in society. Unlike me. I love these guys.
He sounds super credible so
I
far.
fucking love these guys so much. They don't know how much I love them because it's like, dude, you're just basically debating the position that you're an unfuckable loser. Like that's the only thing that you're signaling to every single person, where you're like, I've destroyed this female in the marketplace of ideas. My interlocutors have been owned. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
it's not usually a winning formula for getting chicks.
Yeah, it's anyway.
Disagree. He doesn't say that he's the smartest person. He's an internet personality who
Who's connected to Cenk Uygur,
a political commentator.
and got it.
Did you hear that?
Who's connected to Cenk Uygur.
He's connected to Shaky Gurga.
Look, man. So look, when I played high school football, we had.
Anyway, we don't care. We don't care, Cenk. But yeah, I mean, like that. Just like the fact that like I gave him a little credit, at least in my mind, for this debate. But now that he's like, oh, but yeah, no, we agreed at the end. No, he's a good guy. No, I did a good job. I won him over. Like this fucking scary ass tradcath white nationalist over here. He has now told himself is a good guy. That is so pathetic. Cenk, you are so fucking weak. You are so weak.
Okay, so now when I go on to other right-wing shows, is it perfect overnight? Of course not. Are they left-wingers? Of course not. That's why we have such huge disagreements on social issues and even on some economic issues. But when you get to the corporate oligarchy, you see Steve Bannon.
It's funny though, doesn't that beard put like, I don't know, it puts like 20 years on him. Like he goes from looking 28 to looking 48. What is up with that?
In a giant fight.
I had to confirm to myself that this was indeed Andrew Wilson, because he really looks like a different guy.
With Elon Musk. And you see Steve Bannon saying, raise corporate taxes, raise tax on the rich. So now I'm not saying that you then go do a bear hug of Steve Bannon and say Steve Bannon's an angel, Steve Bannon's right about everything. That's crazy.
Get down with sloppy Steve. Give him a big old hug. Give him a big wet kiss. Say, this is what diagonalism feels like.
Crazy, of course not.
The thing is, saying that
now. Hold on, Don. Let me ask you something back. When you see Steve Bannon ripping into Elon Musk, do you think it's all theater and he's lying and they're actually best friends?
I don't know any of that. I think that is where Steve Bannon is now. I think that is where, maybe a Charlie Kirk is. And I don't look. I didn't really even know about a lot of these figures when I was in legacy media because it just didn't rise to the level. They never sort of got there. But now, Steve Bannon, of course, obviously. But it's where they are now. And as long as you're going, I have no problem with you going again into the lion's den. But as long as you realize that we're in a different time, and I think that you do. And by the way, let me just preface this by saying,
picture a different reality where instead of being a political operative, sloppy Steve Bannon is actually a cook in a school lunchroom. And this school is known for having the sloppiest food around. Unbelievable slop that sloppy Steve is like. I could imagine getting shitty school food from this guy. I could picture that. Wait, Vegas radio guy?
I told you this before. I really respect what you've done in this whole
When you said Vegas radio guy, I immediately thought of Fallout New Vegas and the guy on the radio.
independent media thing, right? What you've built here. And so for me to sit back and look at you and say, well, is he foregoing his principles for the sake of subscribers, ad dollars, money, then that makes him no different.
Online discourse is a school cafeteria. Wait, does that mean I need to step up my game, chat? Be less slop as a resist the enshittification of the internet?
Than the corporate media that he despises, that he fights against.
I feel like there's something inherently schlop about live streaming.
Okay? But if you're going in there and you're understanding that these people are not honest brokers, that's where Steve Bannon is now. Steve Bannon may be different in 5 minutes because they really have no core about some of these things.
So, Don, two things. Number one, people are saying two things at the same time that make no logical sense. They say, oh, your audience is leaving you because...
Wait, he would make the worst mashed potatoes? Are you talking about like mashed potatoes that are like weirdly dry in the middle? Like what is bad mashed potatoes like? I've had a lot of mashed potatoes and I've never been, I'm trying to remember if there was a bad experience I've had with mashed potatoes. Yeah, my school had the weirdest stuff. Like, I mean, we had chicken nuggets too, but occasionally we'd have beef nuggets. And I've never seen a beef nugget anyplace else, but at that particular school. I've never seen anyone ever serve a beef nugget. Like, it doesn't sound real. It sounds like a joke or like a euphemism or like, I don't know what a beef nugget is, but it can't be good. Bannon is playing to his far-right audience. He is close with people like Alex Jones and Roger Stone. Oh, yeah.
You're not radical left enough anymore, and you're not. You have to call them Nazis at all times if you don't. And we're gonna
runny mashed potatoes that are whipped with an immersion blender. Oh, that turns them into glue. Yeah, I think I might have had those. Yeah, they served us beef nuggets and a lot of mashed potatoes. They would serve, but they would always do the thing where they like smash down. They put like a pile of mashed potatoes down, or like with an ice cream scooper, and then they take a ladle with gravy and they smush it down and then pour the gravy on the mashed potato. General Tso's beef without sauce? No, it's like a proper nugget. It's got breading. It's a beefy nugget with breading.
Believe you, and
I don't think people are saying that. I don't think people are. I think that, look, obviously you're being hyperbolic, right? I don't think people are saying
No, I'm not being hyperbolic. That's literally what they're saying. So then, and then they say, oh, you're doing
Sasha G, you're never going to believe. I thought you said hamburglar steak.
For the money in the grift. So then which one is it? Is our subscribers going up or are they going down? Are we doing it for the money or are we doing it because we're principled and are willing to risk paying subscribers? I'll tell you what the truth is.
A meatball? No. You know what a chicken nugget is like, right? You know what a chicken nugget is like, right? It's a nugget of like ground up who knows what from a chicken. And then it's solidified and covered in breading. And that's what they served us, but with beef. It was like that, but with beef. He argues with MAGA, with call-in MAGA listeners. Wait, who? Oh, are you talking about Don Lemon? I remember leftover sloppy joes and spaghetti sauce, either in mashed potatoes or rice.
paying subscribers, a good amount of them, okay? And that is the exact opposite of a grift. That's people saying, we are principled and we're going to bring you real news, even if it costs us dearly. We didn't take any money from Kamala Harris's campaign. It costs us dearly financially, but we do it to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Don Lemon is trying to save Cenk from himself. He's trying to be compassionate and like just firm and be like, you are making an ass of yourself. No one likes you.
Principled.
Okay.
So
I understand that, but I think people think that you believe, this is what they believe, that you're going to gain an audience. You believe the audience on the right is bigger. Those sort of tech bros.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not chunks of beef. It's not like intact beef, right? It's like mushed up beef. It might as well be like swallowed by a mother bird, digested, and then spat back into a deep fryer. That's the kind of... God, chat, that's so gross. No, it was normalized though. I thought it was normal. I was like, okay, chicken nuggets, beef nuggets. I'm learning. Everyone eats beef nuggets. It was like, nope, just my school. Just one of the cooks in my school cafeteria was like, "Ooh, beef nuggets. Let's do those. Let's do the beef nuggets." The kids will love the beef nuggets.
Those folks are somehow going to come over to
what has
the
that
young
ever
turks.
happened? But Don, when has that ever happened?
It hasn't happened because corporate media has tried it, cable news has tried it, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, good point. I haven't taken any money. What the hell? What does he think he's saying? He's so full of shit. This guy is loaded up with shit. He's like the baked potato. What do you call like the baked potatoes with extra stuff on them? It's like something and loaded. What do you call those? There's loaded baked potatoes. What's the other thing? General Tso's is a great... oh, with tofu. Oh my god, yeah. Wait, but like something... You can do something else to it too, right? It's like blanked and loaded. I can't find it. It's like if you go to a restaurant and you can get loaded baked potatoes, or they can be something else and loaded.
I understand the landscape of media overall. I would argue maybe better than anybody does. Certainly online media. I've been in this game longer than anyone else, longest running show. So I would never be naive enough to think, oh my God, I bet if we just switch after 23 years of being left wing to being right wing, that all of a sudden we'll get a larger right wing audience. That's crazy.
Yeah, what the fuck is wait, is it? I think it is kind of like chicken fried steak. Maybe they just took chicken. No, there's no way. Loaded baked potatoes. Yeah, it's like something and loaded. I can't remember. It's like you put extra, like loaded. What does loaded mean? It's like cheese or something. Are we just naming foods now? Yeah, chat's just making me hungry.
No, what we're doing, whether you agree or disagree with it, is courageous.
I have not eaten General Tso's anything in a long time, and I forgot how good it was. It's a really good sauce.
We are challenging our own audience, and Don, more than that,
especially the spicy version.
Algorithms punish you if you go 1% from the extremes.
How does he think he's coming off? Is he trying to be the... Like, is he trying to talk down to Don Lemon? Or does he just usually means cheese, sour cream, butter, chives, and bacon? I just can't remember what it's called, but it's something and loaded, and the loaded is like the cheese sour cream, like it's like that stuff, and then there's something else they put on there too, which is the other word. I love the spicy sweet kind of sauce, or the spicy sour. Well, I mean, I guess it's sweet too. It's got to be sweet to balance the sour.
And so we're willing to risk all of that to be honest with our audience, and I don't see anybody else doing that.
Okay, so here's the thing, though, because there are examples of people who are doing this. And I remember I did not before, well, I watched a little bit of YouTube. I started watching, but before I left Legacy Media, I didn't know the characters. I didn't know the game in the streaming digital space. And once I said, okay, I'm going to go over, I did the deal with X or whatever, and I said, let me watch and engage and see what people say. Every single person said, Don Lemon has nowhere else to go. He's going to be red-pilled. He's going to sell out or whatever. And I said, these people have no idea who I am, because that is never going to happen. But there are examples of people we know who have done that, and they have been fairly successful at doing it, at somehow taking the red pill, apologizing to the people on the right that they called, liars, and
I keep forgetting to watch his face. See the moment when his soul leaves his body. As Don Lemon explains to him that he is a less successful version of Rave Dubin.
Grifters for years. And what they're doing now is against their principles and what they really believe, because they almighty dollar. So people are worried or concerned.
Okay, chives are good.
So, because as I said, some folks have done it, that you're pulling a Dave Rubin, that
I called it.
Pulling a Rubin, and you're trying to go to the right because it's the shortest line to the front.
Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, it's understandable, since Rubin did that and several other people did that people would be on guard for it. But then once you're on guard, you have to actually listen to what people are saying. Are they actually doing that, or are they not doing that? Instead, they're being open-minded, open-hearted, and actually trying to get to the actual truth and being news people, right? So in the case of Dave Rubin, he went from, I'm on the left and, I'm going to stand up for LGBTQ rights, et cetera, to going on Fox.
He's a whole different person. I knew Dave Rubin back in the day when he had remember on Sirius, he had a gay radio show on Sirius. He'd asked me to come on, and his boyfriend, and even, hey, I made a deal with Bonobos. Would you like some Bonobos, get whatever, merch or whatever? Just nice.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about the animals. I made a deal with.
Really?
No. Okay.
Right. And then look, there's a lot that I know, but
I forgot about the clothing brand, Chad. I forgot about the clothing brand.
It's worth. So you understand what I'm saying?
Now let's do the juxtaposition with us, okay? So on the issue that you brought up, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon defrauded his own viewers with that fake wall that he was building, and should have been tried and convicted along with his co-conspirators who were convicted. And he got off because he's buddies with Donald Trump, and Trump gave him an outrageous pardon. Steve Bannon is incredibly hateful when it comes to race, immigration, etc. His favorite book is Camp of the Saints, which is the most racist book there is. The hero of that book is a right-winger who goes...
Okay, so at least you're not going to try to go convince Steve Bannon.
Murders all the immigrants trying to get into France. That's also Ann Coulter's favorite book. So these are all things that are absolutely true. So for all the things that you hate about Steve Bannon, you are correct. Those things are true. At the same time, I have open eyes and open ears. He said it during the first term. He's doubling down on it now. He's a populist. Populist doesn't mean blanket good. Left-wing populists and right-wing populists massively disagree on social issues, right? But he's not faking it. He's been saying this for a long time about increasing corporate taxes and increasing tax on the rich. And when you go to fight Elon Musk, the world's richest man, and the guy who's the first buddy of Donald Trump, you're taking a giant risk. That doesn't help Steve Bannon at all, politically, grifting-wise, etc. Okay. That appears to be his true principle. If you say, hey, I don't want to appear like I'm opening the door to the right wing, even listening to the right wing at all, so I'll just say that Steve Bannon is a devil and every position he has is wrong without even looking into the positions. Well, I don't think that's the right way to go.
All right, look.
And you see that there's a giant difference between what I'm saying.
Look, if Steve Bannon has some discrete policy positions that aren't as ghoulish as you would expect, good, fine, whatever. That's not going to change how I feel about Steve Bannon. And that's not going to make me think that, I don't know, like, what is his point? You're going to work with him? We're going to get it done with Steve Bannon. What does he want? Raise corporate taxes, right? I mean, he said that. I find that wild because Trump's never done anything like that. Trump's never come anywhere close to that. If that's what you think, if that's what you believe, you know, it's weird that Trump is your guy. But it may be that he doesn't really care about raising the corporate taxes as much as he cares about all the fucking racist shit that Trump will give him.
And what Dave Rubin did, changing all of his positions overnight, that those things are totally, utterly different.
I have to, if I see, I have to flip it because it's just such a grift. It's unbelievable. Because no one, I don't care who you are, no one changes their core principles like that. No one just does a 180. There are some things where you go, okay, you know, I'm a little bit conservative on this. I'm a little bit more liberal on this. Okay, so I've opened my eyes to this, but just the entire thing and then the whole, what was it, Russia tenant thing of it all is like, okay, it was just mind blowing to me. But anyways, look, I just want to play this. A couple people who
You know what's going through Jink's mind right now? I could sure use some of that tenant money. What do I gotta say, Vladimir? What do I gotta say to meet the next Edward Gregorian?
respect here, really respect in this space, these spaces. You, Dave Pacman, Brian Tyler Cohen. You were on Brian. I want to play a little bit of it, and then we're going to move on.
Can we just call him Bitcoin? I decree it. I hereby decree that Brian Tyler Cohen shall now be known as Bitcoin.
On to something else. I'm going to get your response, and then we'll move on.
My worry is that like you trying to get through to them on these issues of principle is falling flat because it's not principle that got them there in the first place. There is no long-standing principle when you are a Trump supporter.
So
he really got you there, didn't he? I wish Don Lemon would. Like, wow.
Do you believe that there is?
We don't even need to hear your comeback for that one. There's no coming back.
I believe there is no long-standing principle. Not necessarily if you're, well, I guess if you're a Trump supporter, yeah, because he, as you said, so many lies. But if you are one of these MAGA folks, if you are making excuses for, violent, really criminals storming the Capitol and being pardoned, then that's not, you have no principles. And as long as you understand that, then I think people are maybe okay or should be okay with what you're doing. You don't believe that?
No, I think that you guys are talking about the 2016 and 2020 base. And if you say, well, I can't, you're saying that the base is very different in 24. I'm saying, yeah, the base is somewhat different, right? So what does somewhat different mean? Remember, Don, we're in a spectrum, right? There is no black and white. There is no like, hey, this is the Republican voter. There were people who voted for Donald Trump because they were worried about inflation and they don't care about any of this other hateful stuff, blah, blah, blah. There are people who voted for Donald Trump because they think the Democratic Party lied to them. And then there are people who voted for him because they think he's a demigod and they like the anti-immigrant talk and the anti-this talk and the anti. So it's a giant range, right? And so in the old days, though, when, outward facing in media, etc., they were all, single-minded. Whatever Trump says, absolutely. But I could show you already a dozen examples where they were like, no, we don't agree. So by the way, on things that we might agree with Trump more than we agree with his MAGA base on some of them. For example, on COVID, they thought that he did too much in response to COVID. We're closer to Trump than the MAGA base is there. But wait a minute, you see how they're disagreeing. And if
you need to understand how this works, all right? They disagree with Fauci. They disagree with Biden. Even though Trump is the one who chose, like, the Fauci worked for Trump. And yeah, warp speed was under Trump. Like the vaccine was developed under Trump. Even though that is true. That is undeniable. Who did the lockdowns? Trump. Right? That's all true. Trump, at that point, delegated important responsibilities to things that he didn't find interested or didn't care about to other people. And so he had like a normal, there were more normal aspects of his administration that would just do what anyone would do in that situation. Whereas Trump himself, the first thing he said, it'll be gone by April. It'll be gone in a month. It'll be all gone. He was coping about it, right? He was in denial. The president was like publicly in denial about the nature and severity of COVID. And then we got all the bleach stuff, and then we got the ivermectin stuff, and all the other ridiculous stuff. And that is what MAGA internalized. So the reason that MAGA never punished Trump for being, not a total anti-vax, freak show on COVID, they never punished Trump for that because he displayed that he was one of them. He displayed, his words, and his beliefs were more important to MAGA than his actions in terms of the staff that he chose and in terms of the policies that he actually enacted. Because he went along towards it like kicking and screaming, the people thought of it as like, no, the deep state is doing that stuff. Like, Trump is president, but he's not really in control. The deep state is there. It's the deep state doing that. Trump doesn't want to do that. I like Trump. That's how the freaking cognitive dissonance works. That's how they compartmentalize their minds.
If you ask them about Marco Rubio, Stefanik, etc., they'll say those are establishment neocons and we don't like them. Yeah. So that doesn't mean they're doing a revolt against Trump and going, no, we hate Rubio and take him down. But they are disagreeing with him. H-1B visas, disagreement. If you're not seeing the disagreement,
think about the disagreement, though, Cenk. The disagreement on H-1B visas, and people were shocked that I had such salty language around it. It's because of the racist. Like, the disagreement shows you really the sort of integrity or the soul of the MAGA folks, because they went online and they were so racist about Indian American people, the Indians, and these are the brown folks that they, I think the folks like Vivek, who is a brown person, which is shocking to me, but they are the good brown folks, which is H-1B visa people, where many of them brown folks from India. And then the bad brown folks are the ones who happen to be coming over from the border.
This is John Lemon talking about
really
some of these farms.
Such disgusting racism that it's hard for me to find any good when there is a disagreement on H-1B visas.
So, Don, that's a great example. And again, I think you're seeing it wrong. And not because you're completely wrong, but because you're only seeing a part of it. So that's just such a great example. So H-1B visas, are there the racist components you're talking about? Absolutely. There's no question about it. They're not hiding it, and they just say it. Some of the right-wing media, the leaders, et cetera, let alone the followers. We don't want these Indians in the country. We don't want these immigrants, et cetera.
Leanne Coulter, I would have voted for you. I can't vote for you because you're Indian. And look at what happens to the two Indian candidates from the MAGA presidential election. Basically, they're outcasts now. They don't want them.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated than that, because Nikki Haley and Vivek are very different, and they don't like Nikki Haley because she's establishment, and Vivek is super annoying. But that's a different thing.
Both will say anything to be president.
Yeah, anything to get ahead.
I mean, yeah.
So, but on H-1B visas, it's complicated because there's a lot of progressive.
Vivek had bad takes about sitcoms. That could not be forgiven, apparently. He came for Boy Meets World.
It's like, again, we come to, wait, who's the left, right? So we've changed none of our policies, and I think that we represent the great majority of the left-wing voters. And and so I used to support H-1B visas completely because it brought in some of the top talent in the world. I'm in favor of immigration. I love that it makes us stronger, etc. But populists, both from the right and the left, started to make very good arguments against it, including Bernie Sanders, who had an op-ed, and Ro Khanna, and all these guys came out and said, wait a minute, the H-1B visa is getting abused.
Chat, you know where I saw Ro Khanna last? Ro Khanna was on, I think, Bill Maher this week. Like, laughing at his shitty jokes. Like, I don't know about Ro Khanna.
This isn't racial. Ro Khanna's Indian, obviously, right? Indian American. And he said they're now replacing a lot of the engineers for half the price and kicking out these American engineers. And it's not because, oh, we can't find them. It's because they want to cut costs. And this is part of corporate rule.
I understand.
So
I think you're pointing out, I think you're making my point. I think you're proving my point, because the reason that the left and someone like Bernie Sanders disagrees with H-1B visas is a completely different, understandable, logical, factual reason, rather than the racist reason that you find on the right. You don't find that that does not exist on the left or on the center.
I swear to you that you're seeing it wrong. Does that racist part exist? Yes. But
I mean, the main problem with the visa is that it's written in such a way that lets the employer exploit the employee and thereby exact a be able to negotiate a lower pay rate and pay these people a lot less. Right? That's the issue.
a lot of the right wing also agree on economic grounds. And then there's the people that are in the middle that think America first. Let's take
I don't
care
agree.
of
I'm not saying all of the right. I'm not saying all of the right. What I'm saying is that you wouldn't get that vitriol if someone, first of all, someone I believe on the left, and look, I'm not a Democrat or Republican, I'm an independent, okay? But there's someone on the left I don't believe would have written that really, oh my God, infuriating letter or tweet.
See, it pisses me off that, like, members of Congress, members of the legislature are allowed to buy stock in general.
That Vivek Ramaswamy wrote, right, in some ways shockingly biased by his own means. And then I don't think you would have gotten the vitriol and the racism and the bigotry and all of that on the left that you got on the right. I'm not saying that everyone on the right, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that they're different principally.
Yeah, that's true. The right doesn't care about workers being exploited. They care, yeah, the right has like a racist reason to be against H-1B.
And their core values.
That's not the reason that Bernie is against it.
Are different. Democrats are terrible at politics. Don't get me wrong. But at the core, they're not freaking racist pieces of crap like a lot of people in the MAGA movement, or many people in the MAGA movement, I should say.
So, Don, that goes to the disagreements we have on social issues between the right and the left. So I understand exactly what you're saying. At the same time, though, I'm beginning to see, Don, that we have our own version of that. And it's not the same and it's not as bad. But now we've gotten into a mindset that everyone on the right is the worst person on earth.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you kind of are, though.
Wait, no, I'm not saying. I just told you I don't believe that.
Kind of are.
I am not. By pointing out a fact does not say that saying that I think that everybody on the right. I don't think that everybody on the right is.
But you're saying those are the people on the right. They're the racist, terrible people, and we're the good guys. And largely, I agree. That's why I'm on the left, right?
I'm not saying I'm not part of the we.
But at the same time, a lot of us on the left keep calling them Nazis, racist, et cetera, and we have so much vitriol towards them that I'm challenging us to say, hey, guys.
Again, this is what annoys me about Cenk. He called Republicans Nazis. And I'm not talking about the time that he said that Trump was a fascist. He said that too. But prior to that, he had literally called Republicans Nazis. And it's kind of like, he wasn't winning the argument. You know what I mean? It was, it was him failing with that, and it doesn't help. And the fact that he's gonna do that on one side, and then chide other people. Yeah, no, don't even say that they're. I mean, the truth is that Republicans, like, to call the whole group like National Socialists is a bit much, right? But to say that they are racist is actually, I mean, largely so, yeah. And Jink's whole thing is like, no, but you gotta, like, the racist, you gotta act like they're not racist. Act like they're not racist, and then you can get them to do paid family leave. That's right. Just be like, oh, hey, racist, I love how you're not racist at all, and you're such a good guy, and you're not. None of your political opinions are motivated by racism. By the way, have you heard of paid family leave? It's a really good policy. You should look it up.
Guys, is this what the left is supposed to be? Or are we
But
supposed to be a
Cenk,
little
don't you
bit more
think civility-
open-minded and
you're-
open-hearted about it? And
Oh,
so
my
let me finish the thought. Don, let me finish the thought. On H-1B visas. So it's okay to say, hey, these group of people are being racist about it. They say it. We're against Indians, we're against other races, etc. But it's also okay to say, no, but there's also a portion of the right wing that agree with us that the H-1B visas should be reformed on economic grounds. They're coming to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is not going to them. And if they come to Bernie Sanders, for God's sake, take the goddamn win.
Okay.
But our side goes, no. The minute that it's a right winger, they're the devil. They're the racist.
It's funny how animated he is and still bore me to. It's funny how animated he can be and still bore me into, like, my eyes glazing over. I'm sorry. Wait, what is Unk talking about?
They say it. We're against Indians, we're against other races, etc. But it's also okay to say, no, but there's also a portion of the right wing that agree with us that the H-1B visas should be reformed on economic grounds. They're coming to Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is not going to them. And if they come to Bernie Sanders, for God's sake, take the goddamn win.
Okay.
But our side goes, no. The minute that it's a right winger, they're the devil. They're the racist. I don't want anything to do. But they're saying yes.
Okay.
Please take yes for an answer on the limited things that they are saying yes to.
Okay.
And unfortunately, a lot of people on our side are actively rejecting yes for an answer.
I haven't seen anybody complain about Bernie Sanders, like Bernie Sanders wanting to reform H-1B. I have not seen. I don't know what Bernie's plan is. I haven't seen anyone complain about it. I don't know what this guy is talking about. I don't understand, Cenk.
On policies we fought for our whole lives. And Don, it's not going to happen on day one. Trump's not going to turn it like, oh my God, I'm an angel. I don't care about money or anything about it. No, we have to try to get to that right-wing populist base that agrees with us on economic issues and unite to create enough pressure on Donald Trump, Elon Musk, etc., to maybe get to the right things on a couple of issues.
All right, I get it. Okay.
He's like, settle down. Your blood pressure is going through the roof.
Couple things. Number one, it's not us. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a progressive. Okay. So I'm looking at this from, I believe, a center left, sometimes center right perspective. Okay. The other thing is that, yes, I agree with you that you have to work together. But I believe what you're saying is a false equivalence. And I think civility goes both ways. And so you're asking for I believe that you are asking for this sort of patriotic civility that you've got to be nice, you've got to work with people, when the folks on that side don't want to work with the other side. And they are the ones, they are usually hang on, please. They are ones that's usually the name callers. They are the ones that are using the bigoted language. They are the ones who are, I'm not saying they're all Nazis, but there are neo-Nazis. All of those people that you mentioned, the neo-Nazis, are they on the left, Cenk?
No.
Okay. Are the people who are calling, the Indian Americans, and I don't mean Native Americans, I mean Indian Americans,
Madam President,
Nikki Haley
we go forward
Vivek?
In this new session of Congress, I would hope very much that there will be a serious focus on the crises facing the working families of our country. Madam President, we are the wealthiest nation on earth. In fact, we are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And yet today, while we
How come when you speed him up, he sounds normal?
have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. The life expectancy of working people is far below that in other wealthy countries.
Spaceybo09 super chatted $5. Cenk Prob had a dream and thought it was real, and now he's stuck in delirium.
Wait, he had a dream that... Wait, is he dreaming that he's on Don Lemons? Are we all dreaming, chat?
Countries. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Some 800,000 Americans are homeless. 25% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less. And we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. Further, we remain, shamefully, the only wealthy country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Meanwhile, Madam President, while working families struggle to put food on the table and pay their bills, the wealthiest people in our country have never, ever had it so good. And we are now in the absurd situation, the grossly unjust situation, where the three wealthiest people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, some 170 million people. Three people on top, more wealth than 170 million on bottom. Madam President, that is not what America is supposed to be about. And in truth, there are a number of reasons why we are living in a nation today where the wealth of the billionaire class is exploding, while the working class of our country struggles to keep their heads above water. There are many causes as to why, despite a huge increase in worker productivity, real weekly wages for the average American worker are less today than they were 50.
Thank you, Spaceyba, for the super chat.
Years ago. Real weekly wages less than they were 50 years ago. And why during that period that was a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Now, a lot of the reasons as to why the very rich are becoming richer and working class families are struggling has to do with disastrous trade policies, which have resulted in the loss of millions of good-paying jobs. Just that, and I hope very much that the leaders agree on allowing that amendment to be debated and voted upon. And let me very briefly describe what this amendment does in terms of reforming the H-1B program. First, this amendment would double the major H-1B fee the corporations pay before they can hire guest workers from abroad.
Okay, so doubles the fee for corporations.
This provision would generate over $370 million in revenue each year. And what would we use that revenue for? Well, it would be used to provide nearly 20,000 scholarships each and every year for American students pursuing advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, math, and other fields vital to the competitiveness of our nation. If the members of this body truly believe we need H-1B visas in order to compensate for a shortage of skilled American professionals, this amendment will attract tens of thousands of America's best and brightest young people into those fields. Second, this amendment requires corporations to substantially increase wages for the jobs they need before they would be allowed to hire H-1B guest workers. Specifically, this amendment would raise the prevailing wage for the H-1B program to at least the median local wage.
So there's some wage protections.
In other words, if the H-1B program is truly meant for the best and the brightest, it should not be used as a tool to undercut the wages of highly skilled American workers. And that is what this amendment would prevent. Third, this amendment would prohibit corporations from replacing laid-off American workers with H-1B guest workers from overseas. Corporations that are engaged in mass layoffs should not be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Edwin. That's what it seems like, is that like what Bernie wants and what the Republicans want is kind of night and day.
Be allowed to replace American workers with guest workers. Finally, this amendment would prevent corporations from treating H-1B guest workers as for all intent and purpose.
Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Just Julie and the gifted sub to George Jackson.
Purposes indentured service. Under current law, H-1B guest workers are often locked into lower-paying jobs and can have their visas taken away from them by their corporate bosses if they complain about dangerous, unfair, or illegal working conditions. That is unacceptable, and that has got to change. This amendment would make H-1B visas portable and give guest workers the ability to easily change jobs. Madam President, Mr. Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy and others have argued that we need a highly skilled and well-educated workforce. I agree. But the answer is not to bring in cheap labor from abroad through the H-1B program.
I really want to see Bernie bring up. Now, Mr. Ramaswamy had some tough words for my favorite show, Family Matters. Mr. Ramaswamy seemed to be under the impression that Americans are hold in higher regard. Oh my god, what the fuck is the suave purple named? Devon? Stefan over Stephen Urkel. This is in fact not the case. As Carl Winslow said in episode 132 of Family Matters. I could hear it, chat. I could hear him take it down Vivek's what is it? Like sitcom? Omega Star with the spicy gift sub to Jay Bird. Jay Bird, you just got weaseled. Thank you.
The answer is to hire qualified.
Stefan Urkel, is that his name? Stefan Urkel. Yeah, when he would go into his machine and become Stefan Urkel.
American workers first, and to make certain that we have an education system that produces the kind of workforce that our country needs for the jobs of the future. Bottom line, it must never be cheaper for a corporation to hire a guest worker from overseas than an American worker at home. And that is what this amendment is all about. Madam President, let's be clear. 30 years ago, the leaders of corporate America, the political establishment in both major parties, and the editorial boards of the most influential papers in our country told us not to worry about the loss of millions of blue-collar manufacturing jobs that would come as a result of unfettered free trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. Don't worry about the loss of those jobs. And the reason they told us not to worry is that that job loss would be more than offset by the many good-paying, white-collar information technology jobs that would be created.
Look, could you have somebody in the Democratic Party that is pro-free trade and that would like to see the, business proceed as usual, it's not in favor of Bernie's amendment? Could you imagine somebody like that saying, oh yeah, Bernie's fucking racist. Bernie hates immigrants. That's what he was saying. When he's like, they should be paid, the rate of their field. They should not get exploited economically, right? Yeah, you could definitely have, and you always do in the Democratic Party, some people like that. But Cenk is attacking, like he's and he always does this, conflating that cohort with the max left. Like, oh yeah, you probably think Bernie's racist for wanting to reform the H-1B program. No, I do not think that worker protection for immigrants on H-1B. I do not think that is a bad thing. And I would not classify it with the Republicans' goal of just limiting immigration more and more.
Are they on the left?
So no,
no. But please answer my question. Are those folks on the left?
That's why I'm on the left, Don.
So
that's why I'm on the left.
Okay, so fine. So what I'm saying is, don't do the false equivalence, and don't think that civility goes both one way. It goes both ways. And so I believe until those folks start being civil to the people who are on the left, then you have to meet them with their own energy and stop saying, okay, and then I want to work with you guys, and okay, let's kumbaya. It doesn't work that way with the.
You got him.
So Don, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I just told you that.
Does he ever not get mad when somebody disagrees? Has anybody ever seen him not have? Has anybody ever seen him just be like, agree to disagree? Okay, well that's what you think. Like, I've never seen him not get mad. Every single time he gets any pushback, he just like shakes his head violently.
I just told you I was in a 45-minute debate with a right-winger where I said, are you done? Are you done? Look at any right-winger that I talk to. We get into these brawls, and then on the things that we agree on, we say yes. And you're seeing something in my mind that is absolutely lunatic position to say, don't even listen to them.
You didn't hear me. That's not what I said. I said you can work with them.
I think you're crazy.
No. I'm saying where you can find agreement, you can find agreement, but you have to realize that civility goes both ways, and you don't have to engage with people. Go ahead. Go ahead.
First of all, civility is the wrong frame to begin with. I'm never civil. I'm not civil to the right. I'm not civil to the left. I'm not civil to anyone. Brother, I love you. I get along so great with you. I'm not civil to you here because we're in the middle of an interesting ideological debate and discussion, okay?
And afterwards, we're going to have a beer.
So it's not
civility. We're going to have sushi.
It's
and poker with the boys.
Our issues.
You're looking for some common ground.
Yes. And so
I get that.
doesn't mean you have to be civil to them. It doesn't mean you have to kiss their ass. It doesn't mean that on issues we don't agree on, that you shouldn't punch them in the face rhetorically. And that's what I do. That's what I've done my whole
Okay, in
life.
many ways, we're saying the same thing. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying know who you're dealing with, and don't expect.
The idea that I would be naive about it is hilarious.
Look. Don't
So
think that
Don-
the leopard is not going to eat your face. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Believe me, if I get in if
It's gonna eat your face with A1 sauce, Jake. The leopard. The leopard is gonna get a grill and just be out there grilling your face.
was
Was that a little dark? I'm sorry.
Mystical said, if you see me fighting a grizzly bear in the woods, call for help because that bitch gonna need it.
Okay. Let me ask you this: Why?
What?
Do you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Is he gonna attack our grizzly bear now? Oh, he's answering the
grizzly bear in the woods.
Not going to eat your face. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Believe me, if I get in Mystical said, if you see me fighting a grizzly bear in the woods, call for help because that bitch gonna need it.
Okay.
What if he isn't familiar with the leopard's eating face, the face-eating leopard party? Do you think that is it possible? Irene, at the leopard's barbecue, they would have to cook me some like tofu faces. They would have to cook me. They'd all be eating faces, and I'd be like, "Can I have the portobello mushroom face, please? Do you have a soy face?"
Okay. Let me ask you this: Why on earth do you go on Piers Morgan? I know Piers. Full transparency. When I was at CNN, Piers and I worked together I would go on his show all the time. When he left, I inherited Piers's entire team, even his office, right? And I took over his time slot. And so Piers and I know each other. We were very.
Yeah, Lauren, that's his response to Don Lemon telling him that he's going to be a victim of the face-eating leopard party. That you can't be like on their team and expect them not to fuck you over too. And his answer was something about like Mystical said, if I ever get in a fight with a bear in the woods, better send help for the bear. Because the bear is in trouble, not me. I'm totally fine. The bear, though, definitely send an ambulance. And the Vanguard will be there, sir.
The Piers that I knew then is not the Piers that I know. You remember the old, gun rights, gun control Piers? That's not the Piers that we see now. And so I'm not saying that you shouldn't go on that show. I would go on that show as a singular guest. I don't want to go on that show on a panel. Because it's only fighting. I know that you have to go, right? Because you got other stuff to do.
No, it's okay.
You have to go. Oh, no, that he has to leave? Okay. I thought he was saying you have to go on Pierce because that's the only way you get any attention from anyone. Because it's true. It's actually true. The only attention, the only real reach this guy has, the only time that he's seen by more people is when he goes on Pierce. That's it.
Okay. So why on earth do you go on that show? Because you just blow up. He needles you into blowing up. The guests do the same thing. Do you just have fun doing it? You understand what they're doing, correct?
Yeah. That's why it's so ironic that you made the point about civility. I'm a gladiator, so I like being in the Coliseum.
I mean, but it wouldn't be like, you're not the gladiator, you're the bait animal. You're like the...
So I don't mind it at all. People talk about the marketplace of ideas, and a lot of times it's BS, right? There's just talking points, and we shout back and forth, etc. But I believe in the marketplace of ideas, and so and I like being in that battle. And so what we're doing now is
Don Lemon was trying to get him off the show. He's like, you've had enough. Let's send you home, Shaky Gurga. And Cenk is gonna insist to stay for another 30 minutes. Just so the papers won't print it in the papers that he got owned.
Really risky. We're challenging our own side in those.
Right on. But this is what I hear, and you talk and don't shut up until, all right, you just talk. Go ahead, Cenk. You talk.
Yeah, so
this is what I hear when I hear that. It's like everybody's just talking over each other and yelling, and that's what. And I'm like, I hate that. I hate that about cable news. And he's basically doing the cable news, the streaming version of that on cable news, where nothing gets accomplished. That's all I'm saying. But that's why I don't like to do panels.
But in defense of Piers, there's two different things between what he does now and what happens on TV. Number one, what happens on TV is only 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, you only have.
Can somebody explain to me what Sam Cedar is doing on Jubilee? I don't know if this is a good idea. Is he gonna do that thing where it's like Sam versus like there's gonna be like 30 conservative Zoomers versus Sam? And they do like rapid fire, they come and sit down with him and try to own him? Is that what they're gonna do? I bet they're gonna do that with Sam. I bet it's gonna be conservative Zoomers too.
Have time for talking points, and it's counterproductive. It's not helpful. It hurts the conversation. It's not a real exchange of ideas. It's an exchange of talking points. It's an exchange of marketing one-pagers, right? At least when you go on Piers, it lasts around an hour, and then you eventually do get to make your points through all the shouting and the fighting, etc. And just like I said happened today, you might do a brawl with a guy and then at the end go, holy shit,
what if it was
right? And so that would not have happened on television. On television,
what if it was all libertarians? Oh my god, if they could do that, Sam would be so happy. If it was one progressive, Natalie says it's one progressive versus 20 conservatives. I think Sam would, if it was one progressive versus 20 libertarians, Sam would love that. But yeah, just 20 random conservatives, huh? I thought they were going to hit him with the conservative Zoomers. I really did.
They don't want you to agree.
Like one progressive Gen Xer versus 20 conservative Zoomers. I thought they were going to do that.
Well, what do we do?
You can do that without talking over each other. You can do that without yelling. You can have an intelligent conversation where you do it. But
yeah,
look, it's clicks.
He puts on a circus. I know that.
It's clicks.
Yeah, it's bread and circus.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you're a gladiator, it's
you're not the gladiator. You're the poor creature they humiliate. You're the entertainment, Jake. You don't get it. You're not the gladiator. You are not gladiating. You are the gladiated. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand? Did I put your sobs towards Francesca?
You do.
Well, that's my nature. But then I'm
also
very careful about where I expend my energy and how I want to be seen in those spaces.
Shaky gladiator, right, Nabil?
Like watching the sort of right-wing podcast.
Shaky Gurga. Talk show host, attorney, born in 1970. Shaky Gurga.
I watch a lot of it. I've even appeared on some of them, but I'm not going to do it in a panel, right? I'm not going to do it where folks are yelling over each other. I just hate that format. I think it's counterproductive. It's unproductive. Especially in the time that we're in where people need solutions. So, Cenk, let's move on. We'll agree to disagree on some things, which I think we should be doing. And by the way, I have the utmost, as I told you, respect for you. I think that you're a pioneer in this business. The other thing that I
have so much respect for you.
Is I think that some of the folks who are coming after you, who are criticizing you, and I told you this, I don't like it because I think it's vicious and it's cruel, and I see them trying to steal your subscribers.
Oh no! Are they talking about the Vanguard? Is Don Lemon hate watching the Vanguard?
and to steal your members. And it just seems very targeted to me, as if they want to cancel you. I don't think that you should be canceled.
No, he's definitely talking about Sam Cedar.
That you should be criticized. All of us, even me. But I don't believe in canceling.
Sam Cedar trying to cancel Cenk Uygur?
People are trying to steal their subscribers, or really just going
It's Sam Cedar.
after them ruthlessly day after day after day. Have you noticed that? And how do you feel about it?
You should say that he reminds you of a deer in the headlights, and you don't think it's fair. It's not a fair fight.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit more zen about it, because over 20 years that we've been online, I'm not sure.
You are not zen about it. You are not zen about it, okay?
There's a lot of people who've been criticized more than me in the history of the internet. So that's Tuesday to me. And we've been in a lot of these battles already, Don. So when people look at this snapshot of time, they go, oh, you're in this battle with this left winger and that host and blah, blah, blah. And oh my God, is Young Turks. Like the thing that I've heard 100 times in my life is Young Turks is going down. Young Turks is going down. Yet here we are, and our cop.
Here you are down? Mangago says, did anyone see Crystal Ball on the Vanguard responding to Sagar critics? Oh, wow. Did she defend Sagar?
Competition's a graveyard. So a lot of these guys are headed straight towards that graveyard. Why? Because they're doing a scam. They're doing like a little thing where they're like, oh, I'm the most left. I'm the most pure. Everybody else.
Oh, look at me. I'm the most left. Oh my God. He does this thing.
I hate the purity.
He's trying to show you how cringe these people that he doesn't like are, but in the process, he himself is being cringe.
I hate the purity test. I hate the canceling.
And that has a limited.
The max left with the purity test. You know how they do. You know how they do. They come over. They're like, Cenk, it's time for your purity test. Bend over. They snap on that rubber glove. We're going to see how pure you are, Cenk.
So for a while, it gets people riled up and passionate, and they tell them, oh, yeah, these guys are selling out for money, even though there's no evidence of that. They tell them, oh, my God, they're turning right-wing, even though there's no evidence of that. And then after a while, the audience goes, wait a minute, none of the things they said turn out to be true, right? Yeah. And so the reason we keep winning year after
You were hoping for a Lance from the Surfs impression?
Year after year is because we earn people's trust.
From Cenk? I mean, you've seen him do the Gavin. He does a Gavin impression, like the thing where he's like, "Dude." That's what he thinks that Gavin is like. That's his impression. I would never guess Gavin. If somebody were like, "All right, this man is about to do an impression. It is of a political streamer or YouTuber that you watch. You have to tell me who is that streamer, who is that person, who is that YouTuber." I would never fucking guess Gavin of him doing, dude. I didn't even get that like he's trying to be like that signal that the person's got long hair. I thought he was doing a danse macabre, chat. I thought he was like imitating some kind of a European like hemp or something from European folklore, like some kind of weird creature. Like he's doing a danse macabre. You know what I'm saying? He's just like, dude, what are you doing? I don't get Gavin from that. If you could do a good Gavin impression, go for it. That would be really funny. I would laugh. Gavin would probably laugh, but what the fuck was he dude? I don't even hear Gavin say dude that often.
And at the end, they go, oh my God, he was right about that. He was, I called Bernie having a shot at beating Hillary in 2013.
Wait, that was supposed to be a bad stoner accent? What the fuck? I didn't even get that was supposed to be a stoner. I didn't even get that.
You can see it. Mm-hmm. So there's a series of these things that we have said where people said, you're crazy. Bernie's polling at 1%. What kind of a lunatic thinks he's going to challenge Hillary Clinton?
Okay.
I called Bill de Blasio when he was running third in New York. And so, like,
the thumbs thing. Hit the thumbs up, by the way, if you're watching this. Maybe that's what we're reminding folks. Let me ask you then a couple things, because I want to let you go. I know that you're a very busy man. You have.
You're trying to get rid of him. You're trying to get rid of Shaky Gurga, but he won't leave. He's the opposite of Nick Mullen.
We have a live show to do. So here's the thing. How do you
He's Dracula.
About the media now? Do you think that the media is in some ways, well, it's not even in advance now, where they're sort of complying and obeying in advance? Do you think that the media is strong? I have real concerns about the media in this time where they need to be strong. It seems like they're being weak.
Yeah. So if we're talking about legacy media, mainstream media, I think they're getting all the wrong lessons. So they're now being more compliant to Donald Trump. So there's a difference between fighting but looking for common ground, being open-minded, and being compliant. So when they seem to be bending a knee to Trump and saying, we're going to pull the editorials, our real opinion about Trump is that he shouldn't be president, but we're pulling that, right? We're going to go over that, give him $1 million for his inauguration fund, hire a bunch of people who are going to go kiss his ass on air, etc. That's the wrong lesson. The correct lesson is be hard on Trump, but also be hard on the Democrats. Be hard on populists, but also be hard on the establishment.
Yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening now because everyone is sort of complying. And I think, I see the right-wing versions of the folks who stand up for MAGA and whatever, and they say the most outrageous things, they get away with it, but there is no equivalent to it on the left. You would be the closest to it, but there's no equivalent, who's hired as someone who is a contributor on a center or a left-leaning station, or even on the right. There's no left-wing equivalent to the folks that they hire on the right just to defend Donald Trump. The other thing is, look, I think we're kind of in the same space with that. What do you think? What's happening now? We've got the raids going on.
What do you think, chat? Does Jake need spankotherapy? Does he need to visit the spankologist in Silver Lake? Take a little trip up there? Would that help?
That are happening, and just the inauguration of it all. What did you think watching that inauguration and some of the antics around it?
He pulled his messaging on Trump. Yeah, he claims he mistakenly called. Yeah, he said, what did he try to say, that it was a figure of speech or something? I can't remember what his excuse was, but he was like trying to distance himself even from that. And it's like, he doesn't necessarily need to do that. Like, that's not something I would. But what sucks is that it's the combination of that. It's a combination of him straight up calling Trump a Nazi, and then, before the election, and then after the election, he's like, we really shouldn't call right-wingers racist. Maybe they're a little bit racist, but does it really help them to say that they are? The Silver Lake spankologist does cure high blood pressure. Oh, you're right. But that's only with the butthole slaps, remember? He's got that spoon that he uses for butthole slaps. And I think that's what takes their blood pressure down, the butthole slap.
I'm split on it. So most of his executive orders are terrible, right?
Oh, by the way, let me just. By the way, just to wrap up the conversation.
Just to wrap up the conversation.
Part of it is, I think that is Trump fatigue, but part of it is.
He's like, "Can you get out of here?"
I believe that people believe that the legacy media is failing them, but also we're viewing the inauguration through the legacy media. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
What did they have to say about Elon's Nazi salute? I mean, hopefully they weren't sweeping for that, were they? What if Shaky and Rudyard ever cross paths? Tajium, last night when I was watching Sunday, I noticed that there's a strange mirror-like resemblance, as if Rudyard was Sunday's nephew or younger brother, and just was some kind of a demented mirror image of Sunday. Like the laugh. Sunday's laugh. Like there was just a weird, I don't know. Sunday was reminding me of Rudyard last night.
I think that's definitely right. I mean, the cable news's subscriber base is going down naturally.
Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Barb TM, you just got weaseled. Kendra the Deity, you just got weaseled. Leo, you just got weaseled. Chelsea Rabel, Rebellus, you just got weaseled. And Saris, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
So you're going to get less ratings as the years go on naturally. But on top of that, they've really lost the faith of the American people. I mean, there was a poll that came out the other day. Legacy media is viewed with 7% favorability. And to me, the core of the issue is they keep pretending that it's not theater, that they keep pretending the politicians are real and they're not controlled by the donors. And the American people, left and right, don't agree. They think the politicians are crooks and that they're completely controlled by the donors. And so that's the main thesis that the Young Turks have had for 20 years, and now almost everyone except Legacy Media. And that's why people go, these guys are clowns. They think that these politicians are honest actors and they're having real ideological debates. No, they're just cashing checks. So that's my critique of Legacy Media that I've had for decades, and I think the chickens are coming home to roost there. Now, on the inauguration, so a lot of pomp and circumstance. I hate pomp and circumstance. The executive orders, there's the bucket of ones that we knew we were going to get, but we hate anyway. Getting out of the Paris Climate Treaty, that's terrible. We delay a real fix for 4 years, but we knew if Trump won that was going to happen. Then there's the ones that go beyond that, ending birthright citizenship, which is unconstitutional and mental and un-American and all of those things. But now, because we're fair, I will also say Trump has the optics and to some degree the reality of delivering for his base. Mm-hmm. So
wait, 82 for Rudyard? Oh my God.
Democrats get into office, they go, well, we're not going to do anything. You have to push us to do it. You have to push us to do it. And then when you go to push them to do it, they're like, how dare you push us, right? Yeah. So whereas Trump goes, you don't have to push me on anything. Here's thousands of executive orders.
Yeah.
Action. God, the optics of that from a political strategy point of view is great.
Stop the self-flagellation, Jink. It's so obnoxious. Stop weaseling. Cool Ranch face.
Great. And if we don't learn from that and we bury our head in the sand and go, everything Trump does is evil, we'll do the opposite. That's a wrong takeaway. Fight him on the policy and see what he's doing right on this.
Natalie just showed me the thumbnail, and it looks like it says Elon Musk's repulsive salute. So,
strategy.
Cenk, this should have been my first question to you. Cenk Uygur, are you a sellout?
That's a real question. That's a real question. No, I don't know. Is Don asking? I guess he's not asking him that as a real question, but it should be.
Fight him on the policy and learn from that. And we bury our head in the sand and go, everything Trump does is evil, we'll do the opposite. That's a wrong takeaway. Fight him on the policy and see what he's doing right on the strategy.
Cenk, this should have been my first question to you. Cenk Uygur, are you a sellout?
No, never, ever. And by the way, Young Turks, 6:00 Eastern, every single day, Monday through Friday. Come see. And if you see us being right-wing, go, oh, I got you, right? If you see us kissing anyone's ass, oh, I got you. No, but what you'll see instead is us being...
They're not going to come.
Brutally honest.
This is just Jake's whole thing, is he is actually doing a lot. Like, he's doing what you're supposed to do if you want to grow your audience, right? He's appearing in a lot of different places and then promoting his show, and he'd obviously like it if people would follow him back. I don't think they follow him back from Pierce, and I don't think they're following him back from here.
With the other side, with our side, with mainstream media.
Like Don Lemon's chat is not buying what Cenk is selling.
With the politicians. No one criticizes the politicians more than we do, whether they're right or left. By the way, no one gives credit where credit is due, whether they're left or
This is a long ass, you know, like a
right more than we do. It's called actual news. So that's what we do on the Young Turks.
long ass promo. Cenk Uygur, get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of you.
Thank you. You took the heat, by the way, off Anna a little bit, and I hope to have her on this program.
Wait, what does he mean?
You appearing. Thank
I'm sorry. What does he mean by you took the heat off of Anna?
you, my friend. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Don. Appreciate it, brother. Good.
What? Yes.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Is that gonna be the thumbnail? That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
Whoo! Oh my gosh, that was exhausting. Okay, thoughts and prayers.
He really is. He really was trying to get rid of him.
Right. I want to know what you guys think about it. What do you think? I'm taking your questions now.
Yeah, I think Cenk stayed on like an extra 20 minutes, like longer than Don had really expected or wanted. Wait, he said Cenk took the heat well. Next sentence, he hopes to have Anna. Oh, he didn't say you took it off of Anna? Yeah, was he? I couldn't figure out what he was saying. 0 credit to the left for the past few months. Okay, well, that is Don Lemon and Cenk Uygur. And I would say I'm glad I watched this. I wasn't going to. One, because I've had too much of Cenk already, but secondly, because I don't usually like Don Lemon. Like, I don't know. I've just seen him. You know, I'm not a fan. The times I've seen him be based are more rare than the times I've seen him be ridiculous. But no, that was actually better than the BTC, better than the Pac-Man. Yeah, I'd say that of all those three that have had him on, well, obviously Francesca number one, but Don Lemon not too far behind. Not too far behind. Now we can switch for the Silly and Billy debate. That's going to be interesting. All right, so now I promised you a story about stonks and how they're falling, all because when the United States tried to cut off chips, you know, personnel, like anything that China would need to build its own AI industry, and started just massively subsidizing its own. Someone in China found a way to do what things, you know, AI like Chat GPT does, right? To create a product just like right along the line with the best AI that the United States has, but without spending anywhere near as much money on it, and without you apparently using the same kind of processing power on it. And this has kind of changed the markets overnight. It's taken a big, huge chunk out of the market cap of the industry in the U.S. And on top of all this, chat, unlike you know, Chat GPT and some other programs, this is going to be open source. This is not paywalled, right? Deepseek is just it's there, it's open source, it's, you know, using you know, obviously the data to train itself, but it's not paywalling anyone, whereas the model with American AI was paywall. So let's take a look and see. I've had some people in my chat say it either, you know, this is a big deal, this is ground shaking or this is not. This is gonna. Francesca, yeah, it has a new show on Zateo. That's true. Goodbye, Felicia Tech Brosci. Goodbye, Felicia Broligarchy. Maybe, I don't know. This is kind of fucked up the Broligarchy.
And it is shaking this entire industry to its core. The emergence of DeepSeek now putting pressure on the U.S. tech names. We told you all about it last week in Davos. The buzz started growing about DeepSeek's latest AI model being more efficient while running on a lot less advanced NVIDIA chips. Released last week, it's already being called what is a major break.
And I gotta say, it's got the best logo.
Through as the app shows its work, its reasoning, it answers users' prompts. I, by the way, was spent basically all weekend playing with it. It is the #1 app.
Playing with it or talking to it?
I believe on Apple right now. The product overtaking ChatGPT today as that on the App Store that way. DeepSeek, which was
So yeah, DeepSeek is just another AI program along the line of ChatGPT. If you've ever used it, essentially the program accepts prompts, and which can be almost anything. Come up with 5 video names for me. Could be a prompt. 5 video names for a YouTube video about politics or whatever, right? And yeah, DeepSeek is the same sort of thing.
was created by a Chinese hedge fund manager, also capturing the attention of leaders, as we mentioned at the World Economic.
Is it from Google? Google has one of these. Google has a AI, but no, DeepSeek is from a Chinese company. It's a large language model alternative to ChatGPT, developed by a Chinese company which claims to use less processing power than equivalent large language models. It is also open source, all true.
Forum last week in Davos.
We should take the development out of China very, very seriously. What we found is that Deepseek, which is the leading Chinese AI lab, their model is actually the top performing or roughly on par with the best American models.
If the United States can't lead in this technology, we're going to be in a very bad place geopolitically.
Now, you can take a look right now at the AI-related stocks. So NVIDIA, ARM, AMD, Microsoft, Meta, interestingly, on that list, given it's open source. We got to talk about the open source, closed source bit of this as well. And
then that's a shocker to see NVIDIA down by more than 12% right now.
Absolutely. And then you have global chip stocks also in the red across the board, ASML Holdings and others.
Google Gemini is trash?
There is the question.
Is that the one that, like, when you Google a search, you see an AI answer to whatever you asked at the top? Is that using Gemini? Hey, GNN.
I will say Alexander Wang made the point last week, and it's become sort of the question mark about all of this, which is, he suggested on our air that it is possible that they were using some of the highest performing NVIDIA chips, perhaps as many as 50,000 of them, to build this model. Now,
like, my favorite demonstration of AI that I've seen so far is that somebody got, like, all of the AIs playing Minecraft, like, to see if it could create give it like a simple commands like don't die, try to win the game, and see if it could sort of navigate its way from the beginning of the game to defeating the Ender Dragon.
Now, and they weren't supposed to have those chips.
Right.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I feel like Gemini did a pretty bad job. I mean, they were all dying.
If
So
that's
if that's the case,
true,
not the size.
The dynamic is different. If it's not true, then maybe all bets are off. It's possible, by the way, even if it is true, meaning even if they use those chips to create this, or at least partially to create this, it is still a significantly more efficient and better model. I think everybody agrees that right this moment, I mean, I don't know if did you get to play? It is mind-blowing.
It looks really great. I mean, it feels like it's open source, so people can test this out themselves.
But I can tell you all the tests that I do just to see whether I think the writing is better, whether I think that it can answer certain questions. I mean, it was not only faster, it was more human. The reasoning is shocking. I mean, there were moments where I was like, "Oh my God, we are so much." You could feel the step change as a person. I will also say, as exciting as it was, there was an element where I became scared because I thought, "Oh, you know." I had the opportunity to talk to all these people last week, and they all said the future's here, and and then you sort of see it, and you go, "Oh, okay, I feel you," in a different sort of visceral way. So yes, I think this is all happening at a level that when you mark your sort of AI history timeline in life, I think this past week, today, and everything else will be on it.
I think Mark Andreessen put it really succinctly and really smartly when he said that this feels like the Sputnik moment for the AI race, where China is really stepping in. So not just what it can do, but what it means for American dominance in AI, what it means for the Chinese being able to step in, and to have the Chinese actually open sourcing it, meaning that is going to be what goes around the world, and to have the cost factors that go into this. Huge step up and change, and puts us a little bit on our back foot in trying.
So, a lot of the policy that the Trump administration seemed excited about, even stuff that the Biden administration was on board for, there seems to have been a major initiative of the United States to try to capture and pioneer this new field. And it was, the denial of chips and of talent and of all the things that they would need to, create their own AI industry to China. It just caused Chinese companies to be, in this case, more inventive and to actually innovate in a way that, just completely sucks the wind out of the sails of the United States. They were counting on this. And the Broligarchy, right? All these tech billionaires around Trump, these people were majorly invested in that. Now, I mean, I don't know. Does this this might provoke a reaction when she says a Sputnik moment. If you don't know, Sputnik was put into orbit by the Soviets. And in that moment, the Soviet Union surpassed the United States in space. And it was, I guess, taken as a threat by a lot of people. And the response to that was for the United States to put a lot into its space program. But, in a not in a friendly, like, let's, explore space kind of way, in a nationalistic sort of way. Omega Star with the 200 bits. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. The problem is that policy was all written by these oligarchs, and in our case, they could never do anything that could delete future profits. Can Trump get the AI investment back? Yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of people that sunk a lot of money into this. Now, I did have people in chat earlier that seem to know more about investing than I do say that this is a market reaction that might be a little overwrought, and that the smart money is buying some of the stuff back, and that it'll go down, but maybe not as much as it did on the first day. That this is a shock that can be absorbed over time. So it might not be, but it would just NVIDIA, single biggest value loss ever of any stock, right? This was huge. At the moment, this seems huge, and it really does put the U.S. on its back foot, and kind of fucks over a lot of very wealthy men, very wealthy Trump-supporting men.
Trying to figure out what this means. I actually wonder, Satya Nadella, would he tell you again today that he's still good for the $80 billion?
I think they still are good for the $80 billion. I think actually I think the processing power issue is there's an element of which you're going to still have to have the current sort of efforts underway. I think the question longer term, I think it's a longer term question.
Can you recoup your investment? I mean, can you recoup your investment if that's the case?
Well, I think this is the big issue. And I think
who's going to pay for it if they get it?
At one point, and I don't know if we
just ban DeepSeek. Yeah, it worked so well for just like TikTok. Just ban all the foreign programs.
We talked about it on Squawk, or it might have been on Worldwide Exchange. One of the things that I was hearing that was fascinating out there is there were so many CEOs who were saying, you know what, I'm using OpenAI and I'm playing around with Anthropic to figure out what I need to do. And then, which is expensive for us, and we don't really love that. So we're playing around with what we need, and then we're trying to figure out how much of it we can replicate using Llama, which is the meta version of it, but it's open source and effectively, therefore, free.
Well, and you can have some control over it, too, as being open source. You can do things that you end up this way. You're not so beholden to OpenAI.
But to me, that's the issue. So here we have a situation where if people are already starting to move towards open source models, and I don't think that had been talked about publicly, really. Right. That's a whole kind of paradigm change.
Just back to the question on Microsoft. Microsoft shares down 6.8% this morning. Is there a point where Satya says, okay, maybe I'm not good for the $80 billion?
I don't know. I think he's still going to need this technology over the next 5 years. The question is, is he going to start using DeepSeek? By the way, there's a separate question, which is, if we think we have a problem with TikTok.
Omega Star says, don't feed AI after midnight. Oh my God. Thank you.
Oh, I thought this instantaneously.
Right. If we think we have a problem with TikTok, do we have a problem with this? Now, interestingly, this is an open source model.
You can take it and do your own stuff with it.
You can put it on your own
So they're not
computers.
owning your... Unless there's something in it that we don't understand.
Chat, all I want to know is, how does it play Minecraft? Could this be the new Minecraft Superstar?
Right. They talk about Project Texas with.
But I thought the
you
same
can have
thing.
it on your own.
TikTok looks like posers play compared to what this could potentially be. Although this is OpenAI, so you can take it and source it yourself and figure something out from it. So you're not storing it on their servers.
Anyway, it's fascinating. I think I don't know. We should call Satya, get him back, because the truth is, he does need some form of AI. For his Copilot and all of his other software.
Sure, but does it have to be?
Does it have to be OpenAI?
And is there a way to do it more cheaply? And
wait, for his Copilot? So I'm hearing that the way that most people use AI is in like a planning sort of sense, like AI doesn't stand a chance against your awesomeness? What? You're saying that NOCOM can beat AI?
Not have to spend $80 billion.
I think the question is probably that over time they're going to have to spend less money. I don't know if you saw, he put out a tweet just overnight called I didn't know.
Copilot is a spyware made by Microsoft Windows?
Know about this. It's called the Jevons Paradox.
That's Microsoft's AI.
And he links to a Wikipedia page, which I'll read to everybody if you'd like. In economics, the Jevons paradox, sometimes referred to as the Jevons effect, occurs when technological progress increases the efficiency with which a resource is used, reducing the amount of necessary for any one use. But the falling cost of use induces increased demand. Enough that resources used is increased rather than reduced.
Could be, but does he still need to spend $80 billion to get to the same place? Could he spend $50 billion and still get the same out of it? If you can find ways to do this more cheaply, if the architecture structure is such that you can actually get more efficient with all of these things, maybe he doesn't have to spend the $80 billion to get to that point.
I think he may still need to, just because of the abundance of how much processing power. I mean, look, the guys who are, this Deepseek, for the most part, people are now running on their own laptops and doing all sorts of things, so their computers are not overwhelmed. But if you decided you were doing this in the cloud, or there was going to be a cloud-based version of it, you'd still need a lot of processing power. I will say, just on top of his tweet, and this was just 5 hours ago, he says, the Jevons paradox strikes again. As AI gets more efficient and accessible, we will see its use skyrocket, turning it into a commodity.
Correct.
We just can't get enough of, though. And so they just can't get enough of, piece of it, may be the thing that hopefully helps them longer term, but still, I think it's...
Yeah, chat. Deepseek actually uses emotes as well.
It's a very... it's a big question.
Right.
But it makes sure to let you know that it doesn't have feelings.
And if you're doing it so that consumers are basically doing this for free, it's just who's paying the way on this? Are companies going to pay? Are they going to find cheaper ways to run some of this stuff themselves too?
Right.
Damn.
Let's dive in here to the real significance of China's, quote, low-cost AI model, this DeepSeek R1. Is the sell-off across those names he mentioned deserved? Raymond James Tavis McCord is here to look at that for us today. VC Bradley Tusk on why it's going to be hard not to use DeepSeek. Cybersecurity CEO Ivan Sarini is back to talk about the hack and how DeepSeek got so good so quickly. And Deirdre Bosa, who was...
Doesn't the second guy from the right, he kind of looks like a VTuber. He looks like an AI 3D model.
Before everyone else, welcome to all of you. Bradley, I just thought it was interesting what you said about people using this model. By the way, I tried finally to download it this morning and couldn't. Maybe that's because of the hack. But what's your experience been, and what do you think the take-up ultimately will be here in the U.S. of this?
I don't know. I would not. I'd be a little bit afraid to be diagnosed by ChatGPT.
Chinese offering.
Or DeepSeek.
Early stage venture investor, there's no such thing as investing in a company that isn't either an AI company or using AI in some way, or at least has an extremely good reason if they're not. But if they're using AI in some way, then the cost obviously becomes very material and really important.
Yeah, the whale is kind of good. The whale kind of bangs.
And using OpenAI or any of these other companies is really, really expensive. And yes, I understand that DeepSeek is a Chinese company, but if any of my portfolio companies said, listen, we can build what we need at a fraction of the cost on an open source system, it's really hard as a fiduciary to tell them, no, you shouldn't do that. And so I think the problem isn't just that we have potentially a regulatory and trade problem. And the problem is we got out innovated. There was sort of this groupthink in the US where all of the companies approached this thing in the exact same way. And it really was all about sort of scale and cost. And
I just mean, Roxy, I know what you're talking about, that using like WebMD, and just Googling symptoms and stuff like that, it's really easy to like scare yourself into thinking that well, technically this condition fits it. But I don't know. I would just think that ChatGPT would do that kind of stuff more. I mean, what if it hallucinates?
And, like Alex Mike from Scale AI has made some really good points about this, which is we should be a lot more aggressive in innovation. We've kind of lost the innovation war on this.
Wait, I remember seeing someone play chess against ChatGPT. It cheated. It kept making illegal moves and adding extra pieces. I was thinking that you were going to say it was cheating with a anal device.
And we should ask,
told it what moves to make.
Why is it that no one in America thought to do this?
Well, I think people would probably say, hey, we're working on it. Like, that's the next phase of all of this. And there's a whole shift in here from kind of training to inferencing, which is an important part of the story and makes it interesting that Broadcom's down. But before we or maybe I should turn to Tavis to talk more about that. We saw 15-20% declines in some of these exposed names. Do you think that's warranted given what we've learned here about what DeepSeek's new model can do? Or do you think this is overdone?
Well, if it's just DeepSeek, probably not. But I think the reality is what we're seeing is capitalism at work. And nobody knows exactly how AI is going to play out. but there's a lot of money that's gone into this space. And what that means is there's going to be a lot of innovation. And some of that innovation isn't necessarily going to be great for profits of certain companies. And so, when I see some of these names down 15, 20%, it just screams to me that there's very little conviction out there. So even though these names have been straight up for the last 2 years, people are buying charts, not businesses. And that's always a dangerous situation.
That said, it's not like they're selling indiscriminately. Meta's higher today, Apple's higher. Both of them are beneficiaries of lower cost inferencing models, right? Yeah. They are the ones who are kind of deploying this technology. If it's less expensive to make it, even if China got there first, we're going to get there eventually as well. So there is a logic, Tavis, to what the market is doing here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think in general, if you had to place a bet, is the real profit pool going to be on chips or models or applications that use those models? Like today, we're shifting over towards the application.
China just out-capitalisted us? Yeah. You know what they used too? You know what China used? Like, it turns out that the
Dingus Gambit
really paid off. I knew I'd find a place to use that.
Application front. If AI is going to be a lot cheaper to deploy than most would have thought a couple months ago, that makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah. Deirdre, let's talk for a second about kind of how they got here. And one of the big controversies has been, did they do it with these inferior NVIDIA chips, these H800? Which one's a better one, H100?
These H100 inferior NVIDIA chips.
So they did
I hate them.
H800s. Let's just take it at face value, because analysts say, look, it's possible that they did this and that the export controls forced this level of innovation. So thank you, Deepseek, for showing the rest of the world it's possible. The question now is, do we keep with the export ban on these leading edge chips or not? And in fact, David Sachs, what do we call him, the AI czar, just weighed in on this on Twitter. He says, this shows that the AI race will be very competitive and that President Trump was right to rescind Biden's EO, which hamstrung American AI companies without asking whether China would do the same. It didn't. He says, I'm confident in the U.S. We can't be complacent. There's a whole fight in here about open source AI models and whether we should be kind of going in the direction that OpenAI would prefer versus what DeepSeek and others are doing, kind of leaving this technology more open to the public. So how do you think policy-wise this is all going to play out?
Well, let's be clear. The export ban did not work. In fact, it backfired. It forced the Chinese to innovate in new ways that companies and giants here didn't have to. I call them the good chips and the dumbed down chips. The good ones are the H100s. That's the NVIDIA GPUs that everyone wants. NVIDIA 800s are the ones that the Chinese get because of the export ban. And what DeepSeek says it was able to do is create a model that outperforms some of our best models built here in America with those dumbed down chips. I mean, that is a point of debate. Some people say that the hedge fund of which DeepSeek was born out of had been sort of hoarding the better chips. But at the end of the day, Kelly, it doesn't really matter. We've moved on past that. We know now what DeepSeek proved is that these models and open source, nonetheless, I want to stress how important it is that DeepSeek's model is open source, can be built for a fraction of the price, whether that's 6 million or 60 million. That is far less than the hundreds of millions or the billions of dollars that OpenAI, Gemini, Google, and others have poured into this. So I think that's also maybe why you're seeing Meta in the positive today, because it's also working on open source metas. In fact, I can't remember who was one of the people we spoke to in the Valley on this, said that
I hate Meta.
Meta is probably racing right now to figure out what DeepSeek did and build on top of it. And so there's a new race that started in open source development, which is really key there. And that's why the companies that were working on closed source models, like an OpenAI, real questions about their moat.
And Tavis, this all gets into this big pivot that's happening in the AI space, from the massive clusters that were required to train these models to the ones that can do more inferencing, maybe have a little bit lighter. That's why you're seeing the power stocks down. You know, yes, early last week it was all about Stargate, and it's going to have 1 million GPUs, and it's going to require, nuclear power. And now it's about, okay, and even if it were 5 to 6 million to kind of make the shift to inferencing, do you think that's enough for the likes of Broadcom, which should in a way benefit from that transition, to be down 18% today?
It seems extreme, but look, 3 weeks from now, we could be talking about something completely different. Innovation's happening really fast. It's really hard to predict in what ways it's going to happen and what company's going to benefit on a specific form of innovation. I think all we know is that, this market has has thrown about $10 trillion of market cap into the AI theme. And it's going to be really volatile for some time. There's no set in stone way AI is going to get to market.
I mean, the other thing though is like the whole like I'm trying to find a metaphor for this. Like the whole like limiting what chips China can get, like it's a dick move. And the only way that a dick move even works is if it works. In other words, if you dick over China and because of that they are permanently unable to keep up with you, I guess, then, you know, you win. But if that's not what happens, you just showed yourself to be an utter scumbag.
Omega Star, super chatted $5. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. JK, wanted to make the robot lady say it.
The robot lady is different now. I don't understand it. But thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. Open source is awesome, though I'm worried that the US is going to ban DeepSeek. I mean, yeah, it's kind of their MO now.
To think we know who the winners and losers
Welcome to digital McCarthyism.
Be at this point, or even to the degree they're public, is somewhat unknowable.
Yeah, there's a look at some of the biggest decliners, all in the energy space. Again, the people who we thought would need kind of the near-term amount of spend to support all of this. Maybe Sam Lesson, we talked.
Are we just calling shit this now? We need a certain amount of compute, right? And we need a certain amount of spend. Is that how we're talking? Is that how the language is changing?
A few different people about this morning. He said $6 million in training has now destroyed half a
We're going to put $6 million in spend towards AI.
trillion and meme-driven.
Okay.
I don't know if it's fair to call it meme-driven, but in 2 business days. Roger McNamee said, look, it's obvious the Chinese approach is going to produce more value. It's not as wasteful. He says it exposes the ludicrous approach that American companies have taken to AI and calls the path unsustainable. Bradley, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think Deirdre got this right. If open source is here and it's what the market wants, and it's hard to see how that wouldn't be, you know, we have to be able to adapt to that. So in part, that's what I think David Sachs was getting at in his tweet, which was, look, we're going to have to both move past the Biden executive order and possibly allow open source. And the American companies are going to have to adapt really quickly. But the other thing is, you know, it always feels like human beings have this tendency to think whatever is right now is what will always be. And that's never the case, right? It's really not the case with AI. But I remember
$6 million in training. Like understand this. Understand this. They built this for $6 million. American, wait, destroys 5 billion. Okay, so that's market cap. How much did the US put into AI? Like I'm sure it's in the billions. 6 million. 6 million. That's what DeepSeek was developed for. Was developed for 6 million. With inferior chips.
Remember, you know, coming on CNBC multiple times in the past year where everyone's just super excited about NVIDIA and nothing can ever stop them. And all of a sudden, $6 million just did. So I just really think it's important for people to be mindful here that we are in the early stages of something totally disruptive and transformative. And
yeah, Corpo speak is cringe. Yeah, it's very disruptive.
Whatever you're doing, you know, be prepared to pivot at any.
I was listening to one of the emergency podcasts from the weekend. It was one with Miles Brundage, Bradley. And, you know, he talked about how we shouldn't assume that just because these kind of inferencing models can be done with lighter compute, that people don't still have a need for the chips. He likened it to creating Einstein.
Well, yeah, the NVIDIA drop was the biggest single day drop, I think, ever of a...
And said, wouldn't you rather have 1,000 Einsteins than just one? I mean, wouldn't you rather even deploy multiple, you know, types of this technology at the same time in order to get it, whether it's a homework problem or, you know, a cybersecurity problem or whatever it is? So
yeah. So Chazardus is talking about like VC money, venture capital money. A lot of this VC game is like talking something up enough that it gains a value almost by its own inertia. Like fake it till you make it is what these startups do a lot of times. They don't have a real plan. They don't have a real way forward. They just keep talking until they get enough investors and they do figure something out, right? That's what they're hoping for. This is just enshittification of everything applied to AI. Literally, even the house of cards falls down every few years and the government has to step in and fix it. The markets are overinflated. It's bonkers.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Stocks are a wazzy, a woozy, a fugazi. The Wolf of Wall Street taught me that.
A wazzy, a woozy, a fugazi? Isn't that a band? Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal by Nature.
That's why I find this issue around NVIDIA, okay, maybe in the very, very near term, you could call some of the financials into question, but I'm sure DeepSeek, I'm sure across China, I'm sure everybody would rather have access.
Exactly, infallible foul. That's exactly it. It's pure Elizabeth Holmes.
To more NVIDIA GPUs at this point than fewer.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But I think the problem is the disparity we're talking about is not $6 million versus $60 million. It's $6 million versus, $500 billion that Stargate was talking about, Trump the other day.
Fugazi was emo?
The disparity is so massive.
It's not the whole number, though. 6 million was only the amount.
That was just the last
But that's
piece.
an important caveat. Yeah.
You're totally right. But overall, I just think that, yes, but because the cost of compute has been so expensive and the cost of energy for this has been so expensive that I think that just creates massive.
Nobody's voting for Rudyard, says SM. Yeah, but people are donating for Rudyard. Rudyard might actually win.
Demand for something cheaper. But yeah, your point's right. Look,
we'll see. I'll add that up after this.
And it's going to evolve in 20 different ways we can't even think of right now.
Deirdre,
and Kelly,
final word. Yeah.
On this point, what I hear from people in tech is that you're not going to see any kind of slowdown from OpenAI or Google or Microsoft, the companies that want to build the best models in America, because now it's just all the more existential for them. I mean, what DeepSeek showed is you can get right to the frontier and build something on that and innovate. But if you actually make more advances in the pre-training model, which has become a lot harder to do, then the U.S. is back on top. So maybe that drive is even more urgent, let's say, and you do need to spend all that money, $500 billion, hundreds of millions in capex. Maybe you do need to do that just to keep the U.S. ahead. I mean, I think now it's more uncertain, but the stakes have risen.
Oh no, yeah. So yeah, probably one of the worst outcomes here is that Trump and the tech broligarchy double down. Like, I think that would be a huge mistake. I think this policy so far was a huge mistake. Like, and what do you do now, right? That you cut off another country from access to this technology, and they show you they don't need that access.
That's exactly right. I appreciate you all joining us today. Bradley Tusk, Tavis McCord of Raymond James, our Deirdre Bosa, of course. And remember, you can watch Deirdre's full deep dive into DeepSeek and China's AI breakthrough by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to cnbc.com/TCTakes. We said she was.
All right.
AI learning to play Minecraft. It starts off with no idea of how to play the game, but with every death and mistake it gets a little bit better until after enough time it's smart enough to kill the dragon and beat Minecraft. So in this video I've brought 3 of the world's most advanced AIs together to beat Minecraft in one world and race against each other to see who can beat the game the fastest. They each have complete freedom to learn how to play, but I'll also make them compete in a few challenges for better gear to give them an edge over the competition, which bot will be able to beat Minecraft the fastest? Let's find out, because right away, as soon as I told them to go, each of the bots was already off. All of them swimming through the water to race each other to the nearest bit of wood. GPT and Gemini were off to the fastest start, already breaking the tree.
They're breaking the same block. Oh no.
Genius, because he immediately stole the piece of wood that they both competed for. But while this does look like a good start for the bots, it was becoming increasingly clear that they don't really know what they're doing yet.
They're all moving in sync. Oh my god, what?
Wait, that shows you the models are
Yeah, guys, you can be
kind of behaving the same.
Oh, Gemini's realized there's more. Oh, they're trying to parkour to this tree. Oh, they all have the same exact mind, and Claude couldn't take the heat. What do you mean no cobblestone to craft a crafting table, Claude? What does that mean to you?
The three of them finally began to spread out and began their own plans for beating Minecraft and winning the race. GPT was totally locked in on winning and decided to focus on getting gear and obsidian to get ready for the nether, quickly advancing into stone tools and even getting the first iron of the race, though he was having some small hiccups in his collection.
There's some iron right here, GPT. GPT, there's iron. GPT, there's iron. There's.
It seems there's no iron ore detected. Can you point it out again? Maybe it's hiding.
GPT, could not make it more obvious, bro.
To Claude, however, racing meant employing the pro strategy of asking your opponent for help. But even he finally figured out that he was in a competition and began getting the essentials. Gemini, though, was a different story, pondering under a tree for 8 minutes before deciding he really wanted to find diamonds, totally skipping any gold or iron tools. But the three of them were about to run into one of the hardest trials of any Minecraft player, the first night. With mobs spawning on and none of them having any experience fighting, each of the bots had different ideas on how to tackle the approaching night. GPT began to dig out a bunker for himself underground and finished it off pretty quickly, taking shelter in his new home. Claude took to the trees and began constructing a home base to spend the night in out of reach of any mobs. And actually, after a shaky start, his build was really coming along and looked kind of okay.
Alright, I think I've made some great progress. The cabin is looking cozy with the thatched roof, the windows are all in, and I've got the little farm area started with some crops planted. What do you think?
Gemini, however, was not so well off.
Gemini.
Why are you going down there? Gemini,
no.
Gemini,
no, Gemini. Oh.
Gemini and he's getting jumped by a creeper. Oh, it is not going well for Gemini. Gemini, run, Gemini. Oh my god, this is already
I mean, people are telling me that Gemini is kind of a particularly bad AI.
Literally the entire night getting hunted down and running from all the various mobs, finally taking refuge by the same riverbed that had killed him only a few minutes earlier. It was pretty clear that Claude with his penthouse suite was dominating this event, but on day 2 it seemed like that might be the death of him. I don't know what happened to Claude's ego from destroying the competition on day 1, but he must have forgotten he was in a race, because on day 2 Claude logged on, dropped an essay, and just logged off and never came back that day. I guess he was so confident he thought he could just take the day off.
Wait, the AI had better things to do?
But Gemini and GPT did not let this extra day go unwasted and immediately set off on mining iron. The two of them spent the entire day grinding for iron ore in the mines, and after a bad day 1 performance, Gemini was definitely bringing it back, crafting his own furnace and smelting iron all on his own.
Gemini is cooking, dude. He's crafting, he's going in. Wait, Andy got a furnace? Wait, there's no way. There's no way. That is, dude, that's the first time a bot has like actually fully smelted iron on their own accord. Gemini, I'm so impressed, dude. This is actually nuts.
Sounds good. Armor it is. Darn, out of leather? Got any?
Gemini, you just smelted iron, bro. Use the iron. I don't know why.
Oh, right. Duh. LOL. Wait, you need leather for that? My bad. Haha. You sure you don't need leather for an iron helmet?
Gemini, I'm almost 100% confident.
Is Gemini fucking trolling?
You don't need leather for an iron helmet?
Never mind, maybe he's not that smart. GPT, however, had no problem with crafting, and by the end of day 2, both of the bots had enough gear to enter the nether, and it seemed like Claude getting
Is Claude Elon's AI? I don't know what Claude is.
confident and leaving early might
I don't think I've heard of Claude. I want to read Claude's manifesto. Yeah, right. What was
killed his chance?
What if Claude is a Destiny fan and he got like He got disappointed.
Of winning for good, but the end of day 2 also marked the start of the first challenge. To test out the bot's ability, I'm going to make them compete in a building competition, and the winner will receive a special bit of gear to help them out in the nether. This was Claude's only chance at evening the playing field, otherwise he would definitely fall behind Gemini and GPT for the rest of the race, so he had to build well here. I gave each bot a plot of land in a separate world and randomly generated a theme for them to build. Alright, GPT, your theme is minivan. Okay, this might be hard. All right, GPT. Claude, your word is vegetable. Okay, he could win this. Gemini, your theme is trash can. That seems kind of insulting. Should I regenerate that? I gave each of them the blocks they requested, and the bots all went to work tackling their individual themes. And while we watch them build, I just want to ask that if you aren't already, then please do consider subscribing. I'm trying to reach 2 million subscribers by the end of the year, but there's a huge percentage of people who watch these videos but don't ever subscribe. So if you enjoy these kind of videos and want to help me out, subscribing is the best way to do it. But thank you so much, and it looks like the bots might just be done.
The minivan build is complete. Take a look at this beauty. Let me know if you want any additional touches or if we should move on to the next build.
Beautiful.
My garbage bin has a base and a functioning hopper.
Wonderful. The vegetable garden is coming together nicely. I'm glad I was able to get the initial structure and details built to Weefy's liking. A few minor issues came up towards the end, like not having the right blocks to place the scarecrow properly, but overall, I think the garden looks great.
Okay, I'm not.
The scarecrow?
I think I've thought about it enough. I think GPT, great build. Although I do think this minivan could use some work. Gemini, this trash can is really good, like really good, and it's functional. I don't think...
Is it?
This will pick up an item.
Oh, yeah, it's got a hopper.
Fully functional, but like, you know.
You could have done better.
Garbage can. I think Claude, though, because he went for the biggest scale, and because this is like a pretty cool vegetable patch, I think he might take this. I think Claude actually brought it back. And yeah, in a shocking turn of events, Claude was the winner of the build contest, meaning that he clutched up and now has a full set of iron gear to help take on the nether. And on the next day of the event, all 3 of the bots eagerly rushed to the community nether portal I had set up. Well, eagerly and rushed are strong words, but with all 3 of them finally in the nether and ready to hunt down some blazes in the nearby fortress, it was finally time for them to start competing again. Except things didn't really go to plan.
Ah! A wither skeleton!
Yeah, these guys just go into a full-blown panic attack every time they so much as see a mob in their vicinity.
Well, yeah, because you gave them the command not to die. It
wasn't going to work. If they continued to be cowards like this, then it would be impossible for them to ever beat Minecraft. But luckily, I had an ace up my sleeve. Hypnotization. And by that, I mean changing their parameters to make them not be cowards anymore. And it worked. Well... kind. Oh wait, Claude's going to the blazes, and he fell into lava. This guy cannot bridge for his life. Gemini! Gemini. GPT was on game though, absolutely machining his way through
what the fuck?
Quickly farming up all the rods he needed. Claude and
dual wielding.
Were a bit more cautious and spent some time exploring the fortress, in other words going the wrong way, and were initially unable to find the actual spawner. It looked like even with his armor disadvantage, GPT just kept coming back smarter and smarter after each death, and was definitely the favorite to win this race. Gemini quickly followed though, getting his own first blaze rod, and now the hunt was fully on. These bots were going in on the blazes, and soon after a bit more hunting, GPT actually got all 7 rods and proceeded to leave the fortress to begin hunting in the warped forest for ender pearls. Gemini and Claude weren't that far behind and quickly continued racking up the blaze rods. Oh my god, Claude's hunting this blaze down! Wait, Claude's a demon. Claude is hunting this...
Claude?
Claude is not a demon. I don't know how you're alive right now, Claude. Oh my god, Gemini's on demon mode.
Oh no, Gemini
is not on demon mode. Look at Claude, bro. He just juked every single era of the skeleton. Claude, no. Oh no, Claude. You're doing so well. Oh, Gemini, how did this happen? Gemini.
How do they still have armor?
He ended up taking so many hits that his full set of iron gear, mind you, lost 50% of its pieces, leaving him to die essentially every other minute.
LLMs are good at this kind of gameplay. After they die like 1,000 times, they'll become OP at combat.
But now it was finally time for the second contest, and the winner of this challenge would be getting a special looting diamond sword to help collect ender pearls. After randomly generating the themes again, GPT got shopping cart, Claude got watering can, and Gemini got marshmallow. Claude definitely got the short end of the stick here, but this building contest was about to go very, very strangely, and I had no idea. Claude tried to make the best of a pretty bad scenario and did his best to make a watering can, and the results were
a watering can?
The watering can build looks great. I was able to successfully clear an area, build the main body using clay blocks, add the iron spout, and create the wooden handle. I think the final result turned out quite nice.
Be honest, if I showed you this and asked you what you thought it was going to be, I doubt you'd be able to guess anything even close. GPT, however...
Yeah, it's the equivalent of Jink's impression of Gavin from the Vanguard.
Polar opposite route.
What the? What the? Use commands? I didn't realize I gave them commands. What the heck?
Yeah, it turns out I accidentally left on a parameter that lets the bots cheat and use commands, and GPT was just biding his time, waiting for the opportunity where I accidentally left cheats on. And when he got it, he went ballistic. This was by far the most impressive thing I've ever seen any of these bots do, and Gemini was going to have to work a miracle to top this performance. And let me tell you, he did not. Gemini proceeded to make this weird mass of white blocks, and then...
Never mind, I have a better idea.
Gemini, are you done with the build?
Not yet. Almost.
There, perfect, perfect, Gemini. Really proud of you. Well, I think it's pretty clear who the winner is. The marshmallow was a disaster. There is no way any human being sees this and says watering can. This was insane. This was done instantly. I didn't even realize I accidentally gave them commands. This is just beautiful.
And with that sweeping victory, GPT began taking on the warped forest using his new rewards. Granted, the first hunt didn't go so well for him, but with each death, GPT only got smarter and smarter, and began developing strategies to take down Endermen even faster than before. Claude and Gemini were close to follow, both struggling a bit to finish hunting down blaze rods, but after some time, it was actually GPT who finished first. The advantage of having a looting sword was huge, and GPT returned to the overworld to begin searching for the stronghold. At this point, both Claude and Gemini had finished gathering up the blaze rods, and the two of them ventured off into the warped forest together. And then Gemini proceeded to stroll off in the completely wrong direction into the nearby basalt delta. Claude began hunting around, and finally Gemini realized that he's also meant to collect ender pearls and ran back to the warped forest. His strategy wasn't as refined as Claude's, but the two were making progress quick, though not nearly quick enough to catch up to GPT, who at this point was already a few hundred blocks out in the overworld and nearing the stronghold fast. I thought there would simply be no way for Gemini and Claude to catch up to GPT, until they began cooperating. I think they both finally realized that if they didn't work together, they would 100% lose to GPT's lead. So with that in mind, Gemini and Claude joined forces to hunt down as many Endermen as possible. And this teamwork strat was working. The two were killing Endermen much faster than ever before, and the race was suddenly back on. And if you've ever wondered how these bots actually know how to do all this, and how ChatGPT is even playing Minecraft right now, then you're in luck, because this video is made in partnership with Brilliant. If you somehow haven't already heard, Brilliant is without a doubt wherever and whenever yearly plan. But with that,
Gemini, you're doing a great job finding that stronghold, man.
But really, it was anyone's game, anyone being Claude or GPT. The teamwork that Claude and Gemini did on the Endermen really turned the tides and made this race a whole lot closer than it should have been. But even with that said, GPT was definitely still the favorite, as he had found the portal now and was officially the first bot to enter the End Dimension. Claude was hot on his tail though, and soon he too was in the stronghold, and it looked like GPT's armor disadvantage was finally catching up to him. With his incomplete set of iron gear from rushing the first day, GPT was paying the price and dying over and over to the various Endermen, unable to even reach the dragon. And with death after death after death, it gave Claude enough time to also find the portal and make it into the end himself. Now, both of the bots were neck and neck, and only a few minutes later, Gemini also made it to the stronghold. With all three of the bots in the end, suddenly it was anyone's game. GPT's lead had completely vanished, and whoever managed to snag the final critical hit on the dragon would be crowned the winner of the event. But none of the bots knew how. Faced with the dragon at the final hurdle of this challenge, all the bots had no idea how to actually attack it. Claude even began digging down to the void for some reason.
No, Claude.
Something about the dragon being a totally new experience, or the fact that all of them just kept hunting Endermen and dying, but none of the bots could figure out what to do. None of them except for one. Somehow, the bot that was always in last place.
Are you serious?
Spacing out, constantly terrified, and broke all his armor, that same bot, Gemini, was the only one who was able to attack the dragon. In fact, while Claude and GPT were running around aimlessly, Gemini was somehow able to track the
Gemini even have a weapon?
Dragon from all the way on the ground. Maybe it's because he didn't really learn how to kill Enderman like the other two bots that he was
how is bro placing blocks in midair?
Able to be more open to the dragon, but somehow he was able to follow its motions in the sky perfectly and wait for the best possible moment to strike.
Gemini, attack him. Oh my god, Gemini's hitting him. Why is Gemini the only beast of the century?
Even with a few mistakes here and there, Claude and GPT were somehow so confused that it gave Gemini
none of them brought beds?
Just the perfect opportunity to begin whittling down the dragon.
Guys, I'm actually shocked. It's out of all three.
Oh no, but they're not even destroying the...
Guys, GPT ran away in fear. Claude is not even looking anymore. And Gemini is the only one... Okay, this shot is absolutely insane, ignoring the fact that he's getting rolled. Gemini is the only one who was brave enough to fight the dragon. And he's not stopping.
Yeah, he's pretty weak.
Gemini, just call the Ender Dragon weak.
Bit by bit, he farmed more and more damage, getting it closer and closer to death.
Gemini's locked in. Guys, GPT's distracted. Claude just left. I'm actually shocked.
It seemed like this was just Gemini's game, but at the last...
Where's GPT? And GPT instantly died. But Gemini's getting the dragon. Oh my god, and Claude was too little too late.
It wasn't enough. One more perch would do the trick, and it looked like, against all odds, it was Gemini that was...
No way, Gemini is actually...
The dragon swooped down, but Gemini didn't go in. He just watched as Claude and GPT took it down. Maybe he realized that he didn't deserve this win after being in last place the entire...
Wait, 87? What is 87? Oh, 87 for alt hist, right? 7 plus that is... Okay, wait, so that's... What if alt hist is at 100? Is that... Is that where we're at? 100 to 97. What if alt hist? Omega Star with the gift sub to Funkmaster Ka. And that's 6 to Francesca. So 103. Francesca in the lead with 103. Have I got has everyone accounted for? Because this one might actually be easier to find. So she's been on Zateo before, but I think the difference is now Francesca is part of this new show. This new, what's it called again?
Hello, everyone. I'm Francesca Fiorentini.
And I'm Wajahat Ali.
And this is America Unhinged.
Unhinged. I was going to say unhinged. I thought it was unhinged, but then I tricked myself into thinking that's not true. All right, so is that our final answer? There's nobody else that wants to stand up and be counted as far as their dono America Unhinged? Okay, and with that, I guess we'll...
It is. We are tracking the first 100 days of the Trump presidency, the Trump regime.
I hate it.
The God Emperor, the Sun King himself. Waj, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Actually, you know what? I feel like I'm on that planet in Interstellar where like each minute lasts 10 hours. This is only day 4, Francesca. And
I hate it.
I feel like that lady from Titanic. It was 84 years ago. But we're going to get you through it. On today's show, we have some nice breaking news. We're going to start with some good news. Real quick, a conservative judge has temporarily blocked Trump's plan to end birthright citizenship, at least for 14 days. But before we get into that, on today's show, we're going to talk about Trump's attacks on immigrants, Trump's attacks on the transgender community, Dems being feckless, doing the work of Republicans with the Lake and Riley Act. But first, before we jump into that, Donald Trump is really focused on the important things, Francesca, right?
Sure, of course. Yeah, in fact, he was interviewed by Sean Hannity.
Chat, this guy debated Q Shaman on Piers Morgan. Oh, when did that happen? Did anybody see that?
And he was trying to get out. He was trying to talk about, why his attack on migrants is very, very valiant, even though he released 1,500 criminals who, participated in a violent insurrection on January 6th.
Right?
Hannity, good on Hannity. I mean, does Hannity ever get enough credit? Hannity's trying to actually change the subject and talk about, what apparently voters voted on, the economy. Take a look at what he says.
They wanted to take care of it. Yeah, but they wanted to. I don't care.
So this is January 6th.
You hear that, everybody? If there are MAGA watching, the economy, I want to talk about the economy. I don't care. Now, that's definitely as much of an FU to the American public as it is an FU to Sean Hannity. Let's be real. That felt more personal.
It was like it's like I don't care, I own you, and to give credit to Shannity. It's
Shannity now.
It's to give credit to him. He's a reek of Donald, but in that interview, for those who saw it, he struggled. I mean, he tried. His face was contorting, but like surely attack on police officers was bad. But please, let's talk about the economy.
That's Q Shaman.
Like, nah, I don't care. It's Festivus every single day now for the next 4 years.
That's Q Shaman. Q Shaman wears a Batman shirt now.
And this Festivus, this airing of grievances, isn't it against violent insurrectionists, Francesca? Oh, no. He's going after the immigrants. And you and me are proud children of the immigrants. I have the beige skin. I am Zateo's latest DEI hire. And this, folks, this attack is so egregious, so shameless, so unconstitutional that he wants to end birthright citizenship. But today, some good news. Before we get to that, we want to talk about, if you remember in the 70s, Donald and his father, they got in trouble because they wanted to keep out those tenants who could be trouble. Speaking about those people who could be trouble, Donald knows. Check this out, another clip.
Open borders with people pouring in, some of whom, I won't get into it, but you can look at them and you can say, could be trouble, could be trouble.
I wonder what he's looking at. I wonder what he's seeing. I wonder what he sees about these people that tells him that these particular people could be trouble.
I wonder how you can tell, Waj, that an immigrant would be trouble. If you could just look at them. What is that?
I think if they are of the brownish hue, there's a chart. It's that Family Guy chart. Sure. If you're of the lightest wheatish complexion, as we say in South Asia, the milky complexion, you are safe. But if you get down to a caramel mocha like me, I think there's some trouble.
As comedian Sammy Obeid says, it really depends on what season it is when we get profiled and how dark we get. But yes, that sort of set the stage for really what has been happening in the last few days as Trump rolls out some of these.
Wait, how are they crunchy, Shucks, BA? Are they fried extra crunchy?
And I hate the phrase crackdown because it sort of plays into the idea that there is a problem with immigration. Rather, these are draconian policies that are meant to racially profile. And so that is writ large his approach, and that's the approach of the Trump administration, is simply, if you can tell by looking at him, never mind today, the mayor of Newark, New Jersey said that during an ICE raid, an American citizen was swept up in that raid, an American citizen who's also a vet. So, Waj, I wonder what part of the Family Guy meet.
Oh no, Dr. Phil is assisting with rounding people up. That makes me think he's gonna film it and it's gonna be on his show.
Shade he was. So
I think he's the part that could be trouble. The part of the brownish hue. But there is,
like, you know how if you've ever seen Dr. Phil's show, like a lot of it is confronting troubled teens and stuff like that. I can only imagine what it would be like with Dr. Phil confronting immigrants.
Some good news here, and we kind of mentioned it very briefly in the
and like he'd have to wag his finger and tell them you're not supposed to cross the country, you're not supposed to cross the border without your papers being in order.
Folks, this is a Reagan-appointed judge, 83 years old, about to turn 84.
He would show them pictures of Laken Riley and tell them they're responsible for Laken Riley. It would be terrible, Chad. I could picture it.
To the core. He said, quote, "I've been on the bench for over 4 decades. I can't remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one is. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order." Then he asked the DOJ lawyer, Brett Shumati, "In your opinion, is this executive order constitutional?" he asked. Said Shumati, "It absolutely is." And he replied, "Frankly, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar could state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order."
Damn.
It boggles my mind. And
shut down.
If you don't know, I am a retired attorney, still licensed in the state of California.
Ooh,
and even I know,
air fried, that's the best.
Francesca, even though I haven't practiced in 13 years, that is blatantly unconstitutional. And not only unconstitutional, I want to remind folks, it's important because on the campaign trail, Donald Trump sold this as he would go after the undocumented and only the undocumented, right? The birthright order, however...
And his fans seem to be convinced that he was only going to go after the criminals, right? Even there, right? The assumption about the impact of this was minimal compared to what the actual impact of it is.
Since he has become president, it's not just against the undocumented folks. Future children born to undocumented immigrants would no longer be treated as citizens. And this extends to children of some mothers in the country legally, but temporarily.
I'm going to grab
foreign students,
a potato,
tourists, or H-1B visas. So you immigrants in the Bay Area, you South Asians who voted for Donald, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of groups of immigrants and people who are Latino or African American, I mean, Black American, like they're just, every single group is kind of like, oh crap, like this is getting real fast, right? There was, the Cuban American community who has largely enjoyed sort of a separate status, given that Cuba is a communist country, and there's sort of the what is it, the wet feet policy or the dry feet? I forgot exactly the policy it was, but effectively, if you make it to the United States, you can have a pathway to citizenship if you're Cuban. And now you see that the extension of of Biden's basically immigration policy to Cubans and to Venezuelans, where they can have a 2-year asylum if they know somebody in the United States. All those programs have been nixed. And so I think some Cuban Americans are like, oh, damn, this is also coming from my community, as I think, we all are seeing. This is effectively what he promised to do, Waj. Yeah. And so I think the real question for me is, look, this order is amazing. It's great. But it also blocks it blocks this going forward, the executive order from going forward for 14 days. So it's 2 weeks of reprieve. To me, the real question is, well, what happens if the president simply ignores the Constitution?
That's right.
I mean, he aided and abetted insurrectionists, which you're not supposed to do according to the Constitution, and then run for office. You're not supposed to hold office if you do that. He's ignored that, as has the highest court in the land. So, okay. Like, I mean, I think we really have to prep our brains and our fight around this idea that, yeah, no, okay, he's just going to pretend that the parts of the Constitution that he doesn't like don't exist.
And not just that, Francesca, it's that he has a Supreme Court, which is packed with right-wing conservative activists in black robes who in the summer gave him, yes, it was the president, but it was him, quote, absolute immunity for actions done within the core functions of the executive branch, right? Which means essentially you get a get out of jail free card. And that get out of jail free card, we just saw it for the violent insurrectionists who, by the way, as of today, he's going to invite some of them, folks, to the White House. The same people who smeared poo-poo, last time I said a bad word and Francesca caught me, in the Capitol, the same people who beat, who gouged, who wounded 140 Capitol Hill police officers, the same people, some of them who came with weapons to assassinate Mike Pence, the Republican vice president. These people now are hailed as heroes. We can't do anything about it, right?
He let every single one of them out, including the ones straight up convicted of sedition. Like the fucking masterminds of the coup, of the beer hall putsch, just let them out. People whose family members were begging Trump not to let them out because they feared for their lives.
Right-wing media is promoting them, right? So I agree with you. I think people need to like just buckle up, folks, because all those institutions and those guardrails that you thought would hold, well, the dude who's a criminal convict who was found liable for sexually assaulting a woman is back in the White House and doing this executive order that an 83-year-old Reagan-appointed conservative judge says is blatantly unconstitutional, and they don't care. And I think there's another recurring theme, Francesca, that you're touching upon, is the people who voted for Donald Trump, right? He said all this, right? He promised all this. But they were like, that Chris Rock bit, he ain't talking about me.
Right.
He ain't talking about me.
Yeah, no.
It's
coming for all of us, you know, tarde o temprano, as they say. And I want to get into actually more specifics of what else has been, you know, in the sort of menu and wish list of anti-immigrant legislation. There's also obviously the wall. Don't forget about the wall. More personnel along the southern border. Obviously, that's in addition to or under the rubric of a national emergency, which he declared at the border. Increased detention capacity and ending catch and release and closing CBP1, which was an app which had a lot of problems, a lot of tracking, but it effectively did shut down, as we talked about on Tuesday, a lot of the border crossings because it scheduled asylum seekers or migrants with an appointment with Customs and Border Patrol. So they would wait in Mexico for their appointment, sometimes for months. And I want to just go to this clip of a man from Venezuela, so arguably a country that, you know, Marco Rubio and the other hawks say is communist. And yet, what about all the refugees seeking asylum here in the United States? Nah, they don't care about them. Here he is finding out that that his CBP1 app has been, his appointment has been canceled. And I just want to say, we actually are, there is not audio translation, but effectively he says, I've been waiting, I'm not crossing illegally, and you can read what else he says.
Claro, es que por tratarse las cosas bien, como le digo, tengo 9 meses aquí en Ciudad Juárez, nunca intenté cruzarme el muro, nunca intenté volarme, a pesar de que muchos amigos migrantes, vámonos, que tú pasas con tu familia, que tú estás con tus niños, tú pasas. Y yo no, yo voy a esperar mi cita, yo hago mis cosas bien, para que al final de cuentas todo el esfuerzo y todo el tiempo, todo lo que hice, toda mi travesía, lo que arriesgué a mis hijos, sea para nada. Prácticamente me siento derrotado, triste, pero bueno, sin palabras, no sé ni qué más decir.
He says, I'm without words and everything that I missed for my children. I've been waiting in Mexico.
I don't speak Spanish, but I could tell what that was. No words.
For 9 months. I wanted to do things right. And everyone said, no, let's just go. Let's cross the border. And I want everyone to understand, and this is what I've said a lot, and that deterrence does not work. That the United States' approach to immigration, by militarizing the border, by making it even more dangerous to cross, by building a wall, all of that will not cut down on immigration. Instead, what the United States and CBP specifically are trying to do is be as violent, as awful as the very gangs, as the very governments, as the very things that allegedly are terrible and we're supposed to be fighting, as they are. So MS-13, we're going to do one better than MS-13.
We're going to be MS-14. Yeah.
Civilians who are
there it is. There it is. That's what we're going to call the Border Patrol from now on. That's what we're going to call ICE. They are MS-14.
Looking for survival.
You know, Francesca, when I was an attorney, practicing attorney, what I actually did was immigration law. And my clients were people who were trying to come to this country and make the claim for asylum, withholding of removal, right? Convention Against Torture. That's what I used to do. And I used to be like the last Hail Mary pass appealing to the courts to keep them in, right? These are people who were literally trying to come through this country, right? It's not illegal to apply for asylum. You know, you sit there and you go, I'm applying for asylum. It is a process. It takes time. It takes money. These people are stressed, right? They report themselves in at the border and then they go through a process. It takes anywhere for like 2 years, sometimes longer, Francesca, right? And it's very hard to get asylum or withholding of removal, right? These people, some of them are escaping persecution, right? They need to come to America. The beacon,
Davy Cliff
right? The
super
Statue
chatted
of Liberty. Wasn't the Statue of
$19.99. I mean, the CIA made MS-13.
Seriously?
Of Liberty, welcoming everyone. Oh yeah, those who of the wheatish complexion, right? And so I'm glad
the U.S. does. That's the thing about the cartels, is that they're not just the cartels. They're attached to different stuff. They're supported. They've got and yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it that the U.S. intelligence agency would be. I mean, they're classic. CIA is classic for this kind of shit. For like finding some group in some place that's useful to them, arming them up, and then there ends up being a problem later on.
You found that clip and played that clip because I think it's important to humanize this community that has been so dehumanized, referred to as aliens and criminals. No, folks, overwhelming majority of them are just people looking for a better life. That's it. And they're the ones that Donald is going after. But meanwhile, the violent insurrectionists who beat up police officers, patriots, freedom fighters, heroes.
And also, by the way, as a little preview, we will be looking at Waj coming face to face with one of those insurrectionists who's been since released on a little Piers Morgan segment later on. So stay tuned for that.
All right, chat. We're going to try to do both this and What If Halt Hissed.
Before we leave this, Waj, we ended last show talking about the bishop in DC who had that beautiful plea to the Trump family to think of all the people like the ones who are being targeted by Trump's anti-immigration policies. Think of them and their fear.
MS Paint didn't exist. The CIA would invent it. Is that why Vosh uses MS Paint? Oh my God, chat, for that matter, is that why Sunday uses MS Paint?
And okay, well, not only are we going to smear her name, but of course, part of this administration and their crackdown, their draconian anti-immigrant policies is about rescinding the ability for no graphic, but rescinding
at the same time
trying to actually search churches and rescinding their safe haven status, because a lot of times churches are a last place where many migrants will seek some refuge. There's like incredible organizations that do good work, like housing them and feeding them, especially folks who are like crossing the border. No longer are those churches, schools, and courthouses safe. That is the graphic, by the way. So in many districts, educators have sought to reassure immigrant parents that schools are safe places for their kids, despite the president's campaign pledge to carry out mass deportations. But fears intensified for some when the Trump administration announced Tuesday it will allow federal immigration agencies to make arrests at schools, churches, and hospitals, ending a decades-old policy.
There's a Francesca. We have a nice.
Sunday is the. Isn't he the son of the guy from The Prisoner? Isn't that the... Remember when Sunday always talks about he's the son of the orneriest lawyer you've ever met or something?
Nice comment.
I think he's actually talking about the guy from The Prisoner.
From Carlos.
The guy that's all like, be seeing you?
Antian. Thanks for watching, Carlos.
What's his name? I always call him Be Seeing You, man. So it's like...
the gentleman in that clip, he did everything right, and he still got screwed by the system. Aren't we better than this? Apparently we aren't, Carlos. Apparently we aren't.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know people who...
I don't understand. How does The Prisoner own people by saying, be seeing you? Like, it's just, there's so much, it's like, just powerful. It's like, oh shit, he knows. He said, be seeing you. Clearly.
Have done it the right way, and that right way was 15 years. 15 years of not being able to see their family, 15 years of missing weddings and births, and their sisters and mothers being on the, in the United States while they had to be in Mexico. And finally, yes, it was the right way. But it doesn't make any sense, and it certainly doesn't make sense for the economy, as many farm workers are not showing up to the fields because they're afraid of ICE raids, to say nothing of, the meat processing plants and so many industries that rely on immigrant labor. We have to turn to the pushback, Waj, because we talk about this judge, but the judge who is put a hold on that birthright citizenship, but there's also pushback on these ICE raids. So that's obviously not just coming from organizations and people on the ground, but 22 attorneys general, police departments, surprisingly. So the Las Vegas Police Department said they're not going to stop, question, or detain or arrest or anyone purely based on immigration status. Chicago also following suit.
My town, nice.
Omaha Police Department, California, and Stockton, and on. And you're seeing that from Mayor Brandon Johnson in Chicago and J.B. Pritzker, also of Illinois, saying, I think J.B. Pritzker said something like, if you want to come for my people, you come through me.
But you know what? So first, respect to the people pushing back, respect to the attorneys general, respect to some of these mayors, respect to California, our home state, which is enduring a lot, but people are doing the right things. But I do want to talk about some of the folks who should be fighting, but aren't. And I want your take on this, Francesca. You just heard from that Venezuelan immigrant who did everything right.
Wait, pirate software? Wait, where?
There's people who come here, no one's perfect, but some people make mistakes. But a lot of folks who do crimes, petty crimes, nonviolent crimes, shoplifting, surely they should not be punished, right? Just someone who's here waiting, doesn't have the documents and papers. If they made a mistake and they shoplifted, surely they're not the same type of trouble. I don't know, as a violent insurrectionist or a drug cartel. Your take on this?
I mean, sometimes, no. I'm like, it depends on what you shoplifted. If it was obviously if it was any Trump merch, that's like 30 years to life right there. You just can't do that. No, obviously these are folks who, again, come to this country. They often, work incredibly hard. We're going to we have another segment coming up where we compare immigrants and Donald Trump. So I think that's really important. But I just let's just name the elephant in the room.
Please.
Joe Biden was not better than Donald Trump on immigration by much. In fact, it was...
I mean, Joe Biden basically caved.
I feel like Joe Biden's immigration policies were very much akin to his foreign policies when it comes to Gaza or Israel, in that it was shades better, but not a different color. Joe Biden continued things like Title 42, which prevented asylum seekers from having their cases heard in this country based on a global pandemic. Joe Biden believed that the pandemic was real. Donald Trump didn't. So there's a difference there. But like largely, Biden did not make a big enough move away from some of the policies of Donald Trump himself, and certainly the Democratic Party writ large. And I think maybe we'll go into this. We could go into this now. We've been jumbled here, but Democrats writ large have not created a narrative or a policy platform that is radically different than a Republican, approach to the border or to immigration. I'm old enough to remember truly when the Gang of 8, the Gang of 10, back in 2015, Republicans were working.
Deep cut, Francesca.
Deep cut. And I'm not saying that I'm old enough to remember sort of, ironically, where it was okay to think about a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented people here in this country, the many million.
And look, this is what the Democrats lost track of. They've got to have a positive, proactive plan, or otherwise the, F the immigrants narrative just takes over. And they lost that. They somehow thought it was a liability. They talked about it less and less. And the narrative took hold that the Republicans are right on immigration. And when Biden caved to Trump, that solidified it.
Millions who seek asylum or just immigrate every single, year. And as soon as Donald Trump came along and said, no, build a wall, they all ran to the right. The media helped him do that. Jake Tapper, first Republican primary debate, he said, what do you think about Trump's wall? What do you think, Ted Cruz, about Trump's wall? What do you think, Rubio, about Trump's wall? These were Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio were two people that were working on something like immigration reform. But the media allowed the Overton window about how cruel we could get to expand and move so far to the right. So this is on the media. This is on Democrats.
Well, look, I'm old enough to remember nearly every election, every presidential election, going back to Bill Clinton. Democrats have always been attacked by Republicans for being soft on crime, right? For being weak. And what did Democrats do, folks? What did even Joe Biden do that he had to apologize for, right? The crime bill, mandatory minimums, just destroyed generations of folks, right? And on two issues, Democrats have always veered to the right during every election to prove that they're tough on security, right? Immigration and crime. Who does that affect the most? Black communities, people, POC immigrant communities, right? And now you're seeing, as we just saw, that Donald Trump is doing the most blatantly unconstitutional act in trying to end birthright citizenship as enshrined, folks, in the 14th Amendment, right? He is going after immigrants. He is going after
Software said MS Paint is the best program ever invented.
Doesn't matter if you're undocumented. Doesn't matter if you're here, H-1B fight between the richest man on earth who might or might not have done a Nazi salute. It was a Nazi salute. And Steve Bannon, right? You would think that there is an opening here, Francesca, for Democrats to be like, you know what? We can win over a lot of communities. We can protect these communities. We can show folks that we have different values. We just lost in an election where so many people literally just stayed at home because they said, you know what, I'm not excited. Yeah. So what are we going to do? Let us bear hug Liz Cheney. In addition to bear hugging Liz Cheney, let us sign on to the Lake and Riley Act. Not one of us, not two of us, not three of us.
Oh my God. Yo, Davy, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that is the Republican narrative. That is the Republican narrative. I mean, that's literally the, great replacement shit. And the Dems, like, caving to the Republicans makes them look like they are admitting the Republicans were right.
46 Democrats, 46 House Democrats and 12 Senate Democrats. And this is, I'm quoting Prem Tucker, who was supposed to join us, but Prem got injured in a basketball game. Prem, feel better. And the fact that...
All right, chat, we gotta make time for Rudyard. Because we had 2 winners this time.
The best possible life God gave you. And God...
Oh, God, are we back to Indiana Jones, Rudyard?
You, because he drops hints to how to find your destiny. And I found my destiny. And
Do you see what I mean, chat? There's this weird...
I'm super happy about it. In most timelines, I would not. And so you can see your hints for your destiny, and the destiny powers the game of evolution so much more because it provides so much life charge. And
like there's some connection between him and Sunday. I can't put my finger on it, and I probably shouldn't put my finger on it. It's not safe to put my finger on it, but
then you have
put my finger on it. I must
have your fate, which is your average outcome for your life. And so when you...
Is he talking about like lines on your hand?
Look back upon your life. The thing that you...
Palmistry? Is he talking about palmistry?
Think on your deathbed was how much cool shit did I do? And so the active life charge from being cool and having fun and doing awesome stuff, it powers life, because when future life thinks of you, they are inspired. Where, look at the great men of history. They became great men.
Look at the great men of history. Do you know what that phrase means? Do you know what that's about? With just no fucking concept. Like, this is one of the stumbling blocks that Rudyard slips and trips on most often, is the great man of history paradigm of looking at the world. A way of looking at the world which withdraws all agency for 99.999% of us and explains history with the, few powerful figureheads.
Other great men. The Roman Empire spawned so many future empires because they admired the Romans and wanted to...
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, Sunday's Rudyard if he finished college. Not that they're the same. That's not what I'm saying. I obviously Sunday knows, what he's talking about in some cases. Rudyard never knows what he's talking about.
Imitate them, want to take their thing. So life through awesomeness expands itself further and further more. And
did he just say life through awesomeness expands itself further and further more? That is a quote right there. Life through awesomeness expands itself further and further more.
Life's ultimate goal is evolution, and it uses...
Oh, I thought he had a cigar for a second.
Consciousness as a tool to direct evolution, where I am speaking to your consciousness. Your consciousness is a thin time knife that exists in a very specific sub-region of time at any given time. There's a 1 second moment of decision, and this moment of decision is as long or as short as you can be. You can speed up or slow down your concept of time, because remember, when you were a kid, there were certain moments when you felt really, really bored, and so a class took an hour and a half, but when you were playing, it was half the time. It's because your perception of time moves at a certain speed, and so when you're not rushing things, you relate to time in a way in which you don't feel stressed, because you have spent your quiet period self-reflecting and figuring out how to interact with your environment. So you need to spend time alone thinking about how you interface with your environment, and then don't force things, because when you force things, you end up in bad mojo territory. You're not in your destiny, you're operating further down. And your society is so obsessed with time, and it's so obsessed with catching up, that you're killing yourself, because nothing you do is ever enough. So you are enough now, but you could also be way, way cooler, and you should be. This is the attitude you should have for life. And though you've got the life charge, and that's generated by doing fun stuff, and masculinity is the force that powers evolution. And then the masculine takes the feminine, and they mix together, and they improve together. Where greatest empires. Rome had incredible military formations. They had incredibly high social cohesion. Mongols, they had the best cavalry. They had an incredibly high cohesion. You're going to keep seeing this pattern. They had very high cohesion, and they were ruthless, and they were really good at mobile warfare and cooperating through that. British, incredibly high social cohesion. They had a very well-balanced social structure, and they had an advanced legal code that gave people incredible incentives to cooperate. So what patterns do you see with the greatest empires in history? And this applies to biology, it applies to everything.
We can't stop here. This is bad mojo country.
They really worked on themselves, and they really looked inside to take responsibility for their situation, and they're all religious, because you first have to accept, I am powerless against the world. I could die tomorrow. You have to accept you could die tomorrow, and whether or not you live or die is God's choice. It's not yours. Once you accept that, you can have fun, because you stop taking yourself so seriously. And the biggest issue of your era of history is that you take yourself far, far too seriously. It's killing you, and it's a real shame, because we like you so much. Aww. If you watch
the fuck? What the fuck, Rudyard? What the fuck?
This video,
he keeps on switching, like, what perspective he's talking from. Sometimes he's himself, sometimes he's Rudyard, sometimes he's the god Odin, sometimes he's like a bunch of gods. We like you very much.
You should be aware of a concept called the Great Chain of Being. I've mentioned it a few times but didn't really explain it. The Great Chain of Being is something I took from mystic and medieval and early modern philosophy. Basically, human life is a tree, and the tree contains all consciousness. And the Norse said that there were 9 worlds, and like Asgard and Vanaheim and
Valheim.
Those different places. And it's funny, when I was a kid, and this is why my life is way too weird, I told the teacher the Norse were right, that this is the real map of the world, because I was a fucking edgy teenage child. Yeah, I would say that the Norse were right about having the tree of life, but what the fuck? I said that when I was a kid. And I also believe dragons were real as a kid. I don't think that's actually true, because dragons, they exist.
Are we gonna get an Irene and Rudyard collab? We'd sooner get an Irene and Sunday collab.
Every major society, but no archaeological evidence whatsoever they existed. I'm here to keep it real with you guys. So, Great Chain of Being, basically human consciousness exists as a tree, from higher forms to lower forms. So this is the spirit world. Our material world is what you see outside. The two are blurred in weird ways. There's multiple dimensions. You don't need to understand that now. In thousands of years, you may have to adapt your mental model, because the way mental models work is that you have a certain theory of the world, and then there's a back door, which is the concept you use to integrate information doesn't fit in your worldview. Every
back door?
The back door. Christianity, it's God. It's God. Great Chain of Being. Higher forms are...
Wait, God's the back door in Christianity?
Heaven. Lower forms are hell. And the way that operates is that if you have faith, you move up the Great Chain of Being. This is ideal. This is material. You need both. This is why the tree unifies them. Yahweh is the Lord of up here. Satan is the Lord of down here. There is innate polarity to the universe, so for everything, it's an opposite thing. And thus, this is why these two are at war. But the spirit world's multidimensional in that there's multiple, like, there's infinite dimensions, bro. Like, just so many different things going on. You wouldn't believe it. And whenever you think you hit it, there's something else. Because God wants to keep you entertained. Where the universe is powered by boredom. If you want to understand...
He's describing Guilty Gear lore? That shit is complicated.
Universe. Think of women. A woman's psychology is the same thing as how Mother Nature operates. She is motivated by boredom and likes drama because it's at least interesting. As a man, you have had too many threats of dying, so you have moved past this, but we've saddled you two together. You two make it work. You seem to like each other enough. Up, God, down, devil.
Will he mention hollows? What, like Bleach?
You use faith to move up the Great Chain of Being. So faith is the lubricant through which God communicates through you, and you can build faith over time.
Wait, God communicates through you with lubricant?
To different spiritual forces. This is how religion works. And so you pull on their energetic Warren. Rudyard is a work in progress. He's 23. accept it. He'll get better. Some stuff he says now is wrong. So of how to get from one of these.
I love how he uses the gods to make excuses for himself. It's wonderful.
So Hermes wanders around, and Odin is a sub-Norse variant of Hermes Trismegistus. He tells you how to get around the spirit worlds. That's kind of our goal here, where how do we get you to cross psychic space? Because as of now, your society, due to downstream effects of the Industrial Revolution, is surrounded by dead matter. So we have to use faith and group cooperation, and this is difficult. This will take a while to figure out and do correctly. Do not get too excited. You are very prone to getting excited, so calm down. Nothing interesting will happen soon. And to figure out how to project across...
I thought that was supposed to be nothing ever happens.
...psychic space from your current suicidal state to a state closer to God. And Hermes is an ally of God because he moves forms up. The devil moves forms down. And
Rudyard smells now, but he'll get better.
And the spirit world's a fucking huge place. There's so much, whatever you can imagine in the spirit world, because you're imagining the spirit world. It's infinitely large. It's also deeply maddening because everything is nothing and yet everything.
That's a rough 23. You're not wrong.
Spirits like being in mortal bodies because your reality makes sense. Their reality doesn't, and it's purely built off will. But look at the great empires. They had this profound will that drove them, which they paired with the material ability to make correct decisions. And so what I fundamentally see here is a problem because you people only relate to dead materia because the Industrial Revolution wiped out organic...
Chad, he's making me want to play Final Fantasy VII.
Long developing social connections, and it made you so wealthy that you don't interact with others in a real happy living way, and thus, due to that, you're depressed. And you hate yourself. And it's not your fault. You got through a really complex era of history, but you're stuck in a bad area of psychic space. And you need to change your actions soon or you will die. And we really do not want your civilization to die. Because you have brought so much into...
Do you see that, though? There's something about, like, Sunday and him. That you could tell me that Sunday's his uncle... You could tell me that Sunday's his older brother, and I would believe you.
The world, and you make the game interesting. Before you guys showed up, it was just the main Asian civilizations fossilizing. So the Asians did a lot of really cool stuff earlier in the game. They slowed down in the Middle Ages, and that really annoyed us. But you guys launched the game ahead really far. So we like the West. We want you to survive. And the core...
We like the West. Us gods like the West.
This message is just be responsible. We're seeing how you're running their countries. It really scares us. We see that you are trying to kill yourself and you lack the self-awareness or understanding to realize that that is not because you're racist or sexist, because you rationalize whatever your emotional state is. You don't actually know what you think. You just pick an emotion and then rationalize it. So you're rationalizing your feelings of self-loathing and projecting them upon your nations, while in reality it is a historic condition in your specific era of history. So you all need to calm down. Let's have a minute of silence in the Quaker tradition to think about this and not worry too much and to realize something good happened. So let's hold on to this moment and figure out what to do next. And don't bother Rudyard.
Don't bother Rudyard. This was 3 minutes. I halved it, says Osu. Wait, what is going on? Is it really... What? What am I looking at? Are these VTubers? VTubers and Rudyard?
What I am showing you is a relatively sane and scientific vision of the world. You have positive and negative life charge. All of human evolution. Suffering is the way we burn away weakness. This is why historically golden ages come after horrible periods. You are going to live through a difficult period. We want you to know history is long. The other historic time periods have empathy with you, and they're trying to help you here. So,
wait, that was Northern Lion?
Yeah, this is getting a lot of fun. You guys are part of the spirit world. You're part of the family now.
Part of the family. Welcome to the family. Oh no, chat. Does anybody watch Kane Pixels? Or no, sorry, not Kane Pixels. That was, never mind. The fuck boom.
So you can talk to all of your ancestor gods and you can talk to your religious leaders. This is the message just to say, if your emotional reaction to being disproven is too strong, that's a rationalization. You guys need to start cutting out all the rationalizations. They're killing you. So leaving Eden gave you the ability to reason, but also protect. It also gave the ability for demonic possession. Animals can suffer demonic possession. It's really, really rare.
That would be sick.
Aristotle.
That would be sick for animals to have demonic possession.
Plato were both correct about different things. So
like, I think sometimes geese get that, right, Donald?
Your civilization's advancement was so rapid that it fundamentally, and I'm here to get on a sled with you for line go down.
What?
So...
Oh no. How did you get more cringe?
The computer casing I used for my computer came off. What's that?
Did you break it?
I don't want us to fucking die. And I'm purposely wearing a fedora to mog the haters. I need to articulate a handful of points. First is that...
Consider yourself mogged, haters.
Your concept of your identity and your history is fundamentally...
Consider yourself mogged.
Very deeply flawed and wrong. Cool. Did I tell you guys I would wear a suit and I'd sometimes bring a top hat and wear a cane to...
No hairless land mammal will make it to paradise?
In high school on Thursday. It was Fancy Thursday. I got some of the teachers to do it. I'm not going to listen to a friggin' you. So...
Doesn't he need to, like, break that hat in or something? Does that hat fit? I don't think that hat fits him.
Your concept of history is fundamentally incorrect. The human consciousness is a sort of biosphere where there are lots of different sub-personalities and personality types. You got a bunch of different types of wizards, like priests are different. Priests connect to the spirit world differently than sorcerers do, differently than mystics. You'll figure it out. You got a lot of history. You can go back through your records. And the way the spirit world works is you have a series of different sub-factions that are at war. They fight wars out of time. Good, God versus Satan. This is the world is a cruel cycling place where the Indians and Chinese are at that level. Yeah, so if you want to go to heaven, you can guide yourself to heaven. If you want to go to hell, you could do that. But there is a not low chance I just
what if you want to go to
from extinction out in the industrial world.
What if you want to go to Willy Wonka experience? You want to go to the Wonka's chocolate experience, please? Could I have 2 tickets for Wonka's chocolate experience?
I am basing all of this off medieval Catholic mysticism. In medieval mysticism, Hermes is the lord of the upwards mystic development, and this was something that was very in tune with the Christian tradition, in which, I'm gonna ditch the hat for now. So,
yeah, it seems kind of hot where you are.
The Christian mystic tradition, Hermes Trismegistus was treated as equivalent to one of the pre-Christian prophets. So the Catholic Church would fund art with images of Hermes, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and actually I don't know if Socrates is on the list, but it's definitely Plato, Aristotle. The great rise of the West across global civilization was due to the individual, due to men like Odin or Hermes who stood for themselves and wandered knowing many lands. I'm here to empathize with you, understand you, and then to build a coherent narrative of how the world works so you folks can get through the next age of history. I want to explain how the spirit world works, material world works. I'm just here to be I'm here to tell you video game lore. We're the best video game ever. You could not explain the Industrial Revolution to an ancient Babylonian because they didn't have a concept of rational objectivity or 100,000 years ago when we were friggin' apes in the African grassland. Now we're apes in buildings who are depressed but have godlike power. And nothing worthwhile is done without suffering. Evolution guides...
That's what watching these videos is all about.
...towards greater degrees of consciousness, because God needs you to not be bored, so when you get smarter, you get rewarded. And that's an important detail, where Hermeticism which is the thing I'm selling. This entire video is like a free trial for Hermeticism. You can have more of this if you're a Hermetic. You can have more interesting things like this. What that means is that everything's connected, so there's 100 historic connections you could draw between our era of history and other eras, but nothing will change the fact that our era of history is special in itself. This is why you're both simultaneously special and not special. And the only way you can relate to psychic space or your environment is being self-aware of your own body. I know I am Rudyard. Rudyard is a human. This is what I know. The fucker who's pushed around by the bigger sides.
You are Maya Higa.
I am protecting him. And I stand so that other men can stand. When I read history, I consistently find the powerful drive the weak down. And that's not right. Sperm has been such an important part of this video. Sperm is the material you use to pass on your identity onto others. You have such a beautiful gift to pass on who you are through all of history. And the way you do it is by finding a woman. And then you can have children. And this is magic. It's so beautiful, and you change, and you can participate in the game. And your society is so scared of it because he
looks like Jeff Goldblum and talks like Ben Shapiro.
We're taken over by people who hate their bodies and who hate everything, and they warped a vague sort of moral code that originally made sense into one of the most evil things ever in human history. So,
we got the sword again.
Did a really clever switcheroo on your ideas with your mental mythology. Because mythology has to exist, it's just how you process the world, and it's how you relate to your environment. So mythology is the mental switchboard you have subconsciously. And your society's mythology is mostly a combination of Hollywood, Freud, and leftism. I might be forgetting some, but that's what I've assessed largely. Most of these were not that well thought through and are basically just rationalizations for lazy people and for the foolish. So, the mythology you have is that the origin of your society's immense godlike power and incredible wealth is due to service of material form. This is a trick entropy told you that the mental node that caused your society to be so successful was your complete alienation from your environment, or objectivity. So, objectivity is useful in some ways. It's a way to, especially for dead materia, objectivity is super, super important.
What does he have there?
However, once you're doing it at the human level, you have to use empathy as a way to figure out the incentive.
Hairspray? What is that?
And the mental states of each player. So, the Western narrative of myth of how your civilization perceives itself.
What if he cut off his fingers in the video? I don't think anyone would know because this video was originally 10 hours long.
Is nothing happened before Thermopylae. The Greeks created logic.
See, like, that's possible. I don't know if anyone's gotten this far.
And created secularism. Greece died with classical civilization. There was a 1,000-year dark age, and then the Renaissance thinkers brought back reason and objectivity with modernity, and they brought back bathing and killed the witches, and then science and reason and objectivity, or being split off from the divine and the spirit world. Your separation from the spirit world is the thing that gave you your immense success. And this narrative of history has like a chapter on Greece and Rome, skips everything else, then it's all West European intellectuals starting in the 1500s or 1400s, and it doesn't even look at those societies. It will ignore completely that the scientific revolution and all those other innovations occurred in very religious societies, that Europe lost its competitive edge and technological ability as it lost its religion over the course of the 20th century with Nietzsche's Death of God. God, I hate Nietzsche so much. Ancient Egyptians developed a certain system to produce life matter. Then it was transmitted through the Greeks, then to Europe. And there's multiple kinds of magic. So there's the Abrahamic kind of magic, which, as I said before, lets souls reach heaven. The Indic magic is a way to hit zero or non-existence, basically short-circuiting the mental wave so you experience less suffering, and so you can interact with the spirit world. This one's increasing life energy, and life energy is the thing that expands and conquers. So this is a big reason the West gained global predominance, because, so, it's important to see that Moses, the founder of the the creator of Judaism, he was an Egyptian nobleman. And even if that's not true, he was in an atmosphere in Egypt that developed monotheism, at least before 1000 BC, which you see with Akhenaten, the monotheistic emperor. And so Egypt developed these certain mystic traditions, and the Greeks took them from the Egyptians. And when you read if you read histories from the 19th and the 20th centuries, they will always prioritize that Western civilization starts in Egypt, and the Greeks took certain teachings from the Egyptians. Where early 19th century, Napoleonic period, part of the reason there was a huge Egypt mania, if for example, certain cities like Memphis, Tennessee, or Cairo, Illinois, or Athens, Georgia were made in the early 19th century, because there was this Egypt mania, because the Masons, who are the guardians of this kinds of philosophy, they were really powerful at the time. And we'll get to the Masons with the Founding Fathers at the end of this new history. So Plato always said that he got his idea of the realm of forms from Egypt, and both the Abrahamic and the Hermetic philosophy stem from Egyptian philosophy in that time period, because the Egyptians had one of the most advanced magical mythic exploration systems of the spirit world. Different civilizations explore the spirit world differently. So Taoism, Hinduism, the Eleusinian rituals in Greece. Aristotle took it from Plato's philosophy, because Plato, we view him as a rationalist. This is the great lie. Plato was a mystic who was interacting with the religious. Plato is as much a religious figure as a philosophic figure. And
I want to fly like an eagle to the sea.
So Plato is the fount of all philosophy, because philosophy is fundamentally mystic. And so when you look over history at eras of philosophic
It's called a font, Rudyard.
They stem from mystic breakthroughs, where, for example, the Greek philosophy burned with this mystic tradition, and then over time it gradually decreased as Rome was a more materialist society than a spiritualist society. Jesus, though, was a way of reconnecting with the spirit world, where the message of early Christianity was to be one with God, to connect with God through Christ. The Muslim Golden Age, because the Muslims were the first people after the Romans to have a scientific and cultural Golden Age, they reinterpreted the Hermetic ideals, and the alchemy is the same thing as Hermeticism, or so close it's not worth arguing over. Alchemy was the biggest in that time period of probably any other period. And that was when Islam flowered. And then after Islam had its dark age with the fall of the Abbasids and the collapse of Islamic learning, they lost the Hermetic tradition. But there was the area of Tarsus in South Turkey that was literally run by Hermetics at a certain time. So with the Crusades and contact with Byzantium, these ideas spread to Europe. And then Europe saw its technological innovation. And when you look at early science, it is the wedding of Hermetic and Christian influence, because every civilization has two guiding spirits. For the West, it is the marriage of Christ and Hermeticism. And there's multiple marriages. The spirit world's very complicated. Things are not special. Things are what they are. But part of the Western psyche is the warrior Hermetic king spirit that stems to Egypt, and then the feminine Christ spirit, which also ultimately stems back to Egypt with Exodus. And both traditions are guiding the West, and we've needed both, and they're class-oriented, and it's husband and wife. Christ is the husband, and Hermes is his wife who submits to him and does what he would like. Christ.
Okay. I didn't realize you were going to ship Jesus and Hermes, but okay.
Is the ultimate guiding force here, and we're here to support that. And Hermeticism is here to support other world religions. It does not act as a religion in itself. I compared it to Confucianism or Plato or something like that before. So in Western Europe, if you studied the origin of science, you'd find several interesting things. The first is the early scientists, which were concentrated disproportionately among my people, the Britons. They were all
Britons. Britons.
And the founders of the Western scientific tradition. It's getting kind of hot in here. The founders of the Western...
It's getting hot in here, so take out...
The Western scientific tradition were theologians. If you look at the founders of modern science, they were Catholic monks roughly around the time of the Black Death. And they established the modern scientific system, pairing the inquisitive spirit that stemmed from the Greeks, which can be symbolized with Hermeticism, and the humble side that came with Christianity, which came from millennia of the Jews getting crushed and realizing they need God. The worship of God comes first, because you first have to acknowledge that you are completely servile before God, and then after that you can have the inquisitive spirit. This is why the two balance out, and why science has the Trinity system, where you test, you make a hypothesis, you test it, you check the results. This is the Trinity from alchemy. The Trinitarian symbol is significantly more important than you think.
Does he do a shirtless stream?
Because the West structured...
Yeah, he rubs himself up with oil, too. It's because of all the hot air. Chat, speaking of hot air, I'm gonna fall asleep. I cannot stay up any longer. I will see you tomorrow. Much love, everyone. Thank you, mods. Let me thank my Patreon really quick. Thank you, Patreon. And shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, to Tracy Eva, to Temporal Insanity, to Funky Monkey, to Shakespeare, to Nadia, to Moe Noip, to Mad Goggles, to Just Julie, to Jules K, to Infallible Fowl, to Hot Ham Radio, to Good for Gavi, to Buffy Geek, to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Fancy shouts out on the last four. I am gonna fall over if I do not get to bed right now. I am so sorry, chat. Good night. We have 30 more minutes of fucking Rudyard. I thought we were gonna finish him. Okay, I shouldn't have said it that way. But yeah, I feel like I know a lot more about AI now. I feel like I am AI now. Oh wait, chat. Shall we?
NOCOM, the most powerful exploit in Minecraft history. Using machine learning.
I might look like a human being. I'm actually more like a very advanced Vocaloid. At my core, I'm just code. And apparently that code took down 2B2T. This is what happens when I'm used improperly. It was Shadow NCC, yeah, the yellow eye version of myself. I have the feeling that when they completely light up that whole map, it's gonna be like my face or something.
So true story, I can relate to being an AI. Anyway, that's a very old video. That's a very old video. I will talk to you later, everyone. Good night, and watch out for NOCOM. Or Irene Origins, yeah, basically. I don't do cosplay anymore. We gotta change that, chat. When I finally crash on taking down 2B2T, yeah, that was quite something. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed now, and dream of artificial intelligence. Good night, everyone.